Chapter 1. Ruth. When the siren sounds, proceed in an orderly fashion to your local evacuation assembly point. For your safety, do not bring weapons. The military working with local law enforcement will secure the area. Do not bring food. The government will provide for you in their sanctuary camps. Your government has the terrorist threat isolated and neutralized. This mandatory evacuation is for your safety, while agents round up the remaining enemy combatants. The sanctuary camps will be your temporary oasis during the last phase of Operation Z. Ruth heard this same message as it played nonstop. The battery-powered radio with a broken cassette and half an antenna played nothing else since the power blinked off 2 weeks ago. Logic told her the message was total BS, but what else could she do besides trust it? Anna, her 12-year-old daughter, relied on Ruth, and their supply of food and water disappeared quickly because of the summer heat. If only Ruth took the firearms training class her girlfriend goaded her about, then she would be able to protect them from the zombies without anyone's help. Even though the radio called them terrorists, everyone still living and breathing knew they were bloodthirsty zombies. Terrorists attacked the country on 9/11, and everyone called them fanatical killers, but they caused less damage to America than these flesh-eating monsters. These things resembled people, but they lacked all humanity. They moved with unrelenting speed and determination once they discovered a living being. Ruth watched them swarm her neighbors, one after another. The initial attack turned their prey into a shredded and bloody mess, but then the damaged bodies rose to their feet and joined their attackers as they ran after others. It happened to everyone unlucky, or stupid enough to wander around outside. Then, without warning, the siren shrieked. "Anna, grab your backpack. We need to run." Ruth insisted they both pack a bug-out bag when the message first played on the radio. The bags contained a couple of changes of clothing, a box of protein bars, a few pieces each of beef jerky, some water, a hammer, and a hunting knife. She didn't know where the last 2 items originally came from, but they were the only weapons she had in their home. Yes, part of her still thought the message was pure bullshit, but if there was any hope left, they needed to run toward it rather than away from it. Ruth owed Anna that much since she couldn't protect her. They grabbed their bags and raced out the front door. As a single mother, Ruth had been proud when she purchased this house, but deep down she knew this would be the last time she saw it. She hoped they ran toward some kind of sanctuary, but either way, their survival lay somewhere else. Dwindling supplies of food and water, along with the increase in zombie sightings, required leaving their old neighborhood behind. The predetermined evacuation assembly point for their neighborhood sat only a mile from their home. Ruth remained in decent shape by running in 5K fun runs, so she didn't worry about covering a mile, even while wearing her bulky backpack. Anna competed on her middle school's cross-country team, so the mile run would be a walk in the park for her too. The number of survivors pouring out of their homes and racing down the street after them surprised Ruth. She didn't think anyone living remained hidden inside their homes because the neighborhood grew quiet and had felt empty for weeks. They must have followed the officials' cautions to stay home and locked inside their homes. Media pundits preached this message constantly when this mess first started. Even if they falsely blamed the outbreak on a novel flu bug. True, the flu killed people every year, but it never resurrected anyone from the dead. 4 large military transport trucks sat in the assembly area near the playground. All had 8 rear wheels with a large open box on the back lined with bench seats on either side. 3 painted in the traditional green camouflage colors while the 4th sported a tan desert camouflage paint job. A group of uniformed soldiers carrying automatic weapons herded together 2 lines of civilians. They had already loaded a mix of survivors and soldiers into the back of each truck. You must submit to a personal inspection before entering the evacuation vehicle. No one with visible bites, scratches, or a fever will be allowed to ride with us to the sanctuary camp. An electronically amplified voice squealed through a bullhorn. Ruth and Anna joined the back of the shorter line. A calloused hand clamped down on Ruth's arm just above her elbow and dragged her off to the side. His uniform name tag read Miles. "This way, sweetheart, for your special ride," he said. The smirk on his face caused butterflies to churn in Ruth's stomach. She prepared to protest the man's diversion, but then she saw another uniformed man pulling Anna along behind them. The two soldiers dragged them off to the side of the desert camouflaged truck, out of view from the people standing in the two long lines. "Okay, time for an inspection. Take the pack off and stand with your hands up," Miles said. "Why? What are you looking for? What do you want?" Ruth said. You have a lot of questions. Look, we need to make sure you aren't infected. We need to check for a fever, bites, and concealed weapons," the second uniformed man said. His uniform name tag read Rogers, and a smirk shone on his face. Ruth saw no option since they needed the ride to safety, so she complied with the request. These men carried automatic weapons, and they promised to watch over and protect them from the zombies. Miles started at her ankles and slowly felt his way up her body. He spent way too much time groping both her crotch and ass. Ruth reminded herself that he had a gun, and she didn't. She had to accept his abuse if it meant safety for Anna. When Miles reached her waist, he grabbed hold of her shirt and pulled it up over her head. The quick movement caught her off guard, and she stood exposed in front of this strange man. On instinct, Ruth slapped Miles across his face. He backhanded her, knocking her to the ground. Ruth felt her cheek swell, and she knew an ugly purple bruise rose on her skin near her eye. Her ex-husband dealt with her the same way. Leaning over, he whispered loud enough for only her to hear, "Listen, sweetheart, if you want to live, you'll cooperate. If you don't, I'll gun both of you down right here and say you were infected. It's your choice. What will it be?" Again, she saw no way out, so Ruth gave in to his handsy inspection. If she endured his groping now, she'd find an opportunity to escape the abuse later once they reached the camp. Surely, someone there would be in charge and would assure order over these wild men. Miles moved around behind her, sticking his crotch into her ass while he felt her up a second time. When he finished, he said, "All good, Perez. Get these two on the truck." Ruth hastily pulled her shirt back on while noticing Anna doing the same. Anger burned in her heart, and she swore she would get her revenge on these pigs. Abusing her was one thing, but Anna was still a child. A man dressed in a desert camouflage uniform, matching the truck's paint job, reached down from inside the bed and helped both of them into the back of the truck. His uniform name tag read Perez. He had a solid build, but not overly muscular, like he hadn't spent all of his days in a gym. What struck Ruth the most about him was the look of danger in his dark eyes. His eyes were as cold as a winter's day, showing no feelings of mirth. They looked as if pain and death had been his only friend for years. Bang! A single shot rang out at the same time someone yelled, "Bite!" Ruth turned to see a man's body on the ground, laying in a growing puddle of murky blood. More screams followed the first, and then the guns roared. The zombies finally followed the racket to the all-they-could-eat human buffet. Ruth looked out over the growing crowd and saw the first group of zombies chasing down the slowest of the survivors, who still scurried toward the trucks. The fight between the humans and zombies always went the same way. First, a tackle a professional linebacker would be proud of. Then a quick struggle which ended up with the teeth of the zombie ripping the unprotected flesh from the human's body. Usually, the chunk of flesh came from the soft skin of the neck. Last step came after a quick bleed out. The victim would then rise to their feet and become the hunter, looking for another living human being to prey on. The circle of life or death in this case. The soldiers, still standing on the ground behind the trucks, didn't take long to respond to the oncoming threat. They opened fire on both the remaining survivors, still waiting for a ride, and the oncoming zombie horde. Truck engines roared to life, puking black smoke from their stacks. In the confusion and chaos, Ruth forgot about Perez being in the back of the truck along with them. He took the opportunity during the chaos to act himself. Lowering his rifle, he put a bullet first through Roger's head, and then a second through Miles. Bang bang, a quick one too. He turned and banged on the roof of the truck and yelled, "Go, go!" The truck lurched, and then they raced away from the battlefield, and the wreckage left behind. Ruth Anna Perez, along with 10 other women and girls, were off to the safety of the government-sanctioned sanctuary camp. Chapter 2. Perez. Perez always felt the military prescribed to the notion of hurry up and wait. However, the last 6 weeks had been a whirlwind of activity for him and his men. A whirlwind he wished to forget. His unit had been deployed overseas to provide security at a top-secret airbase. Empty airplanes landed continuously for 2 weeks, and crews loaded personnel and equipment into each before they departed for places unknown. While providing guard duty, he heard rumors of violent uprisings and rioting within the civilian population outside the walls of their base. Then the rumors started about the same violence happening back home in the States. Riots turning city streets into battlegrounds. Next thing Perez knew, the airfield emptied, and his unit flew back to the States in the last plane out. He hoped to spend time with his family during the upcoming 4th of July holiday, but it wasn't to be. They received new orders once they deplaned at the U.S. Air Base. These commands confused him because federal law prohibited the U.S. military from acting as a domestic police force anywhere on American soil. Sergeant Perez knew to not question the wisdom of his superiors, but it became hard not to start now. Instead of getting time with his parents and girlfriend, he found his unit stationed outside of a major U.S. city and ordered to shoot anyone and anything who tried to cross the bridge. His unit provided cover fire while the Army Corps of Engineers set explosives to destroy the bridge. This last route provided the only way into or out of the city. Violent riots consumed the city, and this solution to stop the fighting came right from the commander-in-chief himself. Something inside of Perez died as he fired into a crowd of unarmed civilians who tried to make their way across the bridge and escape the violence in the city. Of course, they were all too late to escape because the bridge collapsed when the engineers detonated the well-placed explosives. The former residents visited a watery grave or became stranded with the monsters in the city. The chain of command forced Sergeant Perez and his men to remain in place as a silent witness while the Air Force dropped incendiary bombs across the city. Screams, moans, and the smell of burning flesh were things Perez would never forget. They would haunt his nightmares, both waking and sleeping, for the rest of his life. Soldiers abandoned their posts and went AWOL after the bombs rained down on the remaining civilians. Their only crime being left behind because they didn't run before the bridge fell. The sergeant had nowhere left to run because he couldn't face his girlfriend or parents after murdering those people. So he stayed put until his next set of commands came down. When the orders finally arrived, Perez's unit had shrunk to a fraction of its original size. This new decree sent them south to regroup with other units and start a rescue mission. Their best attempts to contain this violent outbreak hadn't been good enough, so the plague spread throughout the country. The government set up sanctuary camps, and the remaining military personnel, along with any surviving law enforcement agencies, would rescue and protect the surviving civilians. Strange rumors floated around saying this was the start of the zombie apocalypse, and humanity's time ended. Perez didn't know what to believe, since it all sounded like a bad television show, but he knew how to follow orders. When they reached the rendezvous point, Perez discovered he was the ranking survivor from his unit. With no officers remaining, the survivors became part of another partial unit. Sergeant First Class Rogers and First Lieutenant Miles became his new commanders. Right from the start, Perez knew something was off about both men. It might have been the fact that Miles was an anagram for slime, but something else plagued his mind. He watched the two men talk with other men in his unit, but both avoided Perez. When Perez questioned one of his own privates, the man said Miles and Rogers formed a plan to survive on the outside because the sanctuary camps had become a death trap. Anyone who made it to one would be royally screwed. The private didn't know all the details, but it involved the acquisition of supplies, weapons, personnel, and women at a stronghold the two men knew about. A secure compound previously owned by a local gangster who died before the start of the apocalypse. They had already moved men and supplies in, and they would kidnap women who pleased them and their men during the so-called rescue missions they undertook. The next morning, they set out on their first mission. Perez rode in the back of his own desert-camouflaged troop carrier truck, along with Miles and Rogers. Private Holloway, who served with Perez and revealed the plan to him, drove while Private Drake, someone he didn't know, rode shotgun. Rogers and I will get out of the truck to inspect the survivors. Perez, you stay in the back of the truck to help them in. Keep your eyes open for any incoming threats. You see anything out of line, shout, and then shoot it. Got it? Miles said. Sir, yes sir. It pained Perez to take orders from these two, but he knew nothing else than the military, and he had no one else to turn to. The chain of command had been severed beyond these scumbags. The convoy arrived at the predetermined extraction point with no difficulties. A soldier from one of the other trucks set up the portable air raid siren and then set it off. It howled, signaling the remaining survivors to the trucks. Perez didn't know what came next for this neighborhood, but he imagined total destruction after watching the bombs fall on the city. The Great Reset. If they destroyed a major city so willingly, nothing would stop them from leveling this suburban neighborhood. With the siren screaming, people ran toward the trucks from the surrounding homes on the previously deserted street. Miles and Rogers strolled out to the front of the incoming crowd to grab the females they liked best. Any resistance to their actions would end with violence from the two men. They were the ultimate authority in this new Wild West. Each man brought the attractive women alongside the truck, exposed them, and then groped each one. Both men laughed at the insults from the women brave enough to say anything. None of the women could stop the men's humiliation. Rogers had a thing for younger girls, and this made Perez sick as Rogers groped them. Most of the girls he molested were still children. Perez wanted to act to stop this madness, but the timing hadn't been right. He'd buy his time and make a move when the opportunity came. Perez didn't know if this bravery was true, or if he told himself this lie to keep his remaining sanity. The back of the truck filled up, and Perez watched the two scumbags zero in on a mother and daughter duo. Both had firm and fit bodies, and the girl appeared to be a preteen, which seemed to be exactly Roger's type. They pulled the two out of the long line of survivors and brought them around the far side of the truck for their own little touchy-feely party. Both men had been emboldened by this time, and they removed the latest tops for a closer look at their goods. Perez marveled at the bravery of this woman as she struck Miles across his face. Unfortunately for her, she was outclassed and outweighed, so she went down after Miles struck back. Miles bent down and whispered something Perez couldn't hear, but the woman allowed Miles to finish his exploration of her body unfettered. The two men finished and allowed them to put their shirts back on. Perez helped them both into the back of the truck without a word. He wanted to act now to stop these men from their evil pursuits. But the opportunity hadn't been right yet. Part of him died the day he fired on unarmed civilians, but he still thought he knew right from wrong. Some people deserve to survive and others deserve to burn in hell. He didn't know which he deserved, but Perez figured hell awaited him based on both his actions and lack of actions. Should he continue to follow orders he knew weren't right? A single gunshot and a scream of "bite" interrupted his thoughts. Then someone else yelled, "Zombies," and the automatic gunfire erupted. Looking out over the crowd, Perez saw people down the block engaged in mortal combat. People wrestled and bit each other while the blood flowed freely. The strangest thing was those who had no reason to get up did, and then continued to fight. They had obvious mortal wounds, that one had their intestines hanging outside their midsection, but they continued to run and fight with each other. What the hell? The soldiers standing behind the trucks opened fire on both the remaining survivors and those who chased after them. Another nightmare, just like the one he witnessed outside the city. Could they really be zombies? What else explained what he saw? The violent action unfolding in front of him became the last straw for Perez. He wouldn't fire on unarmed civilians again. Perez raised his weapon and took aim at Rogers first. Bang! The pedophile didn't deserve to live any longer, and wouldn't with a hole blown through his head. Then he swung the weapon toward Miles. Smile slime. Bang! Another dirtbag who didn't deserve to continue breathing the same air he did dropped. Sergeant Perez became the ranking officer again, so he banged on the roof of the truck cab and yelled, "Go, go!" Don't look back, because there wasn't anything he could do for those left behind. The engine roared, the truck lurched, and then it raced away from the scene of death the once peaceful neighborhood had become. 3. Danny and Kate. Danny had always been the type of guy who looked for every opportunity to exploit for his own gain. Then one day, the graves opened and monsters rose out to consume human flesh. The government officials said it was only an early flu bug, so stay inside your home and you'll be safe. People either cowered in fear or got consumed by the growing cannibalistic majority. Some people, like Danny, saw the opportunities available to men with loose morals like himself. So, Danny wasted no time taking advantage of the situation presented to him. He grabbed his 9mm pistol, stole a fully loaded Hummer H1, and saved the hottest girl in town, Kate, from certain death by zombies. Yes, some people might call it kidnapping, but those people weren't as open-minded as someone like Danny. Kate was tall and blonde, with icy blue eyes and the fine features of Scandinavian descent. He hoped she would have been more grateful for his kindness, but Kate had been nothing but a total bitch to him. Danny would get everything he wanted from her, and it would happen soon. Otherwise, he'd leave her to die. The H1 previously belonged to some rich asshole, and had every option imaginable. Kate kept playing with the in-car entertainment system, looking for who knows what. That stupid message continued to play repeatedly, no matter what station she selected. When the siren sounds, proceed in an orderly fashion to your local evacuation assembly point. For your safety, do not bring weapons. The military working with local law enforcement will secure the area. Do not bring food. The government will provide for you in their sanctuary camps. Your government has the terrorist threat isolated and neutralized. This mandatory evacuation is for your safety, while agents round up the remaining enemy combatants. The sanctuary camps will be your temporary oasis during the last phase of Operation Z. Will you turn that crap off, Kate? There's nothing else on the radio, and that repeated message is driving me crazy. She glared daggers at him with those cold blue eyes, but thankfully she complied and shut the radio off. Kate turned and stared out the passenger side window with her arms crossed tight across her body. No gratitude displayed toward her savior. You know, you should be more grateful to me for saving your life. You'd be dead now, or maybe even worse, without me. He ran his hand down her long, supple thigh while he spoke. Kate uncrossed her arms long enough to smack his right hand, extracting it from her body. Her movement was fast and firm, and the look on Kate's face showed only disgust. Before he could respond to her continued rudeness, the siren shrieked from somewhere ahead of them. Her head snapped back toward Danny at the startling sound. It's the siren from the radio. Help's finally arrived. We need to drive toward it, since it's obvious you don't have a viable plan for survival. When you spent your entire life running from the law, one didn't run toward them, not even during the zombie apocalypse. Plus, Danny knew anyone in authority would take Kate away from him, because the cops always believed her kind over his. These thoughts caused him to take the next left rather than remain on their current route. This turn-off brought them to an overlook for the neighborhood where the screaming alarm sounded. 4 military vehicles sat at the end of a wide street, while a large group of people ran toward them. What sheep? Things seemed under control, with the group approaching the uniformed personnel in an orderly manner. But then an unnumbered horde of zombies raced to the party, and the soldiers' automatic weapons barked their disapproval of the invasion. Kate's fair complexion turned ashen as Danny buried the accelerator to escape the oncoming disaster unfolding before them. The large diesel engine roared as the H1 accelerated away from the chaos. He heard the rattle of automatic weapons fade, and he didn't know if they escaped the range of their reports or if the zombies overran the soldiers and they stopped firing. Either way, Danny didn't want to know, because he wanted to stay alive. He desired to live more than he wanted Kate, and he lusted for her body with his entire being. Tires squealed as he slid the Hummer through a tight corner. GM designed the H1 to be a capable off-road machine, not a vehicle made for high-speed urban maneuvers. The body leaned dangerously, and the large off-road tires fought for traction as Danny took another corner at excessive speed. He wrestled with the steering wheel, trying to maintain control of the 4-ton vehicle. Danny lost the fight as the rear end of the H1 changed sides with the front, and they ended up stopped in someone's front yard. Piles of sod arrested their slide into a previously well-kept lawn before the truck hit anything solid. With the rumble from the large displacement diesel quiet, Danny heard the moans and groans headed their way. Humans weren't capable of making the shrill noises these monsters made. All the human activity, and the now quieted siren, had drawn the horde like fat people to an all-you-can-eat buffet. Kate's normally fair face had turned pure white, like freshly fallen snow. He cut the wheel hard and floored the accelerator, restarting their run from the oncoming zombie horde. They needed to stay one step ahead of the monsters to remain among the living population. The off-road tires jumped the debris from the slide across the yard and the curb, like neither was even there. This truck was amazing, Danny thought. It continued to lumber down the road at almost 60 miles per hour after their brief detour. Good thing, he thought ahead, and pilfered a rugged vehicle worthy of travel during the zombie apocalypse. Even when focused 100% on driving, a Hummer didn't respond like a sports car. It took a mile to turn or stop 4 tons of heavy-duty metal with oversized tires. Fear of an impending doom from zombies distracted Danny, which led them to a different impending doom. Ironic in a way. As they reached a blind intersection, a desert-camouflaged military transport arrived from the same direction as the Hummer's blind spot. The result was 20 tons of sheet metal shrieking, popping, and twisting into a pile of unidentifiable wreckage. It launched those not strapped into the transport into a short flight with an abrupt and painful landing. These battered and bloody bodies remained visible to Danny as he laid trapped inside the H1. The Hummer came to rest on the passenger side, and the seatbelt kept him suspended at a 90-degree angle to the ground. His body pinned his right arm to the center hump of the truck, while a jagged bone stuck through the skin of his left arm. Danny turned to his right and found the other front seat empty. Kate disappeared. "Kate, help me." He tried to yell for help, but his throat had gone dry, and the words came out as a mumbled whisper that he even had a hard time understanding. 1 minute Danny had been the king of the apocalypse, and now he was a mangled mess. "Kate, please." Danny tried one more time before the darkness slid in to claim him for the last time. Chapter 4. Ruth. Perez shot and killed the 2 men who molested them. She should have been grateful to him, but Perez looked like a brute too. A different type of animal than the men he killed, but a monster just the same. What had she gotten Anna and herself into? They couldn't have stayed in the house much longer because they had no weapons to protect themselves, and their supplies ran dangerously low. The message from the radio said the government would keep them safe and take care of them, but this life might not be any better than what they left. A horde of zombies descended on their neighborhood because of the action of these soldiers, and the zombies would have overrun them if they stayed. Neither choice made any sense. The engine roared as they raced away from their previous life, and black smoke poured from the truck's exhaust, burning her eyes. Over half the seats in the back of the military transport were full. All filled with female occupants except for Perez. She followed his lead and strapped herself and Anna into their seats with the harnesses hanging behind them. This escape would be a wild ride. They took corners way too fast for this large heavy transport truck, and the tires complained loudly. But she couldn't blame the driver, because if they went too slow, the zombies would overtake them, and a painful death of being ripped to shreds would result. Ruth suspected death might claim them because of this reckless getaway driver. Anna's face took on a green tint, and Ruth understood her pain. Neither of them normally suffered motion sickness, but the truck rode like it had square wooden wheels and no suspension underneath it. A cloud of black diesel exhaust surrounded them, and the stench of the burning fuel turned her stomach. Somehow both of them held it together and kept their meager meals locked inside of their stomachs. Another high-speed corner with screaming tires, and the truck leaned so far over that Ruth didn't know how it remained upright. It crashed back down onto all 8 wheels as they exited the curve. 2 more turns and they would be out of the development and on the main road out of town. She didn't know where these men were taking them or if it would be safe once they arrived, but Ruth still hoped for the best. The mob of zombies behind them confirmed her choice to flee. The last turn before the state highway was a sharp blind corner where Ruth witnessed many accidents before the town finally installed a traffic light. Now only the occasional crash occurred when someone didn't heed the overhead signal. Tires screeched and complained as they entered the 90-degree corner. Then came the crash and crunch of metal as 2 unmovable solid objects collided. From either the shock of the blow or the forward momentum, the truck took a hard left as it drove down into the gully which ran alongside the road. Another loud crunch signified the end of their journey, and Ruth watched in surprise as bodies flew past her to some unknown destination. As she watched former passengers fly from the back of the truck, something heavy struck her head from behind, and her world turned black. Unconsciousness can be peaceful, and Ruth discovered a break from her pain. She found herself around 9 or 10 years old, on her grandparents' farm on a warm summer day. The sun turned her skin pink as Ruth rode Gracie, Grandma's old gentle mare, around the verdant field, chasing the lazy sheep through the meadow. The deep blue sky lacked a single cloud in it, and a light breeze blew through the trees surrounding the property. Scents from Grandma's cooking reached her, signaling dinner time would arrive soon. Grandpa stood by the barn and laughed as he waved, while she trotted past him on Gracie's back. What a beautiful day! She soaked in the warmth on her skin as the lovely scenery overloaded her senses. Someone shook her and called out, "Mom, wake up!" Mom? Ruth was only a child on her grandparents' farm. She couldn't possibly be a mother to anyone. But the persistent shaking wouldn't stop, and the voice continued to plead. Please, Mom. Wake up. Black clouds suddenly filled the clear blue sky, and the breeze turned into a whipping wind. A thunderstorm must be coming. What's wrong with Grandpa? He's moving in a funny shuffle-step way, and his complexion turned to an inhuman gray color. Ruth called out to him and he snarled in response as he raced straight at her, snapping his jaw with each odd step. Come on, lady, we have to move. Another voice interrupting the oncoming storm on this strange day. This one had been rough and male, and Ruth still couldn't place who either voice belonged to. Mom, please. That first voice again, along with more shaking. Why didn't they just leave her alone? The wind gusted stronger, and it held a chill as the sky grew pitch black. Where had the lovely sunny summer day disappeared to? Gracie bucked Ruth off her back, and she laid on the ground as the horse sprinted away. Grandpa raced toward her, teeth first, while he continued to snarl and growl at Ruth. He had almost reached the spot where she laid, but she couldn't will herself to get up and move. She gasped and prepared to scream for Grandma to come and help her. Ruth's eyes popped open and 3 faces stared back at her. One face belonged to her daughter Anna, the second a man in military fatigues with the name Perez on his chest, and the third belonged to some woman with icy blue eyes. "Thank God, Mom, you're awake. We have to go. There was an accident." All the events of the day raced back to her, and she wanted to cry. As she took a deep breath to calm her nerves, she felt a sharp pain in her chest. She pulled up her shirt and saw the ugly black and blue mark growing on her side. "Ma'am, I know it hurts, but we have to get moving. We'll take care of your injuries after we've reached a safe place." Perez helped her out of the crashed truck and onto the slanted ground. The jolt as her feet hit the ground caused tendrils of pain to radiate through her entire midsection. Their backpacks were long gone, so they only had the clothes on their backs. Ruth followed Anna, and the blue-eyed woman brought up the rear while Perez led the way. Where they headed to, she had no clue. Anyone who watched the 4 of them travel would have thought they were all members of the Walking Wounded. Gingerly taken steps to severe limps were how the group moved, like a group of wounded warriors. They had been the lucky ones, because they buckled themselves into their seats. Piles of pulp marked the spots where those less lucky landed. Ruth didn't know who the woman with the cold blue eyes was, since she hadn't been in the back of the truck with them before the crash. She carried a pistol and had blood splattered on her shirt. "We need to pick up the pace. Those monsters aren't far behind, and I don't have enough ammo to hold them off. We need to hide until they're gone." "What about that place up there?" Anna pointed toward the town's eyesore. "Someone built a house you might see by the shore, except they were miles from any bodies of water. They built it on several large columns about 15 feet off of the ground. Great in a flood zone, but ridiculous here in a town which never flooded." The group made a beeline for the steps which led up to the deck surrounding the house. Well, it was a beeline for 4 injured people, but in reality a series of quick limping stagger steps. After they pulled themselves up the steps, Perez spoke to the group. "Everyone stay here while I make sure the building is safe." He turned the handle and found the front door unlocked. Perez disappeared inside. It felt like he took hours, but he appeared a minute or 2 later. "It's clear. Let's get inside." Once inside, Ruth discovered an open-concept home decorated in a beach theme. The home decorating shows she used to love to watch on television would have classified the house that way. Shabby beach chic or something similar. One large room filled with windows held a living, dining, and kitchen area. 4 doors opened off the open area, which led to 3 bedrooms and a common bathroom. A much nicer place inside than she had expected to find, based upon the appearance of the outside of the structure. Unearthly inhuman shrieks, moans, and cries filled the air outside of the elevated house. A horde of many thousands of zombies passed underneath them, while Ruth and Anna clung to each other in the center of the family room. Hours passed by as the undead army sauntered by to some unknown destination. Perez held his weapon at the ready and focused on the front door the entire time they sat and waited. If the zombies discovered the stairs leading to the deck and the front door, then their story would end here. Chapter 5. Perez. A horde of zombies closed in the neighborhood as the diesel engine screamed. Black smoke poured from the tall exhaust stack, and it irritated his eyes. No one would ever mistake a 2.5 for a race car, but the truck leapt ahead at a pace way too fast for these narrow suburban streets. If Private Holloway wasn't careful, his reckless driving would end up killing them all in a horrible crash. No need for the zombies to act in this tale, except to clean up the mess. Perez and his men equipped this truck with harnesses to secure the crew during transport, after several soldiers fell out the back during evasive maneuvers over the rough desert terrain. With the way Holloway raced the extra-large truck down the tiny street, he felt the need to reach for his harness to protect himself. A crash felt inevitable, but he prayed for the best. When he looked up, Perez found a set of deep gray eyes staring at him. The eyes belonged to the woman who had been Miles and Roger's last victim. He noticed the eyes because of their unique color, and the fact they bulged as they bore through him. Perez pointed to his harness, and then pointed to the woman and her daughter. She received the unspoken message fastening the harness around her daughter, and then herself. When they locked eyes again, Perez nodded and attempted a smile to comfort the woman. Her gray eyes were beautiful, and he hadn't remembered seeing eyes that color before. Plus, her slim, athletic build and short brown hair made him lust for her, but he would never act uninvited like the 2 pigs he killed. Tires squealed, and the truck leaned dangerously to one side as they slid around a corner. Out of frustration and even a little fear, Perez screamed at the driver. "Holloway, you're going to kill us if you don't slow down." As he expected, no one from the truck's cab responded. With the constant shrill growl of the diesel engine, Holloway may not have heard him over the background noise. Another desert modification to this truck had been the removal of the speed limiter. This improvement went against orders, but it had saved their asses more than once in a battle zone. However, he wondered if it might get them killed today in the suburbs. His eyes locked onto the attractive woman's face one more time before he turned to look out the rear of the truck. None of the other transport trucks had moved, and the gunfire faded from a constant barrage to almost nothing. Not a good sign for the rest of the squad. Instead, a never-ending mob of bodies pursued their truck, and he now understood Holloway's insane pace. The Walking Dead would overwhelm them if they stopped. Perez had never been a fan of zombie stories, but he knew the writers all came from one of 2 camps. There were fast zombies who chased down their prey like Olympic athletes. The second group had slow zombies who followed relentlessly, because they required no rest. Both groups had it partially right, but mostly wrong. From what he observed, zombies acted more like the Borg from Star Trek. They would amble about without purpose if they didn't feel threatened or sensed a nearby snack. Then suddenly, with one hive mind, they sprinted as an unstoppable force after their intended target. Their unpredictable behavior made them scary in Perez's mind. When you understood your enemy, and they're predictable, then they're easier to fight. The truck slanted to the opposite side, like a ship tossed at sea, and the tires protested with a howl and the smell of burning rubber. This time, Perez swore he heard a second diesel engine in full song, but none of the other transport trucks had budged. As he puzzled over the source of the sound, the truck jerked under his body, and the sound of shredding metal filled the air. At first, Perez thought the truck would flip, but it took a hard left instead. The impact may have stopped them from flipping on their side, so either way, they were screwed. If they had been traveling on a multi-lane highway, Holloway might have had time to course correct and keep them going down the road. On this suburban back road, he didn't have that luxury, and the hard left sent them straight over an embankment. Things might have turned out differently if the century-old oak tree hadn't been in their path, but it was. So, the deuce and a half snapped to an immediate stop on impact. Unsecured bodies flew past Perez's peripheral vision while his harness held fast and knocked the wind out of him. The sudden jolt and lack of oxygen turned the soldier's world black. 1 minute Perez was a soldier, and the next a 10-year-old boy who walked through the woods with his grandpa and Duke, their Labrador retriever, on a fine summer day. He lived through this day 27 years earlier, and nothing happened of any significance on that particular day. He loved both Duke and Grandpa, and it had been one of the last times he saw either of them. A month later, a drunk driver stole a school bus and slammed into Grandpa's old pickup truck as he drove to the grocery store to pick up something for Grandma. Duke went everywhere with Grandpa, and neither survived the collision with the intoxicated felon. Then someone shook Perez and drew him back from the peaceful summer day with his grandfather. He wished he could have remained in the memory, since the present had become a real shit show. The person doing the shaking was a tall blonde woman with icy blue eyes and well-defined features. Coming face to face with this attractive woman confused him, because he didn't remember her being a passenger in the transport truck before it crashed. "You're okay, thank goodness. We need to get moving because those monsters are coming." She spoke with an accent he couldn't place, but he knew it wasn't local. He shook his head to clear the cobwebs while he took a quick assessment of his condition. The parts of his body where the harness touched him burned, and the back of his head had an egg growing on it. Since the truck sat at an unnatural angle, he understood his injuries. As he looked past the woman at the back of the truck, the sight wasn't pretty. Only 2 seats remained occupied, while the others sat empty. Bodies littered the side of the hill around the truck, letting Perez know where the former occupants ended up. After he released his harness, he went to check on the other 2 passengers. The young girl, who had been the last to be groped by the 2 dead scumbags, stood over her unconscious mother. "Are you okay?" Perez said to the girl. "Yes. Just sore all over. Mom isn't awake. Help her." He turned in time to hear her gasp and watch her eyes pop open. Her daughter spoke again before he could. "Thank God, Mom. There was an accident. Hurry, we have to go." The woman flinched and then lifted her shirt, and Perez saw the ugly bruise covering her side. His training included battlefield first aid, so he knew she had bruised or possibly broken ribs. There wasn't much he could do for her right now, because the sounds of the approaching horde grew louder. "Ma'am, I know it hurts, but we have to move. We'll take care of your injuries after we get someplace safe." After helping the 3 women out of the truck bed, he assessed their situation. Perez still had his M4 along with 4 extra magazines. Blue Eyes carried a 9mm pistol. During the initial engagement, Perez practiced fire discipline and didn't shoot wildly at the approaching horde like many of the other men did. He was a battle-hardened soldier, and not a green rookie. Still, the firepower he had wouldn't make a dent in the incoming zombie mob. "We need to pick up the pace. Those monsters aren't far behind, and I don't have enough ammo left to hold them off. We need to find a place to hide," Perez said. This was his meager attempt to move the group forward faster. He could barely jog himself, but he wouldn't be able to live with himself after what happened outside the city, if he left these women behind to die. No sense playing the coward and blaming it on the orders of your superiors. The girl pointed to some building on stilts, about 100 yards ahead of them. "What about that place?" It sat a football field away, on an elevated platform, so it would have to do. Perez drove the group onward with the enthusiasm of a runner, in sight of the finish line. Once they reached the structure and climbed the stairs onto the deck, he addressed the women. "Everyone stay here while I make sure the building is clear." He twisted the knob and found the front door unlocked. This put him on high alert as he walked inside. Perez found his initial worries unfounded as he moved further in. The house featured a large open area with 4 doors leading off of it. Nothing human or monster were behind any of the doors, so he returned to the door and signaled for the 3 women to follow him inside. "It's clear. Let's get inside." With everyone safely hidden inside, the only thing left to do was wait for the zombie horde to pass by. He trained his weapon on the front door, since it provided the biggest weakness to their security. The monsters passed by, but it took hours for the crowd to dissipate. As the time ticked by, he felt the weight of the responsibility press down on his shoulders. One ill-equipped soldier let loose in the wasteland that the United States became overnight, pledged to protect one girl and 2 women. Who signed him up to be the hero? Chapter 6. Nick. Nicky, look at the sheep running to their own slaughter. Nick wondered how Shirley's husky voice could be so whiny and so damn sexy at the same time. He tired of her personality long ago, but he still loved her faded red hair and full, voluptuous body. Shirley's looks attracted him when they met in that gentleman's club 5 years ago, and they held him fast still. The way she moved on the stage and between the sheets still excited him, but he would surely go crazy if he had to spend the rest of the apocalypse alone with her. Her lack of brains made her good for only one thing. Yep, people are stupid. Get me another beer, baby. Get off your lazy ass and get it yourself, jerk. Shirley turned and stormed out of the room. Nick chuckled at her indignation and marveled at the wiggle of her ample ass as she trudged away. He secretly hoped she would wander off and sulk for the rest of the day, somewhere far away from him, but he wouldn't say it out loud. Her moodiness bothered him, but he feared being away from her. Being alone scared him more than staying with her. Their secure encampment sat high on a mountain overlooking the town below. They used their well-fortified location to their advantage, since it provided an almost 360-degree view. A small corner of rugged forest sat on one corner of the property, allowing them to see anyone who approached their position. This included both the living and the walking dead. For weeks now, that stupid message played on the radio, day and night. Every station played nothing else. When the siren sounds, proceed in an orderly fashion to your local evacuation assembly point. For your safety, do not bring weapons. The military working with local law enforcement will secure the area. Do not bring food. The government will provide for you in their sanctuary camps. Your government has the terrorist threat isolated and neutralized. This mandatory evacuation is for your safety, while agents round up the remaining enemy combatants. The sanctuary camps will be your temporary oasis during the last phase of Operation Z. Before the rise of the dead, Nick didn't trust the government, and he wouldn't start depending on them now. His faith in anyone besides himself died during his last stint in prison. The stupid, corrupt cops arrested him for a crime he hadn't even committed. Although he perpetrated much worse offenses, they knew nothing about. This truth didn't make things even though. Not by a long shot. Nick would get the last laugh. All those losers were dead, and he'll become the last man standing. The 2 of them had enough supplies stored in the buildings on this mountainside to last them over 3 years. Of course, he might kill Shirley before then because of her foul attitude toward him. Lucky for her, Shirley possessed a killer body Nick still lusted for. The shriek of the siren, minutes before, had drawn them both to the window to see if the radio's repeated message provided the sanctuary promised. 4 military cargo trucks parked at one end of the development, and people ran toward the group of soldiers from the houses lining the way. Nick would search these homes over the next couple of weeks and claim any supplies and weapons left behind for himself. If the foolish sheep took the time to listen and heed the message, then they left lots of usable stuff behind for Nick's use. Nick prided himself on his breaking and entering skills, and these empty houses would be easy targets for him, with no law enforcement left behind. Long lines formed in front of the trucks while the military men inspected each potential survival candidate. Who knew what these sanctuary camps were like, but Nick didn't want to find out firsthand. He might have to go there at some point once their supplies ran low, but it would be years from now. Those camps might not exist by that point. The cacophony of gunfire erupting in the town below him interrupted thoughts of stealing large piles of supplies like the Grinch. A horde of hundreds, or maybe even thousands of zombies, stormed the block party. The military crew opened fire with their automatic weapons, while the group of sheep, hoping to be saved, stood between the 2 fighting forces engaged in mortal combat. Nick laughed at the scene of death playing outside his window. What did those morons expect to happen when they sounded an air raid siren in the middle of town during a zombie apocalypse? The entire battle lasted less than 10 minutes. Unfortunately for the former humans, the zombies won this time, and they'd keep winning unless the humans changed their tactics. A complete massacre of anyone who breathed. 3 of the 4 trucks remained behind in their parking spots, while the 4th raced away from the death and mayhem. Once the zombie horde finished their march through town, Nick would head out and take one of those monster trucks for himself. Their tall tires and powerful diesel engines would allow Nick to travel down the road without a care in the world. Unstoppable. He needed one of those trucks for himself. A new toy befitting the king of the apocalypse. Along with the vehicles, Nick expected to find military equipment left behind. Troops didn't travel into battle without sufficient supplies and weapons. These dupes must have known what type of threat they faced when they tried to play hero, so who knew what weapons and supplies they carried with them? Nick would have all the answers and all the stuff for himself soon enough. The thought made him hot. He didn't need the supplies right now, because he prepared for an apocalyptic siege. To be truthful, his uncle had done most of the work, and Nick swooped in and took everything after his death. Nick originally thought his uncle might be nuts, but then he thought about the possibility of law enforcement coming after him again. They arrested him once for no reason. But then the zombie horde showed up instead. Maybe there wasn't a difference between flesh-eating monsters and government officials? His stomach shook from the hearty laugh as he celebrated his little joke. The distraction prevented him from knowing Shirley slipped back into the living room. "I'm sorry for being such a bitch before, Nicky. Watching those people die made me sad. Here's your beer." Shirley stood in all her glory, presenting a cold beer, and wearing the same costume she wore the night he first met her. 3 scant triangles of shiny gold material, strategically placed to cover her best assets. Well, they almost covered them. He guessed it was the minimum amount of material required to keep the club legal. Shirley's bright ginger hair faded to a dull auburn color, confirming Nick's suspicion her stage shade came from a bottle. But she still possessed all the same sexy curves in all the right places she had 5 years before, when Nick put his first dollar bill into the garter belt wrapped around her supple right thigh. Rich honey-brown freckles peppered her otherwise pale skin, and he longed to run his hands over every inch of her body. He took the beer with a sneer on his face. "Dance for me, baby. Like you did back at the club." Nick watched her slow dance while his lust for her grew, reliving those fond memories from the club. He sipped his cold beer and cherished the warm thoughts of freedom before prison and the apocalypse. Afterward, they would slip between the sheets and explore each other's bodies, ignoring the fall of civilization for a few hours. A tryst with Shirley, and then a ride in his new military transport truck. He'd fly down the road, running down zombies without prejudice. What a glorious day this shaped up to be. Luck fell Nick's way at last, and it only took the fall of civilization for him to become the king. With Shirley as his queen, they'd rule the land of the dead. Chapter 7. Kate. The tan behemoth of a truck appeared in Kate's peripheral vision, as it reached the intersection at the same time their Hummer did. Danny's eyes were elsewhere, and he missed the vehicle as big as a house. Even if he noticed, the Hummer with its off-road tires wouldn't have been able to maneuver quickly enough to make a difference. Sheet metal howled as it took on new shapes, and the huge Hummer spun out of control. After what seemed like hours but had only been seconds, Kate found a view of the ground outside her window. Kate struggled to calm her breathing, and after recovering, took a quick survey of her surroundings. Blood splattered her clothing, but she discovered the source, a large cut across Danny's face. He had suffered severe injuries, while Kate only had a few minor cuts and bruises. Karma dealt a mighty blow to Danny after he kidnapped her. His gun laid on the ground next to her head, where the passenger side window had been. She picked it up, released her harness, and climbed through the back window of the wreckage. Kate never stopped to look back at Danny because he received the reward due him for his deeds. At first, Kate saw nothing, and she questioned seeing the other vehicle. Then her eyes settled on the skid marks and the missing sections of the guardrail. A large tan military transport truck sat halfway down the embankment, parked against an ancient oak tree. Bodies covered the ground around the accident scene below. She almost walked away, but then she saw the three people strapped into the back of the truck. One was a military man dressed in a dirty uniform, and Kate knew she needed all the help she could find. After climbing into the back of the transport vehicle, she stumbled on the slanted deck. The label on the man's chest read Perez, and he had an assault rifle strapped across his body. His eyes were closed, but Kate watched the rise and fall of his chest as she approached him. "Mister, you need to wake up." She shook his shoulders while she spoke, but he didn't respond. Moans and groans and the shuffle of advancing feet closed in. "Come on, soldier. Wake up, Perez." Kate spoke as loud as she dared while she continued to shake the man's shoulders. This time, he groaned and his eyes fluttered before they finally opened wide and attempted to focus. "You're okay, thank goodness. We need to go because the monsters are coming." Her voice trembled and the accent she tried so hard to hide her entire life slipped through. Perez didn't jump into action as she hoped, but he shook his head while he remained seated. The confusion in his eyes lessened. His eyes surveyed the scene as he unbuckled his harness and pushed past Kate to the other two occupied seats. Kate wanted to cry out for him to hurry, but she remained silent. Perez stopped in front of a preteen girl and spoke. "Are you okay?" This young lady had been conscious even though the two adults weren't, but Kate passed her by. She responded in a clear voice. "Yes. Just sore all over. Mom isn't awake. Help her." As she finished speaking, she stood, pushed Perez and Kate out of her way, and went to the third occupied seat. The girl's prompting caused the woman to gasp loudly and open her eyes. "Thank God, Mom, you're awake. There was an accident. We have to go." Before the woman moved, Kate watched her lift her shirt and display an ugly black and blue bruise. Kate knew nothing about medicine, but recognized the signs of internal damage. The sounds of the advancing crowd of the dead continued to close in, and Kate regretted taking this side trip. "Ma'am, I know it hurts, but we have to go. We'll take care of your injuries after we're safe." Perez must have heard the approaching mob too, since he focused on action. He helped the three women down from the angled truck bed, and they limped down the road. Kate hoped the soldier had a plan for survival because she didn't. "We need to pick up the pace. Those monsters aren't far behind, and I don't have enough ammo left to defend us. We need to find a place to hide." Great, she wasted her valuable time rescuing these people, and this soldier was impotent. If Kate was honest, then she knew nothing about guns and protecting herself. The pistol she carried belonged to Danny, and she never fired it or even knew how many bullets it held. On its side it read AUK and had the number 19 after the letters. Maybe it held 19 bullets. Since Kate didn't even know how to shoot the pistol, she shouldn't be so hard on Perez. They stumbled down the road to an unknown destination, while Kate smelled the stench of death as it closed in on them. The injured woman really slowed them down, but Perez continued to assist her. Kate would have left her behind. Survival of the fittest. His dark eyes shone with danger and possibly fear, but Kate thought the terror she saw might have been a reflection of her own and not his. "We could hide there." Kate looked at the strange house on stilts the preteen girl pointed to. Perez turned toward the structure and urged them all onward. The house might save them because it would allow the horde to pass underneath them. Her altruism at the crash site might pay off for Kate. As they reached the stairs, the Perez spoke. "Everyone stay here while I check it out." After he raced up the stairs unencumbered by the injured woman, Kate spoke. I hope he doesn't take long. They're going to catch us. I can smell them. The girl and the woman stared at Kate, but neither responded. Tough crowd. It felt like hours with the threat closing in and the unfriendly company, but Perez appeared at the front door and signaled for them to enter. It's clear. Get inside. Kate found the strange home comfortable inside. An open-concept interior provided clear sightlines around 3 sides of the structure. Light, bright, and white would describe the decorating. 4 open doors led to 3 bedrooms and a common bathroom. She didn't set off to explore the rooms herself, but observed through the doorways. Either the former owners left them open before they fled for greener pastures, or Perez did when he checked the place out. Within a minute after they closed the door behind them, Kate heard the gaggle from the undead monsters as they passed below her feet. The woman and the girl embraced each other on the sofa, while Perez sat and stared at the front door with his rifle at the ready. The moans, groans, and jostling of the mob put Kate on edge, so she paced around the home's open living area. Hours passed without a word spoken. Kate couldn't speak for the others, but she knew fear of alerting the horde to their presence kept her quiet. She stepped softly as she paced, but Kate couldn't stop herself from wandering. The sounds of stomping feet quieted, and Kate peeked out the window to see if the horde passed. Thousands of mindless stomping feet had left utter destruction in their wake. It looked like a major storm came through with all the debris scattered about. Windstorms didn't normally tear up the grass and destroy shrubs and small trees as the mob of monsters had. With no other threats visible outside, Kate turned back to the others. Perez sat focused on the front door, pointing his weapon at an invisible enemy intrusion, while the woman and child still locked arms on the sofa. They're gone. We need to get moving. 2 sets of eyes turned toward Kate's voice, but Perez remained focused on the front door. She needed to get them moving if they wanted to stay alive. Who knew what other threats would come if they stayed here? Why did she rescue a useless soldier and 2 weak females? Hey Perez. Get it together. We've got to go. He didn't turn from the door, even when Kate addressed him. Kate needed to figure out a way to get him to snap out of this stupor. Maybe we can stay here. We're safe from the zombies. The young girl broke her silence. Look, your mother needs medical attention, and we're going to need food and water. The zombies have passed by, but they might return. Plus, Perez said he had no ammo left. No one responded to her pleas. Crap, she might have been better off on her own. Kate needed them to understand how screwed they were, or she'd have to ditch them. Chapter 8. Ruth. Her side throbbed, and spikes of pain radiated throughout her entire midsection with each breath. But Ruth wasn't ready to give up and die. At least not yet. Who would watch over Anna and keep her safe if she gave up? Ruth grew tired of the bossy, tall blonde woman. She showed up after the crash and attempted to take charge. The nameless woman stood a couple of inches taller than Ruth's own 5'6" frame, and her cold blue eyes radiated no warmth. But Ruth didn't see either fact as a reason to follow her. While the unending crowd of monsters marched underneath them, this chick never stopped her walking. She paced the floor, radiating a nervous energy Ruth couldn't stand, and she stopped to glance out the windows every time she passed by. The only thing worse than the woman's constant pacing had been Perez's complete lack of movement. Ruth wondered at one point if he still lived because he sat motionless on the floor, transfixed on the front door. She wasn't sure what broke Perez, but Ruth needed him to become functional again. They needed the trained soldier to stay alive and protect them. Anna clung to Ruth during the entire undead stampede, and she hoped her daughter wouldn't fall apart too. Ruth's broken body distracted her, and she didn't have the energy to keep Anna sane. Most 12-year-old girls only worried about the mean girls of middle school, rather than being eaten alive by zombies or raped by evil men. Would things ever return to normal for any of them? Moans and groans, along with the constant crashing of the crowd against the poles holding up the house, faded away. It felt like hours had passed them by, and it might have been days or weeks for all Ruth knew. Bright light shone through the wraparound windows, proclaiming the early hour of the day. She gathered her thoughts and started to speak, but the blonde woman talked over her. "They're gone. We need to get moving." The woman looked through the window before speaking these words, so Ruth believed all the zombies had disappeared. Their elevated perch provided a view of the entire area because of the open fields nearby. Perez didn't acknowledge her words or break his gaze away from the closed door in front of him. Ruth hadn't been a therapist before the dead walked, and starting a practice now seemed like a fool's errand. The woman's voice interrupted her thoughts a second time. "Hey, Perez. Get it together. We've got to go." She saw the value in the solitaire too. What value did the injured woman and her 12-year-old daughter hold for the woman? Since the woman carried a pistol with her, Ruth didn't want to know the answer to the question. Even after being addressed directly by the woman, Perez still didn't respond. What was up with him? "Maybe we can stay here. We're safe inside this house," Anna said. Ruth saw some wisdom in her daughter's words, but she knew the folly of them too. Who knew what other threats waited for them, or even what supplies this house still held? Plus, as the pain blossomed further, Ruth knew she needed a doctor to treat her injuries. How far would she even be able to walk? As Ruth thought about these concerns, the woman spoke again. "Your mother needs medical attention, and we're going to need supplies. The zombies have left for now, but they might return. Plus, we don't know who we can trust." No one spoke for a few moments, and Ruth thought they all lost their minds. Stress could break the most sane person, and they had been through so much already. The minutes felt like hours as they passed, but then Perez stood and turned toward the couch where Ruth and Anna sat. He pointed to her side before he spoke. "Ma'am, may I look at your injuries?" Anna backed away while Ruth lifted her shirt to expose the large, ugly bruise blossoming on her side. He kneeled down to inspect her injury. "Sorry, this may hurt. I'm not a medic, but I've had battlefield first aid training." Perez prod her side, and Ruth couldn't help the gasp of air she let out when his hands touched the tender spot. Black spots grew in front of her eyes, and the blackness spread through her vision as it tried to claim her. "If I were to guess, you have either bruised or broken ribs. They're going to hurt for a while, but make sure you take deep breaths. I have some acetaminophen in my kit you can take. Sorry, I have nothing stronger for pain, ma'am." "Sweetheart, can you look for some bottled water in the kitchen for your mother?" Perez said. Anna glanced between the soldier and her mother, with a confused look on her face. Ruth nodded to Anna when she noticed the girl's questioning look. Anna rose from the couch and walked the 10 steps to the open kitchen area. Within a minute, Anna returned with a bottle of spring water she pulled from a lower cabinet. Ruth took the bottle of water and the pills from the outstretched hands. Before she could take them, the soldier spoke again. "And you. Get away from the windows. No sense making our presence known to the entire neighborhood." The woman with the cold blue eyes glared at Perez, but she took 3 steps away from the glass. It appeared the warrior had returned to life, and he readied himself to take command. His eyes swept through the room. "It's getting late and will be dark soon. Traveling during the night with those things out there is suicide. We can find transportation in the morning, and then be on our way." "No, I think we need to leave now." The woman pointed her pistol at Perez. Her knuckles turned white, and the barrel shook. He stood, strolled over to her and grabbed her wrist. After a quick twist, the blonde woman stood cradling her arm while Perez held her gun. "If you want to remain among the living, then never point a gun at me. Do you understand?" Her lips trembled, and she continued to hold her wrist as she nodded. Perez checked the weapon before he slid it into his belt. Okay, let's start over. You can call me Perez. I was a sergeant in the U.S. Army. If we're going to survive, then we need to work together, not against each other. Got it? My name is Anna, and this is my mom, Ruth. Thank you for helping her, Sergeant. Perez nodded at Anna and smiled. Then all three sets of eyes turned to the blonde woman. She stood supporting her right wrist with her left hand with a big frown on her pretty face. Her shoulders slumped, and she looked like she might start crying. My name is Kate. Sorry about the misunderstanding. To Ruth's ears, she sounded not the least bit sorry, but Perez appeared to ignore her whiny tone. Anna, could you look in the kitchen and see what you can find for supplies? Ruth, hang tight. You need to rest because we're going to have to hike tomorrow, and those ribs won't heal overnight. Remember to take deep breaths so you don't get pneumonia. Kate, you can help me barricade the front door. Everyone jumped into action, including Kate, even though she didn't appear eager to work with Perez. Anna walked into the kitchen and dug through the cabinets to see what she could find. Perez walked toward a large sideboard next to the dining room table, waiting for Kate to help him slide it in front of the door. It looked like the plan was coming together, and they would survive the night together. Then a loud knock rattled the front door. Chapter 9. Jeremy. From his elevated perch, the big man watched all the activity as it unfolded below them. It was his property, and he hadn't finished the harvest yet. But here the U.S. Army came, invading his territory and removing his product from right under his nose. Jeremy's force grew into a formidable army in their own right, but it made no sense to take part in a battle only for ego. He wouldn't fall for a trap like that, but would rely on what won the American Revolution: guerrilla warfare. The fools hiding below him must have listened to the repeating message on the radio, since they all ran when the soldiers sounded the alarm. All the lost revenue raced toward the military transport trucks and their uniformed saviors. Maybe they should have thought to do the same thing themselves? People would willingly surrender to his crew without a fight if they thought they'd be safe. They were taking all these people somewhere, and there would be opportunities for Jeremy to exploit. Wilson. Have a couple of men follow those trucks when they leave. We need to know their destination. There'll be opportunities awaiting us there. Yes, boss. The giant turned and walked into the warehouse to ready his soldiers. Wilson had been with Jeremy from the start and proved himself to be a loyal lieutenant. Jeremy stood 6'2" at a solid 240 pounds of pure gym-built and drug-supplemented muscle, and he looked like a dwarf standing next to Wilson. He didn't know what Wilson saw in him, but Jeremy was grateful to have the big man on his side. Even if he was an idiot. Gunshots turned Jeremy's attention to the scene below them. Good thing they never tried the siren thing, because the sound drew another group to the party. This mob contained thousands of the undead, who Jeremy thought weren't much different from the typical lazy American before the apocalypse. At least the zombies had a goal and worked together as an efficient killing force. Jeremy should be grateful, because he now practiced his craft out in the open without interference from the authorities. The former government officials became zombies themselves, or were too busy fighting the monsters for survival to interfere with his plans. While the weapons sounded below, one truck raced away, but the attacking undead force overwhelmed the others. A few soldiers, no matter how well trained, were no match for a crowd of zombies this large. Jeremy laughed at the fate of the fighting men, but he mourned the loss of those in the neighborhood he could have exploited. What a waste of human capital. The loud crunch of metal drew Jeremy's attention from the melee in the neighborhood to an accident scene a short distance away. A civilian Humvee crashed into the fleeing military transport truck. He roared with laughter as he surveyed the scene. The crash scattered bodies about like a toddler driven mad from too much sugar who tired of playing with their dolls. What a mess! His good mood disappeared, and the dark clouds settled in as Jeremy counted the corpses of the wasted inventory because of their foolishness. Wilson wouldn't be able to tail them back to the survival camp either, which proved to be a setback. One they could recover from, but not easily. As these depressing thoughts swirled through his mind, he caught movement at the accident scene. Jeremy grabbed the binoculars to get a closer look. A woman climbed from the crashed H1 and peered at the wreckage. She climbed down the hill to where the military transport rested. Damn, this had just gotten interesting. While he waited for her to reappear, Wilson walked back into the room. Sorry, boss. The truck crash. Never mind, Wilson. There's at least one survivor from the wreck. An opportunity still exists. We can worry about the rest of the survivors later. Wilson walked over and looked over Jeremy's shoulder. Jeremy hated when Wilson did this because it made him feel small. The last man who made him feel small died once Jeremy got big enough to do something about it. He was sure Wilson meant nothing by his insubordination, but Jeremy still didn't like it. One day, Jeremy might take out Wilson, but today wouldn't be that day. Look, boss. They escaping. The big man's words brought Jeremy back to the task at hand. Sure enough, the woman from the H1 staggered away with 3 others, away from the horde. One of the 3 sported his dirty and tattered tan camouflaged uniform with an assault rifle strapped across his body. Since he eyed a couple of candidates who fit his business needs, Jeremy cheered the ragtag group of survivors on. They headed to Stilt's place, boss. Again, Jeremy laughed, except this time it was because of Wilson's butchering of the English language. What were they teaching kids these days? A big, ugly house which sat on 10-foot-high pylons drew the group of crash survivors in. It had to be the soldiers' idea, since the elevated structure might save them from the hungry crowd of zombies about to overrun them. No way any of the women came up with the idea. Wilson, gather a couple of men. After the horde passes, we'll pay them a visit. Yes, boss. 4 men stood before the closed door. Jeremy looked around the deck and wondered what warped mind would build a house like this hundreds of miles from the shore. More than likely, they were zombies now themselves. No chance to ask them. Wilson and 3 of his capable soldiers stood behind him, all armed and ready for action. He hated being the shortest member of the crew, but took solace in the fact he possessed the most brain power. Probably more brains than the others combined. Wilson interrupted his thoughts by stepping around him and banging on the door. One day, he'd put Wilson in his place, but only after Jeremy finished with his services. Whispered words came from the other side of the door, but Jeremy couldn't decipher their meaning. Time passed and no one opened the door. How rude. Wilson's muscles twitched and Jeremy saw him preparing to break the door down. A simple tap on his shoulder and a shake of Jeremy's head made him stand down. For all his flaws, Wilson knew his place as brainless muscle. As the clock ticked and Jeremy considered using Wilson as a human battering ram, the door swung in, revealing the woman from the crash. Up close, he found her to be tall and thin like a model, with icy blue eyes and well-defined features. She was a real beauty that would bring him a small fortune on the open market. The Orions would pay plenty. He hit the jackpot with this one, and almost forgot to talk in his excitement. Greetings, friends. Jeremy spoke as he pushed past the woman and into the house. His men behind him would assure she stayed put, and everyone else inside the house behaved. The soldier raised his rifle to take aim at the intruders, but Wilson tore the weapon from his hands. With the force the big man could generate, Soldier Boy better hope his finger hadn't gotten stuck in the trigger guard, or he might not have it anymore. Now. Is that any way to treat new friends? We've come in peace to help you, and we will. Are there any other surprises we should know about in here? 4 sets of eyes stared back at him. Jeremy loved to see the fear and helplessness in people's eyes. It made him feel alive when he controlled life and death. His eyes ran over the occupants of the room as he sized up the merchandise. The blonde by the door he had already decided to take. If the soldier had fluid morals, he might consider him, but he tried to protect the women, so he would be a big no. The sofa held a preteen girl with a small athletic build, perfect for the caves. She clung to an older woman who might be her mother, but Jeremy saw only damaged goods. He didn't run a charity, so he would leave her behind too. Zombies would claim the leftovers soon enough. Never mind. Y'all must be shy. Well, the good news is we're here to save you. Maybe not all of you, but there's nothing personal. It's just business. After speaking, Jeremy gave them a polite bow and then pointed to the 2 female survivors he claimed. 2 of the behemoths grabbed the blonde and the girl, while Wilson stepped forward with the last brute and knocked the damaged woman and the soldier out. A dose of chloroform quieted the 2 prisoners before either caused any problems. Leave the soldier's weapon since it's useless to us. We're not barbarians after all. Jeremy laughed at his own little joke, but the stupid brutes didn't even crack a smile. Why did he waste his time with morons? Well, they served him well, even if they were boorish. As he left the house, Jeremy left the front door wide open. If the other 2 ever returned to consciousness, they'd have to fight off any zombies who found their way inside while they slept. He expected to never see either of them again. What a wonderful world. Chapter 10. Nick. Nick found contentment in Shirley's arms. The afternoon of his dreams he never even imagined while locked in a solitary prison cell. Lucky for Nick, his uncle had been the crazy one, and built this mountain fortress to hide away in. With his uncle's untimely demise, Nick enjoyed the freedom to spend time alone with the love of his life. Well, love was a strong word. Lust of the moment would be a better description of their relationship. When something better came along, Shirley would be history. He'd send her packing. Nicky darling. I love you. Man, her shrill voice still drove him nuts. Not in a good way, either. Good thing she had other assets besides her voice for him to exploit. Yeah, sure. Get me a beer. Shirley scowled at him but kept her mouth shut. This time. Thank the gods for this minor miracle. He watched her naked body wiggle in all the right places as she sashayed out of the room. She looked as hot as the day he found her in the gentleman's club 5 years ago. Before his time in prison deprived him of her body. Thoughts of Shirley kept him going while locked away. But now stuck with her every day, he didn't know how much more he could stand before he killed her. Thanks for the beer, baby. He smiled at Shirley and meant it, but she returned an evil glare. If looks could kill, they'd both be dead by now. Shirley wrapped her silk kimono around her and stomped out of the room. She would return to him. Where else would she go? Nothing but death sat outside their home. Enough distractions. Time to head out and claim his new military transport truck. Joyriding down the road and running down zombies might excite him more than a roll in the hay with Shirley. Then again, maybe not. He reached for his reinforced motorcycle jeans, a plain white t-shirt, and an armored jacket to complete the ensemble. The pants wouldn't stop a bullet, but the jacket might, however, neither would allow human teeth to gain purchase on his flesh. Zombies didn't know how to shoot a gun, but they knew how to gnaw and bite. To assure his continued safety, Nick took the sawed-off shotgun and the Smith & Wesson Model 29 Magnum pistol. It was the same weapon Dirty Harry proclaimed to be the most powerful handgun in the world. Harry's words were no longer true, but the pistol still packed an unstoppable punch. A red-handled machete strapped to the side of his dirt bike had a blade honed to a razor's edge. Nick would face down any threat, living or dead, with confidence. Keep the door locked while I'm gone and stay away from the windows. Stay safe, Nicky. What would she do without him? No need for her to worry, because he would be back within an hour, along with his new toy. Life was grand, even in the apocalypse. He kicked the starter, and the bike roared to life. No need to worry about the zombies catching him, since the 450cc engine would zip him out of any trouble before their cold, dead hands got close to him. Nick felt like the invincible king of the apocalypse as he sat on his motorcycle and revved the engine. As he eased the dirt bike through the gate, Nick decided which route to take into town. The most direct route down the mountain led to the far side of town, away from his treasure. Then Nick would have to follow the state highway around the mountain and back into town. Even on the paved roads, Nick was confident no one living or dead could touch him, but it added an hour to his travel time. The military transport truck would have to follow this route back to his fortress. To save time on the way down, he'd take the meandering hiking trail straight into the neighborhood. Less than half the travel time, but on a trail built with walking in mind. No thought given to motorized vehicles during its construction. Nick nursed the throttle on his descent, and the large displacement engine coughed and belched black smoke from its exhaust. If he couldn't open the throttle up soon and blow it out, the bike might stall and leave him stranded on the trail. The road down the opposite side of the mountain might have been the better choice. There would be no going back now, since he passed the halfway mark and already invested too much time. Another football field length of trail passed, and the choked engine crapped out. Damn it! He kicked the starter half a dozen times, but the engine sputtered and died. After a dozen attempts, Nick had to face the truth. He'd have to walk the rest of the way down the mountain, because he fouled the spark plug of his beloved motorcycle. The good news was the zombies were too stupid to shamble up the meandering path, so he wouldn't have to worry about the dead. Bad news always follows the good, and in this case it meant he would hoof it the rest of the way to his prized military transport truck. At least he'd have a ride back up the hill to his encampment, and Shirley would be waiting for his return. As he trudged down the path, he daydreamed about exploring Shirley's body. His pleasant thoughts about Shirley's naked flesh ended with the sound of screeching tires. Based upon a lifetime of trouble, Nick responded by diving behind cover. The oak tree had to be a century old and would conceal him from any prying eyes, even if they knew of his presence. Its hard wood and girth provided ample protection from any gunfire, so he felt confident when he peeked around the trunk. A bright yellow Camaro and 3 large SUVs parked in front of the 3 military trucks. They disgorged half a dozen of the largest men Nick ever saw, and he came across some giants while in prison. The men fanned out and secured the perimeter like a well-oiled army squad. All carried assault rifles, even though most didn't need the weapons based on their physical size. Once they secured the area, the driver's side door of the Z-28 opened, and another large man stepped out. Nick watched as this man surveyed the scene. He addressed the men gathered around the vehicles. His voice echoed through the valley, but Nick couldn't decipher the words because of the distance separating them. After the man finished his speech, half the big men remained in place, scanning the area around the trucks. The other half turned toward the vehicles and threw dead bodies from the cargo areas and the cabs. Within minutes, piles of bodies covered the ground, and 3 large displacement diesel engines roared to life. While the men worked, the boss man wandered over to the passenger side of his car. A blonde woman sat in the seat, and he caressed her face through the open window. She recoiled from his touch, and he laughed at her reaction. No one would ever call Nick a decent man, but he could tell this man was pure evil. Evil men knew evil when they saw it. Just as quickly as they appeared, the group returned to their vehicles, and the caravan departed the neighborhood. Nick needed to know where this threat lived, but they passed from his view before he could guess their destination. He raced back up the trail to where he abandoned the dirt bike. Mounting the motorcycle, he kicked the starter a dozen times. All his efforts resulted in a few coughs and sputters from the large displacement engine, but it wouldn't stay running. Damn it. Chapter 11. Ruth. Pain enveloped Ruth. It permeated every part of her being, until she knew nothing else. The blackness became murkiness as she tried to force her eyes open, but Ruth couldn't remember anything but misery. She longed for unconsciousness to claim her again, to escape the tendrils of agony gnawing on every delicate nerve ending. What happened to her? Had she been in a car accident? Ruth attempted to pull herself into a sitting position from the soft but scratchy surface where she laid. The slight attempt at movement caused the world to spin like a tilt-a-whirl. As the motion slowed, Ruth forced her eyes open and found her vision blurred. Only her right eye would cooperate with her will. Each small breath sent a renewed spike of pain through her torso, and dryness burned her raw throat. Her spinning head caused her stomach to heave, and the small breakfast she ate hours ago made a second appearance. This time on the floor next to her. Ruth continued to heave until bile burned her mouth. Fog swirled through her brain, only a slit of light came through her left eye, and Ruth couldn't make sense of anything. Where was she? A strange moan and thump boomed from across the room. She willed her eyes to open and focus, but all she could make out were strange shadows. The shadows performed a jerky dance, and things crashed to the ground as it bowled its way around the perimeter of the room. Stop that. You need to be careful. Ruth couldn't be sure if the words came out of her mouth the way they sounded in her brain. Her body, like her left eye, wouldn't cooperate with her will. She attempted to stand so she could confront the intruder, but all Ruth accomplished was crashing back onto her butt while her head spun and her stomach churned. The commotion alerted the visitor to her presence, and it turned toward the noise. Stay away from me. This time Ruth attempted to yell the words, but her voice sounded strange to her own ears. Cotton mouth became a parched desert, and she managed no other sound. The stranger lunged at her like a drunk at a frat party, and its dead weight crashed into her seated body. Teeth snapped near her head, and Ruth's nose filled with a stench of rot and decay. It smelled like roadkill after it spent a day or two in the broiling summer sun. Sensory overload from the snapping, the grotesque smell, and the crushing weight finally drove the fog from her brain, and she remembered. Zombies. With all her strength, Ruth tried to push the monster off of her. He was more handsy than a drunk frat boy on a Saturday night, and her muscles tired quickly. A nightmare date from hell. They rolled around on the sofa, and she longed to find a way out of this deadly wrestling match. Grinding teeth inched closer to her neck, and Ruth knew this hickey would be painful and her last. Tears flowed from her right eye because she knew the end had come for her. Too much pain and not enough strength left in her body to fight. She hoped Anna would be able to continue on after her death. Ruth's muscles failed and the yellow teeth closed in. The monster opened his mouth and pressed down toward her delicate flesh. She closed her one good eye and prepared for the pain. Then there was nothing. No pain and no weight pressing down on her anymore. Maybe she had died. A crash from across the room drew her attention. Perez stood over the monster with a deadly-looking knife in his hand. He collapsed on the monster and drove the shiny blade through its eye socket. The zombie immediately ceased all movement. Before she could react, he turned toward the front door of the house and slammed it. She watched his eyes search every corner of the room before he walked back to her. Are you okay? Perez wheezed and coughed as he gasped between each word. He appeared to have taken a beating, just like Ruth felt she had. Who attacked them? Yes, I'm fine, Ruth said. Her mouth was still dry, but she found it easier to form words now. What happened? Those men attacked us. His coughing faded as Perez spoke and regained his breath. She imagined his throat must be as raw and dry as hers. Ruth's mind ran backward, trying to pull the details of the attack from the fog. Huge men stormed into the house. They spread out and grabbed the four of them. A giant of a man struck her on the left side of her head, and then Ruth's world turned black. Where was Kate? Oh no. Where was Anna? Ruth tried to stand again, but the entire world spun, and she crashed down onto the sofa. Easy now. They took Anna. We have to get her back. Perez scanned the room for a second time, but this time he moved slower. He bent down and picked up his rifle. After inspecting the weapon, he slung it over his shoulder. He took a few steps, repeated the process with his pistol, and returned it to a holster strapped to his side. Then he crashed down into the chair across from her. Yes. We'll get her back. Neither of us are in any shape to chase after them. I'm low on ammo. We need a plan first. She's my daughter. We need to save her. I understand. But you can't even stand up. They beat us. We need to recover and form a plan. Otherwise, we'll end up dead. Then we won't be able to save her or ourselves. Ruth glared at the soldier, but she knew he was right. She never even touched a gun before, so she needed to rely on Perez. His coughing lessened the more he spoke, but he still suffered from whatever injuries they inflicted on him. Without her equilibrium restored, Ruth wouldn't be able to walk across the room, never mind fight with giants. Instead of being stranded with a superhero, she was stuck with a normal human man, and all the weaknesses that came with it. Her motherly love made her want to act, but action without a plan would doom them all. Okay, what do you suggest? We need water, food, and rest. Then we return to the wrecked truck. Gather what supplies we can and find out where those monsters took your daughter. She nodded. Ruth didn't like waiting, but she couldn't remain standing, and she had no better ideas. Even with the element of surprise, Ruth didn't know how they could defeat those men. They were all armed, had nasty dispositions, were brutal and huge. The thought of not seeing Anna again filled her mind, but she tried to push it deep down inside of her. If she let this fear get the better of her, it would become a self-fulfilling prophecy, and she would never see Anna again. Perez struggled from his seat and stumbled into the kitchen. He slammed doors and drawers before returning to the seating area with 2 bottles of water and a box of cereal bars. Ruth took a long pull on the water and then downed 2 of the cereal bars. The liquid soothed her parched throat, and the bars filled her recently evacuated stomach. These simple treats brought her a little relief from her aches and pains. Her eyes became heavy, and Ruth desired sleep over everything else. If she gave in and closed her eyes now, would she ever wake up again? Chapter 12. Anna. Anna awoke with a start. Her throat and nose burned with every breath. A churning stomach made her wonder if she caught a bug. As she sat up, the room spun, and Anna laid back down to stop it from moving. The only time she ever felt like this was when she spent the night at her best friend Carol's house. Carol's sister had been in high school and brought the 2 girls to a party with her. It was the first and last time Anna tried beer, and she woke up the next morning feeling just like she did now. She sighed and wondered if Carol or her older sister were still alive. Pulling herself into a sitting position took effort, but she accomplished the task without hurling. Not wanting to puke, Anna turned slowly to survey her surroundings. She sat on a flat surface built into the wall and covered by a thin mattress. The room measured about 6 feet square with an 8-foot-high ceiling. No windows opened to the outside, but a metal mesh material made up the top of the small door. It allowed light to penetrate, but the tight mesh obscured her view through it. A small recessed single light fixture illuminated the space from above. Curiosity would normally drive her to try the door, but she saw no handle on her side to even attempt to open it. Where was she? How did she get here? Random thoughts swirled through her mind, and Anna found it difficult to focus on any of them. It felt like she pulled a week's worth of all-nighters preparing for a final exam. The problem was, she couldn't even remember the subject the test covered. As the churning in her stomach and the spinning of the room subsided, memories emerged from the mist. A siren sounding, running, gunfire, an accident, more running, a stampede of zombies, a knock at the door, her mom, and then blackness. Wait, her mom. Without regard for the state of her head or stomach, she leapt off the bed and banged on the door. Mom! Where are you? Let me out of here, now. Anna continued to drum on the door with her fists as she yelled. Before she could scream again, the door popped open and Anna came face to face with a large man. In fact, it was the same large man who banged on the door of the house they hid inside of. An even larger bald man stood behind the bearded man with his arms crossed in front of him. His biceps were the size of bowling balls. What's all the racket? How do you expect people to concentrate while you're screaming? It's disrespectful. Where's my mother? The damaged woman from the sofa. Sorry, left her behind. She had no use. Lucky for you, you do. Otherwise, I might have left you behind to die with them. You need to get her. She needs medical help. Maybe, but she's not my concern. It's not your concern anymore either. You need to be concerned about pleasing me. If you please me, your life will be pleasant. I won't have sex with you. The man roared with laughter. He turned to the bigger man who stood behind him. Do you hear her, Wilson? She thinks I'm one of those pedophiles. Anna watched the two men laugh together and wondered what they found so funny. They were giants compared to her, but she would fight them to the death before she let either of them rape her. When the time came, she would strike or run. Their laughter faded and the man turned back toward Anna. Sorry, I think we got off on the wrong foot. My name is Jeremy, and this is Wilson. Neither of us rape kids or put up with anyone who does. If anyone here tries to touch you that way, tell us and we'll kill them ourselves. That being said, I still have a business to run, and I need small fit employees like yourself. Work hard for me and everything will be fine. What's your name? She didn't know if it was the fog in her head, but the words the man spoke confused her. Not wanting to show weakness, she stared directly into his eyes without blinking. Hello. I'm talking to you, sweetheart. I'd like to call you by your name. Things will be easier if you cooperate with me. Anna. Hello, Anna. Well, you're going to get a decent meal shortly, and we'll get to rest. Tomorrow morning, we'll put you to work in the caves. It's a simple job. Harvest the mushrooms growing inside of the caves. Easy peasy. Mushrooms? What do you want with mushrooms? Why can't you pick them yourself? So many questions. Me and my crew are all quite large. Makes us excellent fighters, but unable to fit inside of the caves. The mushrooms make a powerful drug that young people like yourself used to love. It turns out the same drug affects the zombies, allowing you to control them. A deep belly laugh racked Jeremy's body after he explained her fate. Anna knew he was a psychopath, and she would have to be careful plotting her escape. Jeremy turned and slammed the door in her face. Anna heard the lock click into place as two sets of feet stomped, and the laughter faded away. Now what? She pushed on the door, but it wouldn't budge. There'd be no chance of escape until someone opened the door from the outside. In the far corner of the small room sat a one-piece stainless steel toilet and sink. Anna found it operational, but there was nothing she could break off of it to use as a tool or weapon. The shelf under the mattress was solid and showed no weakness for her to exploit. Too bad no one left a toolkit and a loaded pistol underneath it. Not finding any way to escape, Anna sat on the bed and waited to see what happened next. After a short wait, she heard footsteps tromping down the hallway toward her cell. They stopped outside of her door. Step away from the door and sit on the bed. I'm bringing food in, and will leave you hungry if you don't obey. The voice didn't match Jeremy or Wilson, and sounded younger than either of the men. If she were to guess, he wasn't much older than her. Anna had been sitting on the bed and she knew food would keep her energy up, so she didn't move. If she starved to death, escape wouldn't be possible, and she planned on running when she found the opportunity. Well, what? Are you sitting on the bed or not? Do you want this meal? Yes, I'm on the bed. Okay, you better stay there. A click came from the lock and then the door creaked open. Anna noted the door opened out and wondered if this might help her escape. The boy who walked in might have been 13 or 14, like his voice betrayed. His green eyes darted around the cell as he placed the tray of food on the floor next to the open door. He wasn't much taller than Anna, but he weighed at least 30 pounds more than her. She ran track while he must have run to the dinner table. Greasy brown hair covered his head, looking like he hadn't washed it for a week. Thank you for the food. The boy's green eyes cut through her. They weren't angry or cruel but looked scared. Why would he fear her? Anna was the one locked in a cell, not him. You don't have to be afraid of me. He jerked his head toward her voice and stared while he wiped his hands on the legs of his jeans. Anna gave up on getting a response from him, but then he spoke. There shall be no interaction with the prisoners. There's your food. Eat it or not. I don't care either way. I'll be back in half an hour to take the tray. You better finish it before then, because I'm taking it away no matter what. With these last words, he slammed the door. The instant the door closed, she heard the lock click back into place. Building trust hadn't worked, so she'd have to develop a new strategy to escape. Footsteps stomped away from her cage. Now she knew the way out. The tray held a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, an individual container of applesauce, a package of chocolate chip cookies, and a half-liter bottle of cola with a blue label. They included a plastic spoon and a paper napkin. Not bad considering, but not a meal from a fancy restaurant. Anna ate the food and pondered the effectiveness of the spoon or tray as a weapon. Both utensils were made of plastic, so she decided they wouldn't do any damage except to the environment. Without an effective weapon, Anna would need a detailed plan for a successful escape. Since she entered the cell while unconscious, she didn't even know where they held her. The steady plodding of footfalls outside the cell interrupted her random thoughts about fleeing. Anna normally planned every aspect of her life, and that part of her brain cried out to wait for the right opportunity. She had always been the opposite of impulsive. Leave the tray by the door and sit on the bed. It was the same adolescent male voice who brought the tray. He had been heavy and out of shape, so Anna was sure she could easily outrun him. But she complied with his command and sat on the bed. Are you sitting on the bed? Yes. The lock clicked and the door creaked as it opened outward. From the far side of the opening, the heavy-set boy crept into the cell. As he bent over to pick up the tray, something inside Anna snapped. She sprung from the bed and advanced on the teenager as he straightened up. Anna played a little soccer in middle school, so she imagined kicking a goal from the far side of the field. Unfortunately for the unsuspecting food boy, Anna scored. In this case, she drove her right foot into his groin with all the force she could muster. She felt a twinge of guilt as he doubled over, but not bad enough to stop from following through with an elbow to his temple. This dropped him to the ground unconscious and gave her the opportunity she needed. A quick leap got her over the prone body and out into the hallway. Here she slammed the door shut and engaged the lock, hoping it would buy her time to get away. With no further thought, Anna raced down the hallway in the direction she heard the footsteps approach from. The hallway ended at a set of stairs, facing a closed, solid metal door. Her heart pounded, and she gasped for breath as her hand hovered over the doorknob. After a turn of the knob, Anna pushed the door open. It opened to the outside, and she found a pitch-black sky. To the left, Anna saw nothing but thick trees, and toward the right, the light of a bonfire caught her eye. So Anna turned to the left and ran for her life. Caves where the mushrooms grew. Besides, the picking crew had a huge turnover because of the adverse working conditions. The fungi were a powerful drug, affecting both the living and the dead. It drove the living into a violent frenzy for half a day. If they survived this initial state without going mad, they'd slip into a listlessness lasting for weeks. They hadn't been able to come up with sufficient protective gear to shield the workforce, so most harvesters only lasted for a few weeks. Before the rise of the dead, Jeremy's men cut this drug by 99% with inert chemicals to assure they received repeat business from the many addicts they supplied. The young folk ate this stuff up like candy, and it made Jeremy rich and powerful. Then the dead rose from their graves and started walking the earth. Jeremy thought his drug empire was over until an inept employee dumped a dose on a zombie who tried to bite him. Once it contacted his desiccated skin, the monster turned into a sweet puppy dog who sought his master's approval. As the drug wore off, the zombie became extra aggressive and practically tore the unfortunate soul to pieces. The complete opposite of the effect it had on the living. Being an intelligent man, Jeremy came up with the idea of using zombies as a fighting force. He used them to keep the inhabitants of the town in their homes until he could assess their effectiveness in service to his cause. Unfortunately for the boys in uniform, they came to town before Jeremy finished his work. The monster's efficiency in disposing of the soldiers impressed him, but the zombie army went AWOL after they finished their attack. Never mind, he would recruit another fighting force soon. Jeremy would lead them to battle while he rode his motorcycle with the straight exhaust pipes, screaming with the horde like the Rough Riders of old. The ultimate apocalyptic hero. Boss. We've got problem with prisoners." Wilson's voice interrupted Jeremy's pleasant thoughts of world domination. One day, the giant would push too far and outlive his usefulness. Then Jeremy would kill him. As he turned toward the door, Jeremy noticed Wilson and Jones muscling two figures ahead of them. The smaller of the two was the fat teenage boy who repulsed Jeremy because the boy reminded him too much of himself when he was that age. Thank goodness he outgrew the blubber and toughened up after those awkward early teenage years. The second man possessed the bulk of Wilson, but Jeremy didn't know the man's name. He must be a low-level member of his crew, recruited after the fall of civilization. Pure muscle with no brains. A complete nobody, in other words. Wilson and Jones forced both of them to their knees. "What's the problem now?" "The young girl escaped, boss." "How?" "Tommy brought her food and she attacked him." Wilson pointed at the fat teenage boy, and anger surged through Jeremy. Before he could stop himself or think about the ramifications, Jeremy crossed the room and struck the teenage boy in his left temple. The boy collapsed, and Jeremy used the opportunity to deliver a boot into the boy's side, lifting him from the floor and propelling him across the room. He stood there like a madman, panting with both hands clasped as fists, ready to do more damage. "Who the hell is this other clown, Wilson?" Jeremy pointed at the second large man, who kneeled in front of Wilson. The look on the man's face was pure defiance. His lips formed a smirk, and he glared at Jeremy, undaunted by the danger he faced. "Ah. He got carried away with the woman prisoner, and killed her during sex." "So, he killed her while raping her?" Wilson cringed as he nodded. In a blur, Jeremy drew his sidearm and put a round through the man's head. Guess he'd never know the fool's name now. Blood and gray brain matter decorated the room, covering the teenager, Wilson, and Jones. Before he could do any further damage, Jeremy holstered his weapon and turned his back on the three interlopers. He knew these wild reactions would fuel the tension in the room, and this tension would lead to fear, which he used to keep these jokers in line. This would be an enormous setback to the mining operation because he couldn't send the big men down the hole. A groan came from the teenage boy, interrupting Jeremy's thoughts. He stormed across the room and grabbed the boy by his hair, while he drew him into a sitting position. Jeremy stared into the boy's face, inches away. Guess what, fatso? You get to go below ground tomorrow to harvest the mushrooms. But I'm claustrophobic. Sick-sounding moans bookended his whiny words. I guess you should have thought about that before you let a little girl beat you up and escape. Go clean yourself up because you have his brains all over you, and get a good night's sleep. Be grateful that I've treated you kindly, unlike him. Yes, sir. Tommy struggled to get his feet under him, and he limped from the room. Jeremy glared at the two other men, but both kept their eyes down. Good, they both feared him, even if they're bigger than him. Wilson, get some men together and let's find that girl. She couldn't have gotten far. Yes, boss. Before he moved, Jeremy turned to speak to Jones. Better to get them both on their way and out of his hair. Part of him wanted to kill them both too, but it wouldn't help the situation. It would put a serious hole in his dwindling army. Jones, clean this mess up. I don't want the stink of a rotting body in here. There's plenty of them wandering around outside. Jeremy roared with laughter at his own joke, but neither of his charges even cracked a smile. Tough crowd. It didn't help that both of them were morons. Even with a hearty laugh, Jeremy's attitude was terrible. All the steroids they took shrunk their minds along with their balls. The drugged zombies were supposed to be his mindless minions, not these brutes. He needed intelligent help with low motivation, since he didn't need competition at the top. At least these guys were zombie-proof because they had no brains. Jeremy roared with laughter at his new joke, but he kept it to himself. No sense gambling their inferior intellects, didn't get offended. With all the other problems brewing, Jeremy didn't need a civil war breaking out inside of his camp. Chapter 14. Perez. Perez remembered watching those Saturday morning cartoons as a child where an angel sat on one shoulder and the devil on the other. The angel would try to convince the character to do the right thing, while the devil urged them to please themselves instead. He felt that way right now, except he wasn't delusional enough to think an angel sat on either of his shoulders. Both of his shoulders were both occupied by two demons from hell, one a little less evil than the other. They screamed in stereo for him to take the easy way out. Run away now while he still could, and leave the woman to deal with her own problems. Besides, how long would she last with her injuries? He felt bad about her daughter, but she was dead now too. It was only a matter of time. If he put a bullet through her skull and then his own, it would be a kindness. An end to their pain. His eyes rested on the pistol in his right hand, wondering about which course to take. No. It hadn't been an audible cry, at least he didn't think so. Instead of it entering through his ears as a spoken voice, it came from deep down inside of him. At first he didn't recognize the voice, only knowing it wasn't Ruth's or his. She laid on the sofa, laboring for each breath during a fitful sleep. The voice who spoke came from his mother, the toughest person he ever knew. She fought the cancer for over a decade, before finally surrendering without ever complaining. Maybe his injuries were worse than he thought, and he was readying to see her again? Or he might simply be losing his mind. He thought of Occam's razor, but he didn't know which explanation was simpler. Either way, his mother's exclamation drove the demons away, and Perez found a little peace. At least enough to get up and start his day. He replaced the weapon in its holster and rose from the hard floor to search for food. The men who took Anna and Kate could have taken everything with them, but they didn't. For reasons he couldn't explain, they left the food and his weapons. Not that his gear held much value. During their escape, he fired a few rounds, but he wasn't a newbie to combat, so he used fire discipline. The supply chain broke down long before their mission to this town, so Perez started the mission with less than half the rounds he'd normally like to carry. He verified the load on both his M4 and 9mm sidearm, and confirmed the bad news. There were still enough bullets left if the murder-suicide option became the only hope, but Mom's voice drove that thought from his mind. For now. The kitchen in this house wasn't huge but well equipped. Whoever lived here before must have gone grocery shopping just before they disappeared. Perez took a box of crackers and 2 jars of peanut butter from the pantry. A 6-pack of cola in blue cans rounded out their impromptu breakfast. He returned to the living area to rouse Ruth, but Perez didn't look forward to her condemning stare. What could he have done against those attackers? They had him outgunned and outmanned. He wasn't a superhero after all, only an average soldier. If he even qualified for that title anymore. Bam! Ruth, time to wake up. After his prodding, Ruth moaned and groaned in response. Without thinking, his right hand went to the holstered pistol. Before he could draw the weapon, Ruth's eyes popped open and Perez could tell she was still among the living. He silently chided himself for almost gunning the woman down. However, one needed to be extra vigilant in this apocalyptic world. As she attempted to sit up, Perez watched her wince with the effort. Perez reached over to help her up, but she slapped his hands away. "Ma'am, I'm just trying to." "I know what you're trying to do, and I don't need your help. Maybe if you helped before." Ruth's comments drifted off, but the fire in her eyes let Perez know she blamed him for their current predicament. He maintained eye contact with her deep gray eyes, but not in a defiant or aggressive way. Rather, he hoped his dark eyes said he was sorry for all his failures, because he felt distressed deep down inside. After what felt like hours but more than likely had been seconds, Ruth turned away from his stare. Perez couldn't guess how she felt because he never had a child. At least one he knew about. The loss must be soul-crushing. "I found some food in the kitchen. We should eat, so we can figure out how to save Anna." She took the jar of peanut butter, the spoon, and the can of cola from him. Ruth ignored the crackers as she glowered at Perez. He guessed it would be the only thanks he received. Perez noticed she moved in a measured manner and would grimace with the smallest of movement. Those damaged ribs must hurt like hell. Not only wasn't she good company, she wouldn't be much of a help to him either. Their survival would depend on him alone. This wasn't news to Perez, or a unique situation. Everyone relied on Sarge. The weight of responsibility sagged his shoulders, more than 100 pounds of gear, carried in a pack. "Look, I'm sorry about those men taking your daughter. I'll do whatever I can to reunite the two of you, but we need to work together." She returned her spoon to the jar of peanut butter, and Ruth continued to glare at him. Even though he felt sorry for her, the more he got to know Ruth, the more he disliked her. Based upon the look in her eyes, Perez suspected the feelings were mutual. Perez spread the peanut butter on a dozen crackers, which he washed down with the sugary cola. Not exactly the breakfast of champions, but the protein and carbs would fuel his body for the day ahead. Ruth continued her angry stare the entire time he ate. His table manners had slipped, but he didn't care anymore. They were stuck together, and Perez would do his best to protect her, even if she hated him. Part of him didn't blame her one bit, since he hated himself. "Once I'm done with breakfast, I'll head back to the crash site and see what I can recover." Then I'll head back to the extraction point and see if any of the other teams left anything behind. With any luck, I'll see signs of where they took Anna, and I'll get us transport." Ruth shook her head with a smirk on her face. "No, I'm going with you. She's my daughter." "Ma'am, you're injured, so you're staying put. Once I secure transport, I'll return for you." This time, he could see her tears as she shook her head and turned away. He hoped she understood it was their best option. Ruth's injuries would just slow him down, and then they both might end up dead. Then Anna would be doomed if she still lived. Chances were good they killed her or suffered a nightmare worse than death. Before he changed his mind or she tried to stop him, Perez downed the rest of his soda and walked out the door. If she stayed put, then Ruth would remain safe inside the stilt house. The crash site was only about a click from the house, so he could cover the distance in approximately 10 minutes if he didn't run into trouble. Perez noticed the damage the zombie stampede had caused. They trampled plants and shrubs, toppled small trees, and covered the ground with debris. They would be dead for sure if they hadn't found shelter inside the raised house. Either trampled to death by the horde or ripped limb from limb. Not a pleasant thought. He reached the opening where his transport truck rested in the ditch. The H1 that crashed into them laid on its roof across the street in the middle of someone's front yard. Kate rode in the H1 with a man who abducted her. Pebbles of broken glass covered the ground and the interior of the upside-down roof of the truck. Blood splatters decorated the driver's side, with a short path of dried blood leading away from the wreckage. Kate's abductor either survived the crash and dragged himself away, or he reanimated. Perez didn't know or care which was true. He found nothing useful in the wreckage, so he headed down the incline to the transport truck. The first thing Perez noted was the lack of bodies at the crash scene. When they raced away from the horde of zombies, the truck hadn't been full, but there were at least 12 souls inside. He didn't think anyone survived, but the ground lacked any corpses. Did they all turn into zombies and wander off? These monsters would make the ultimate invading army, converting all they conquered into a friendly fighting force. In the cargo area, the seats folded up, exposing storage space below. Perez lifted the seats and found a couple of extra M4 rifles, but no ammo. Not a surprise, because the supply chain broke down before the apocalypse started. It made no sense to take another rifle without ammo. Who would use it? Around the front of the transport, he found Private Holloway, or what had been Private Holloway. Their forward momentum was halted by a century-old oak tree, and a large branch impaled Holloway through the chest and trapped him in the driver's seat. After suffering the fatal injury, he came back as a zombie, and he howled and snapped at Perez impotently. The private had been a good man and Perez would mourn his loss someday, but today he'd put him down with a knife through the eye socket. For the last time, Private Holloway went still, and Perez hoped he finally found peace. Perez found Holloway's M4 and the extra ammo he carried. This gave him another 3 full magazines and a partial. Nothing else of value could be recovered from the crash site, and by the look of it, the transport truck was a total loss. It would have made life easier, but there were still 3 more trucks parked a few blocks back. At least he hoped they were still there and usable. He climbed back up the embankment and double-timed it back to where this battle with the dead started. The neighborhood was silent as he ran. No voices or moans from the undead. Deep down, Perez didn't know if the quiet should scare him or calm him. After he rounded the last corner, Perez expected to see the 3 remaining transport trucks and the 50 cal machine gun. What he saw, however, was nothing. Someone beat him to it, and everything the soldiers left behind disappeared. There were plenty of dead bodies, but they wouldn't be of any help. At each body and fatigues, he gave a quick once-over and took anything of value he could carry. It didn't take a detective to figure out which way the trucks went from the scene. Military transports left a big footprint because of their size and heavy weight. Perez wondered if the men who took Anna had stopped here and picked up the equipment on their way back to their camp. If they did, then they had more men than what crashed into the house, and Perez would be no match for their force by himself. He wasn't sure what to tell Ruth, and he wondered if he should just skip out on her. They'd all end up dead soon anyway, regardless of what he did. In the end, his commitment to duty won out, and he turned and hiked back to the house without Anna, to face Ruth and her wrath. Chapter 15. Anna. Branches slapped at her face as Anna raced deeper into the forest. She stumbled and fell on a knot of roots, busting her lip and tearing the right knee of her jeans. Tears threatened to cripple her, but she pushed them down deep. Her body ached from the beating the woods gave her, and the fatigue caused by the lack of rest these last few days. Part of her wanted to stay on the ground in a fetal position, but then she remembered why she ran. Anna pushed herself back onto her feet and continued on through the thick foliage. She thought her eyes had adjusted to the darkness, but then she plowed into another low branch. The first tears rolled down her cheek and she couldn't find the will to push them back inside. Her sure stride turned into a stumbling shuffle the farther she went. Fear of the big men kept her moving, even when she didn't know what direction to go. Anna lost track of time as she came upon a large wire fence. There might be help on the other side or not, but she would prefer a barrier between her and those men before they came looking for her. Maybe she could get a little rest inside the fence line? She kept her left hand on the fence as she walked along and looked for an opening. The property behind the fence consisted of a large but ugly house which sat on the highest point of the property, and a garage structure below it. Nothing fancy, but the house must have a magnificent view of the town below, based upon its elevation. Each step led her closer to the imagined sanctuary inside. As she continued along, Anna came to a dirt road. The property was the terminal point, but she couldn't see where the other end went. A gate, large enough for a vehicle to pass through, separated the start of the roadway from the property beyond. Luck blessed Anna because she found the gate unlocked. She pushed it open far enough to allow her slim body to pass through, and carefully closed it behind her. With no way to lock it, she left it alone for now while she explored the property. Maybe the house would be unlocked too, and she could barricade herself inside. Anna almost made it into the house before running into him. A tall and slim man with long unkempt black hair, shaggy beard and inky black eyes blocked her path with a short rifle in his hands. He reminded her of the character from The Walking Dead, but she couldn't remember his name. The TV character had been a friendly man, but this guy appeared to be the complete opposite. "Where do you think you're going?" "Please, sir, there are people trying to get me. I thought this place was empty. Please help me." The man laughed, but Anna heard no joy in it. "Listen, you came to the wrong place for help. Turn your ass around and head back the way you came." He pointed the short rifle straight at her chest while he talked. His eyes were dark as night and showed no mercy. She noticed the dead eyes at the same time she noticed the prison tats. Whoever this clown was, he had spent time behind bars, so this fenced compound must have felt like home to him. "But there's people trying to kill me." "In that case, you better get the hell out of here, now. I don't need any trouble." They locked eyes, and Anna could see he wasn't backing down. She found a sanctuary, and he yanked it out from under her feet. Before Anna could turn to walk away, a well-endowed woman walked out of the house wearing only a see-through silk robe. She might have been beautiful at one time, but surgical enhancements and a rough life took their toll. "Nikki, bring her inside." "Go back inside, Shirley. She's leaving." "She's just a kid, Nikki. Come inside, sweetheart." The woman motioned for Anna to follow her inside. Nikki, she knew his name now, lowered the barrel of the rifle, but he frowned at Shirley's words. When Anna didn't move, Shirley walked over and led her inside by her hand. It's okay, sweetheart. Nicky forgot his manners. Come in, get cleaned up and eat. Anna allowed Shirley to lead her inside. She diverted her eyes, because the robe failed to adequately cover her body. If she had other options, Anna might have run away, but she didn't even know where she was. Inside, the home looked like the typical hunting cabin from a TV show. A large open room with windows on 3 sides, containing a living area, dining table, and a kitchen. All the walls were dark-stained wood, with animal heads hung on them. 3 doors opened into rooms at the back, but Anna couldn't see inside them. Sit down at the table, sweetheart. My name is Shirley, and the grump is Nick. What's your name? Her surgically enhanced breasts hung low, and Anna worked hard to maintain eye contact with the top-heavy woman. She wondered why men found this attractive, but Anna didn't want to be rude since Shirley treated her well. My name is Anna. Thanks for helping me. No problem, sugar. You're safe here. Have some food. Shirley handed her a snack pack along with a juice box. Anna smiled as she took the food, but wondered if this was what they ate or if they saved it for the first vagabond kid who wandered by. Thank you, ma'am. Please call me Shirley. I'm too young for ma'am. The smile on Shirley's face looked genuine, but it displayed her worry lines. To Anna, Shirley looked older than she pretended to be. Anna remembered seeing women like Shirley in the porno movies she watched over Jenny's house long before the end of the world. She didn't understand them, but figured she would once she got older. For the first time, Anna wondered if she would live long enough to discover their meaning. Shirley, what the hell? Nick walked into the house and saw Anna eating at the table. He looked like her father after he drank too much. Reckless and angry. He grabbed Shirley by her upper arm and dragged her behind the closed door furthest from the table. The door slammed, and Anna heard the heated conversation taking place. She couldn't make out the words, but she heard the whiny tone of Shirley's voice and the growl of response from Nick. A slap of skin and a loud cry ended the conversation. The door exploded open and Nick stomped out. Eat up. You're leaving once you finish because you're too much trouble. Shirley stumbled out, and Anna couldn't miss the discolored welt growing around her left eye. Why were people so cruel to each other? Didn't they know the dead dealt enough damage? She shoved the rest of the snack into her mouth and gulped down the last drops of juice. Not a healthy meal, but better than starving. Thanks for the food. I guess I better go. Can you tell me where I am at least? It looked like Shirley was about to cry, but Nick only glared at her. She didn't think her question crossed any lines. Anna just wanted to get back to her mother and Perez. Hopefully both of them were still okay, and he still knew how to reach the safety of the government camp. How would she survive otherwise? As she readied herself to move on, an amplified voice sounded from the front gate. Open the gate and let me in, little piggies. You've got my property inside and I want it back. Even through the megaphone, Anna recognized Jeremy's voice. How did they find her so fast? Nick rushed to the window overlooking the gate. Shit. I told you, Shirley. We need to mind our own business and stay hidden. The group of men who took the military trucks are outside my gate. Don't make me come in there. Things will be worse for you if I have to come inside. Just give us the girl and we'll leave you alone. It's all your fault, bitch. Why'd you come here? Nick said while shaking his fist at Anna. Tears flowed down her cheeks and Anna couldn't stop them. She escaped them once, and they followed her to claim her again. What would they do to her now? Nicky, you can't hand her over to them. She just, Nick hauled off and slugged Shirley, knocking her to the floor with a powerful right. He stormed past her prone body and grabbed Anna's upper arm. Anna lost her footing as he pulled, and he dragged her across the room toward the front door. I'm bringing her out. Don't shoot. He eased the door open and pulled Anna toward her doom. She regained her footing, but stumbled as he manhandled her. There she is. This time Jeremy's voice didn't need electronic amplification, because they closed in on the front gate. Yeah, here she is. Take her and go. Nick said. Not so fast, friend. Is there anyone else in there with you? I don't like surprises. Jeremy and his 5 men pushed open the gate and stormed inside with weapons raised. Shirley stepped outside behind them, and the men noticed her for the first time. One of the biggest men stepped toward Nick and punched him in the face. Anna heard bones snap as he collapsed to the ground. The big man wasted no time grabbing Anna while delivering a powerful kick to Nick's gut. She felt no mercy for the man since he turned her away, but Anna dreaded what would happen to her next. And who are you, beautiful? Jeremy said. Shirley. Did that creep hurt you? Yes. Do you want me to kill him? Jeremy said with a big smile on his face. No. Leave him be. Please don't take the girl. He roared with laughter, and before Shirley reacted, he ripped the see-through robe off of her, exposing her for all to see. Shirley made no effort to cover herself up. Wow. We're going to have some fun together. Sorry, the girl is my property and I have plans for her. Take me instead and let her go. Shirley said. Interesting offer. However, I'm going to take both of you and do what I want with you. Boss. The largest man said. What is it, Wilson? Can't you see I'm busy here? The man. He run. Wilson said. Let him go. I've got everything I wanted here and more. He fondled Shirley's breasts while he spoke, and she didn't react to the rough handling of her private parts. Anna didn't know if she was used to this type of treatment, or if the enhancements removed any feeling in her chest. Shirley looked away from Anna and Jeremy while he groped her, and Anna wondered if shame or survival directed her reaction. Excuse me. You need to let the girl and the naked chick go, or I'm going to kill you all. A woman with short curly hair as dark as midnight strode into the camp with the confidence of a superhero. She stood almost as tall as the giant men who surrounded her, and Anna watched the muscles flex in her arms and in her exposed midsection. Her short tank top and cargo pants showed she carried no weapons. None of the men moved as she walked into their presence. She moved with an assurance Anna had never seen from anyone before. Give that woman her clothes back. What's the matter with you animals? Her words seemed to break the trance, and Jeremy burst out laughing. It took him almost a minute before he stopped. Who the hell do you think you are, bitch? You don't tell me what to do. Jones, grab her. One of the giant men lurched toward the woman and grabbed her into a bear hug. Muscles flexed in his enormous arms, but the woman only chuckled herself. Hi, cutie. Too bad you're going to be the first one to die. One last chance, jackass. Let the woman and the girl go, and I won't kill you. Someone is delusional here. Jones will crush you on my command, and then we'll take them over your dead body. You've got no weapon and no chance of walking out of here alive. Anna marveled as the woman chuckled again at Jeremy's words. She saw the darkness clouding the man's eyes as this woman disrespected him. Unfortunately, Jeremy was right, and this woman would die right along with Shirley. Are you finding this funny, bitch? Yes. Yes, I am. Here's what's going to happen. First, I'm going to headbutt this big cutie so hard it will break his nose and cheekbone. The sudden violent attack will shock him so much, he'll release me. Then I'll take his gun away from him while he cries like a baby and kill you all. Simple as that. Jones moved his head away from hers. The confidence in her words seemed to alarm the big man. Jeremy roared with laughter again. You're funny. Too bad I've got to kill you. Jones squeezed her. Things didn't happen the way the woman described, but a lot happened all at once. 3 gunshots rang out, and the 3 men without hostages dropped to the ground. Jeremy moved behind Shirley and wrapped his arm around her neck while he waved his pistol at an invisible enemy. In the confusion, the woman lifted her legs, shifting Jones's weight forward. When her feet touched the ground again, she unleashed her legs like 2 coil springs, driving the top of her skull into his head. Anna heard a snapping sound as the woman wrapped her arms around the behemoth's head and pulled downward with all her weight. Another loud snap preceded the man's body going limp, and the woman scooted out from under the dead weight while she liberated his sidearm. She spun and fired a single round into Wilson's head. Anna felt the heat as the round passed by, and then Wilson fell away, dragging her down to the ground. After entangling herself from the dead man, she watched as the woman pointed the weapon at Jeremy. Sorry, did I forget to mention my friend David? I'm sure he has you in his sights now. I gave you a chance to walk away. I'll kill this hoe before you get a shot off, Jeremy said. You might, but then you'll die. This ends no other way but with you dead. The woman continued to move toward Jeremy and Shirley. She trained the weapon on him, and he continued to shrink behind Shirley. He shuffled the 2 of them further away from the advancing woman. Sweetie, I need you to take cover because things are going to get nasty shortly, and I don't want you to get hurt. She spoke to Anna without taking her eyes away from Jeremy. Anna didn't know how this woman could remain so calm. The shock wore off, and Anna sprinted toward the house. Would the walls deflect a bullet? From her position by the house, Anna kept her eyes on the scene unfolding in front of her. It looked like an action movie with the 4 dead bodies in the yard, and this woman was the lead. Last chance. You'll let me go. Sorry, buddy. That opportunity is gone. Now we're determining how quickly you'll die. Jeremy shoved Shirley at his attacker and fired his pistol at the same time. Shirley dove to the ground or tripped, but either way, the fall saved her life. The woman's gun went off in response, and Anna heard the rifle fire again, closer this time. All the action happened out of Anna's sight, so she had to wait to find out the outcome. As she crouched low near the entrance of the house, a tall man dressed in a camouflage t-shirt and cargo pants ran past her, carrying a rifle. His outfit matched the woman, and he ran to her side as the gunfire ceased. Anna found a blanket inside the door and went to Shirley's aid. Shirley tried to help her, and Anna wanted to return the favor. She laid flat on the ground, and Anna worried she had been hit in the melee. Are you okay? Anna said. Shirley turned toward her and smiled. She wrapped the blanket around her body and tucked it in like a bath towel. The man and the woman stood about 25 yards away from them, but she heard him speak. Sorry, I couldn't get a clean shot because I didn't want to hurt the woman. Don't sweat it. We took out his men. He'll run for his life because he's a coward, she said. Thank you for saving us, Shirley said. My pleasure. I'm Tamar, and this is David. The tall man nodded and smiled at them as Tamar introduced him. He wasn't as tall as Tamar, but he had muscles on top of muscles. Anna found his powerful physique, dark brown hair, and emerald green eyes gorgeous. If they recast Captain America, David would be her first choice for the part. Tamar had the build of an Olympic athlete, but she didn't have the movie star looks of her partner in arms. My name is Shirley, and this is Anna. Why don't the 2 of you come inside and have something to eat? We have plenty of supplies. Shirley winked at David and held his gaze longer than necessary. He showed no sign of interest, but that didn't stop her from taking his hand and leading him inside the house. She didn't see it, but Anna watched as David turned to Tamar and shrugged as Shirley led him away. This time, Shirley browned some canned meat before adding canned vegetables to the frying pan. It smelled wonderful after the little she ate the last few days. The taste wasn't as good as it smelled, but Anna inhaled it anyway because she couldn't remember the last time she had a warm meal. Nice place you have here, Tamar said. The look on her face told Anna her words had been a lie. Before the apocalypse, she would have agreed that the place was a dump, but what more could you ask for now? Thanks. It belonged to Nick's uncle. A crazy prepper. Who's Nick? David said. My former boyfriend. He ran off at the first sight of danger and left Anna and I behind to fend for ourselves. You're better off without him. Thanks for the meal. David and I are heading out shortly because motion is life. You're both welcome to come along with us, but I can't guarantee your safety. There are a lot of bad people taking advantage of others out there. I need to get back to my mom. Jeremy kidnapped me. My mom and a soldier named Perez hid out in a house in town. David and Tamar shared a look. They communicated silently with each other, and their connection ended with a pair of nods. Anna will take you to your mother. After that, you both can decide what to do. Sound like a plan? Tamar said. This time Anna nodded to both of them, because she didn't trust herself to speak. She felt the emotion welling up inside of her. A mix of concern for her mother and gratitude to these two strangers. Wait. I can't stay here by myself. Let me change my clothes and I'll go too. There's an old Jeep in the garage we can take. Anna saw a brief look of concern flash between Tamar and David, but Tamar spoke first. Okay, grab some clothing and we'll head out. She winked at Anna and smiled. Anna changed her mind about Tamar being beautiful when she saw her smile. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she thought about their offer and the fact she would see her mother again soon. Chapter 16. Nick. Nick fumed at Shirley and the girl she made him save. The little bitch rained down ruin on him. He had been safe and secure in his uncle's place, but now he ran for his life with only the shirt on his back. Worse than being locked in a cell. There he received 3 meals a day, even if the food sucked. The adrenaline from his narrow escape wore off, so Nick stopped running to figure out where he was. He spent little time in these woods as a kid, because his dad always thought his brother was insane. It turned out his uncle would have had the last laugh if he lived long enough, because survival in this new world relied on the stored supplies his uncle gathered. He spun around, looking for any landmark he recognized. Nothing but trees and even more trees. They all looked the same to Nick. With all the twists and turns, he wasn't even sure which direction to go to return to the cabin. Not that he could go back there, since those giants invaded and were probably gang-raping Shirley right now. What a coward, running instead of fighting. At least he still breathed. Gunshots rang out from farther up the mountain. Not enough to indicate an invading force, but enough to eliminate both Shirley and the little bitch. Good thing he ran or he would be dead too. No time to mourn Shirley's loss. Nick turned away from the gunfire and headed down the mountain. With any luck, he'd be able to hole up in one of the recently vacated houses in town. He might find some supplies and a weapon beyond the long blade strapped to his belt. Once those animals left the cabin, he would return and claim his secret stash. They possessed muscle, but Nick doubted they had the brainpower to find all his hiding places. Nick picked up his pace because he thought they might pursue him after dispatching the 2 females. What else could explain the gunshots? An exposed tree root entangled his foot as he ran and he tumbled. Before Nick raised his hands to protect himself, he slid face first down the path. He groaned as he rolled onto his back. Blood flowed from a gash in his forehead, his busted lip, and a jagged cut on his left knee that shone through the torn fabric. Nick thought about his fall from the king of the hill to an injured, bloody mess. How would he survive? As he sat up, a wave of nausea overcame him. He leaned over and puked his last meal into a pile of leaves. Get it together, Nick? Did he speak those words or just imagine them? His mind filled with fog, rooting him in place. It felt like the aftermath of a night of heavy partying without the high. The mountain stopped spinning, so Nick tried to regain his footing. He thought he might actually right himself, but then a dead weight tackled him, pushing him back into the earth. It growled and he smelled its foul breath. He thought of week-old roadkill smoldering in the bright July sunshine. Teeth snapped at his neck, but he dodged the broken yellow chompers. Once, twice, and even a third time. Nick knew he couldn't keep this up much longer before the zombies' teeth found their mark. He strapped his blade to his right side, but the monster's tackle pinned his right arm underneath Nick's body. Only his left arm functioned, and he needed it to push the zombie's head away from his tender flesh. He tried to twist and squirm, but the monster prevented him from moving. A jaw clamped down on his right ankle while he continued to fight the first attacker off. It stung, but his tall work boots prevented the teeth from breaking his flesh. He freed his leg and kicked the rotting woman in the face. Bones cracked and he knocked the monster back, but she lunged at him again. A second kick broke her jaw, but it didn't stop her. The former woman lunged again, and she knocked the original attacker off of Nick. Both zombies stumbled and slid away from Nick's prone body. He took advantage of the freedom by rolling in the opposite direction. His right arm ached from being trapped underneath him and ground into the earth by the weight of the two zombies who pinned him. He reached around his body with his left arm and drew the blade. Nick was right-handed, but his right arm failed to cooperate, so his left would have to do. He held the blade in front of him and waited for the monsters to advance. It might have made sense to attack first, but Nick's battered condition put him on the defense. The zombies tried to untangle from each other and regain their footing after tumbling 30 feet down the hill. Under normal conditions, Nick might be able to outrun them, but the damage to his knee from the fall took that option away. The woman stood first and charged at Nick. He chuckled at her comical appearance as she scampered up the slope. Her broken jaw swung wildly above her naked and shriveled body. Something had ripped her left breast off her body, and her entrails hung from her opened abdomen. What a mess! Nick stepped forward and plunged the blade through her eye, dropping the body to the ground like a switch being thrown to the off position. The collapsing body pulled the knife from his weaker hand as it fell. He dropped to his knees to retrieve the blade, and instantly regretted the move. His left knee throbbed from the impact and he cursed as zombie number 2 charged. This monster had been a short and fat man when he lived. Its shredded clothing shone the desiccated and damaged flesh underneath, but he held up better than the woman. He leapt at Nick before he could free the knife. Nick rolled to his right as the fat man crashed into the corpse of his companion. He tore at her flesh, but spit the dead mess on the ground. Before the large man regained his footing, Nick picked up a rock and crashed it down. Once, twice. Again and again. A loud crack preceded the collapse of the second zombie's body on top of the first. With both enemies dead, Nick sat on the hard ground and tried to gain control of his breathing. He didn't know if the fight or the fall damaged him more, but he needed a moment to clear his head and regain his strength. After a minute, his racing heart slowed and his mind calmed. Time to get moving again. Nick still didn't know where to go, but he needed to escape the men who invaded his home and most likely killed his woman. No time to grieve surely, but he would miss the supplies stored inside the house and garage. A rustle in the woods put Nick on high alert. The noise came from higher up the mountain, making him think the invaders started their search. He ducked behind a large tree. They didn't move like the dead, but neither did they move with the stealth of a living being avoiding detection. It didn't take long for the tall man with the long beard to stagger into view. He pressed his hand to his side while blood oozed through his fingers. The man favored his left leg as he limped past Nick without even glancing his way. Nick waited to make sure none of his huge men followed him. No one else passed. This raised a bunch of unanswerable questions. Who shot him? Were his men dead? What happened to Shirley and the girl? Nick debated following the man or returning to his home to find out what had happened. The desire to find out where these attackers came from won out, so Nick pursued the man. He would have to be careful because this guy was huge, with bulging muscles sticking out from his short-sleeved shirt. A clear alpha-type man like those Nick ran up against in prison. He moved as quietly as he could, but Nick's fall and battle with the dead messed him up. A stick snapped under his foot, but the man didn't slow nor turn to investigate the noise. Nick realized neither man was in fighting shape in their current condition. It would give him an advantage over the larger man, even though nobody would call Nick small. At 6 feet tall he stood above most men, but this dude outweighed him by at least 50 pounds. All of it muscle. They moved farther down the path, and Nick figured out his destination. A large compound controlled by a group of drug dealers. No other structures or homes were in this direction. Nick would eliminate the threat and take what he could from the man's hideout. Good deal. Nick drew his knife and picked up his pace. He would intercept the man and plunge his knife through the man's skull. Kill him like a zombie, so there would be no chance of him coming back. Nick didn't have the energy to fight him twice. Raising the blade above his head, Nick closed in for the kill. As he brought the knife down, the man spun and threw a haymaker to Nick's face with his left fist. The knife missed its mark, but Nick buried it in the big guy's shoulder before his fist connected. He lost his grip on the knife and staggered backward, feeling like a truck hit him. Both men staggered away from each other as they stared each other down. The man struck Nick's previously damaged face, reopening the wound. Blood threatened to blind him, but he noticed the knife lodged in the side of the man's neck. His face went pale, but he smiled as he reached for the handle of Nick's blade. Before Nick reacted, the man pulled the knife free. His blood spurted from the wound like a gusher in time with his beating heart. He brandished the knife at Nick, but his smile faded and his eyes glazed over. Nick still hadn't moved as the man fell face first on the ground, dropping Nick's knife in the fall. The stream of blood ceased as Nick retrieved his knife. He found it hard to hold on to, because of the blood covering it. Nick paused and looked for any signs of life and found none, so he plunged his knife into the big man's skull to make sure he wouldn't come back. He wiped the knife clean on the man's clothes, knowing he won this war. A smile played on Nick's face as he looked at the dead body. He desired to return home and check on Shirley, but there were too many unknowns. Nick thought the best strategy would be to move forward and check out the drug dealer's camp. If all the men went to his place, then he would have free run of theirs. Then he would know if anyone would threaten him in the future. It made sense to his muddled mind, so he continued along the path. Nick stumbled along for another 15 or 20 minutes before he reached the 10-foot-tall chain-link fence. The top of the fence held shiny razor wire, but he wouldn't have been able to climb over the fence anyway, after the beating he suffered. Right or left? He needed to pick a direction to find a way inside. There had to be supplies for him to steal, and possibly a place to recover. Anyone who looked at him would know Nick needed rest. His love of oval track racing sent him left. It was a 50-50 choice either way, but he hoped he picked correctly because his head throbbed and he didn't know how much longer he could continue hiking. As he walked, the woods thickened and the buildings on the grounds grew farther away from him. Did he pick the right direction? Nick thought about giving up and turning around, but then he discovered a break in the fence. It wasn't huge, but he bent over and forced himself through the opening. He headed back toward the buildings to find something useful. Food, a weapon, water, or other supplies. Any or all of the above would be welcome. As he came out of the cover of the trees, Nick came face to face with an older woman with gray hair and a fat teenage boy. He read the surprise on their faces and figured his face showed the same. The three stood and stared at each other. "Can you help us?" the woman said. Nick wrinkled his forehead because of the confusion he felt. He came here looking for help. If you counted theft as help, but what did he have to offer? Her icy blue eyes cut through Nick as he struggled to come up with a response. "We're being held prisoner here by a madman. Can you free us?" She continued her request. At the worst possible moment, Nick's world started spinning all over again. Nausea overwhelmed him, and he bent forward and puked. He tried to straighten up, but felt the ground slap him in the face as his world turned black. Chapter 17. Tamar. Tamar grew up in the United States, the daughter of Adam, an Israeli national, and Jane, an American born and raised in California. Adam came to America for business and never left after meeting Jane. They married within 6 months, and Tamar was born about a year later. She remained an only child, and her father died the year she turned 15. Jane tried her best to raise her, but Tamar resented the Gentile woman after her father's death. On her 18th birthday, Tamar ran away. She flew to Israel and joined the military. The IDF accepted her because of her father's legacy, and she felt closer to him in Israel. Tamar excelled in the Navy and found herself selected to serve in the Shayatit 13. Few women made the cut, but her size and strength made her a natural. While serving, she met a quiet but handsome sniper named David. They hit it off and became inseparable. Their efficiency as a team caught the eyes of their superiors, and they completed many missions together. One day, the two were called into the commander's office and told they would represent Israel in a joint training exercise with the Navy SEALs in the United States. The thought of returning to her first home bothered Tamar, but she didn't let it show, because she was the ultimate professional soldier. She eventually talked herself into calling her mother while stationed in America. Almost 20 years passed, but she felt the time to patch up the old wounds had come. When they first reached the country, Tamar discovered over 3,000 miles separated them, so she put it off until later. Later never arrived. Their training exercises ended early because the U.S. soldiers received orders to take part in Operation Z. Tamar did not know what this operation was, but communications with her commanders in Israel became tense. They spoke of widespread riots in Tel Aviv and Jerusalem, while they ordered Tamar to stay put in the United States. When the time for their next check-in came, nobody answered the call. The news of riots came from every major U.S. city. Tamar didn't know what to make of this, but she followed her orders to remain on the base. The sideways glances from other soldiers and the rumors of what happened off base concerned Tamar, but she was a soldier, and she wouldn't cower in fear from any threat. Tamar and David might have remained locked inside the base if the attack hadn't occurred. A squad of soldiers attacked the rest of their company while Tamar and David watched. This would be suicide for 10 normal men, but these soldiers dropped their weapons and turned their teeth on their comrades. Automatic gunfire lit up the training field, and men fell to the relentless squad. Soon the men who fell leapt to their feet and joined the original attackers. Soldiers with sections of flesh ripped from their bodies and entrails hanging out feasted on their living counterparts. Moans and groans filled the air. With no other option, Tamar and David fled. They had no plan except to escape the madness. Adrenaline pushed them until they became too exhausted to continue running. After spending the night in an abandoned home, they found life outside the protective fence as dangerous as the last battle on the base. She never felt fear even during battle, like she felt that day. A night of fitful sleep didn't change her mood, but Tamar decided she needed to find her mother. She told David he could come, but a cross-country trip held many dangers. David agreed to travel with her and watch her back, as he had for years. He had no better prospects. The house they stayed had no vehicles, so Tamar suggested hiking up the mountain to find one. People who lived farther up would have either a four-wheel drive vehicle or motorcycles. Tamar's father taught her how to hunt as a preteen, so she trusted those skills. David never visited the States before, so he shrugged his shoulders and agreed to follow her lead. They hiked up the mountain at a pace faster than most walked, but not quick enough to wear themselves out. If they found a suitable vehicle early in the day, great. But if not, the two might have to walk most of the day. With the number of monsters roaming around, she knew they'd have to fight eventually. Tamar faced reality and knew these things were zombies. She watched The Walking Dead as a kid, even when her parents forbade her because they thought she was too young for the content. Forbidden fruit made the show even more desirable to her developing mind. When the sun sat directly overhead and they still hadn't found a house, Tamar doubted her plan. Not even a hunting cabin. She considered changing directions when an amplified voice boomed from ahead of them. "Open the gate and let me in, little piggies. You've got my property inside and I want it back." The words swirled around her head and she thought they sounded familiar. Then it hit her. This guy thinks he's Negan. "Who's that?" David said. He frowned and leaned his head to the side. "Never mind who it is. This won't end well for whoever he's threatening. Don't make me come in there. It will be much worse for you. Just give us the girl and we'll leave you alone." The voice spoke a second time. Tamar didn't know what the man wanted with a girl, but she imagined the worst. She broke into a jog to get eyes on the threat. David followed her lead and matched her pace. They reached an open gate, and she performed a risk assessment. 6 rough-looking men manhandled a man, a woman, and a young girl. A family? Before Tamar raised the question, the man broke free and ran for his life. No, not a family, because a father wouldn't leave his family behind to face the abuse of these men. "I'm going in. You find a spot where you can start shooting." David frowned and shook his head as Tamar handed him her weapon. She knew he didn't like the lack of a plan, but he would back her up. What else could she do? Tamar knew she wouldn't be able to live with herself if she didn't do something, and David would feel the same. With no weapon and no attempt at stealth, Tamar walked into the fray. This was stupid because these men were huge and outnumbered her. Even her skills in Krav Maga wouldn't swing the odds in her favor. Only David's skills with his rifle would. She needed to be the distraction until he got into position. The large-breasted woman stood with everything hanging out, and the obvious leader of the group felt her up. What a pig. She'd love to see the end of this jerk. Excuse me. You need to let the girl and the naked chick go, or I'm going to kill you all." It sounded kind of lame to Tamar after she said it, but she wasn't an action star. Her words needed to be a distraction, and a delay until David could act. The group turned toward her. "Give that woman her clothes back. What's the matter with you animals?" Tamar put a commanding tone into her voice, but the jackass leader burst out laughing. If the shoe were on the other foot, she might do the same. Of course, Tamar wouldn't be wreaking havoc on innocent people. "Who the hell do you think you are, bitch? You don't tell me what to do. Jones, grab her," the leader said, after finishing his laughing jag. An enormous man with dark skin engulfed her in his arms. She noticed a hesitance in his grasp, because she was sure he could crush her if he desired. If times were different, she might have welcomed a big hug from this guy, but she knew he would be dead shortly. "Hi, cutie. Too bad you're going to be the first one to die. One last chance, jackass. Let the woman and the girl go, and I won't kill you." Tamar hoped David would act soon, because things had escalated quicker than she expected. She needed to keep them off balance until then. "Someone is delusional here. Jones will crush you on my command, and then we'll take them over your dead body. You've got no weapon and no chance of walking out of here alive." Laughter burst out before Tamar stifled it. She couldn't help it, because this creep studied at Bad Villain University. He wanted everyone to bow down to his evil genius. "Are you finding this funny, bitch?" His impotent comments fueled her laughter. She saw the storm clouds forming behind his eyes and knew the time to strike would be here soon. Anger would drive him to act, and then he'd die too. Tamar drew inspiration from an old movie she saw long ago called Billy Jack. The lead character scripted a fight scene before he threw a punch or kick. She did the same, even if she had no clue how the fight would go. Yes. Yes, I am. Here's what's going to happen. First, I'm going to headbutt this big cutie so hard that it will break his nose and cheekbone. The sudden violent attack will shock him so much, he'll release me. Then I'll take his gun away from him while he cries like a baby, and kill the rest of you. Simple as that. Her words did the trick, because the big man loosened his grip a little more. She'd be able to free her arms now based upon the way he held her. Too bad for him because it meant his death. A quick flash signaled David was in position. Tamar knew he would sight the 3 men not holding anyone, and the other 3 would be up to her. If David got a clear shot, he'd take out the rest of them too, but she wouldn't count on it. "You're funny. Too bad I've got to kill you." Jones squeeze her. Before the big buffoon reacted, Tamar gave a quick nod, letting David know the time arrived. 3 quick shots rang out, dropping the 3 unencumbered men. She knew he would fire again once she cleared the hostages. Tamar jerked her head to feint the headbutt she proclaimed earlier. The big man flinched, pulling back his head and further loosening his grip on her. She got inside his head. Taking advantage of this mistake, she shifted her weight until she bent him forward and her legs were bent. Her muscles exploded upward, driving the top of her skull into the big man's face hard enough for bones to shatter. With her free hands, she wrapped them around the back of his head and shifted his head forward. The action broke the man's neck, and she felt him become deadweight as he crashed down on top of her. She used all her strength to push the bulk off of her, and then she took his weapon. With the liberated pistol, she pumped around through the man holding the young girl. The man stood over a foot taller than the girl, so the shot was easier than it looked. As soon as she knew the man was dead, she turned the gun on the leader. "Sorry, did I forget to mention my friend David? I'm sure he has you in his sights now. I gave you a chance to walk away." The leader held the naked woman in front of him like a shield. Tamar knew David didn't have a shot without hitting the woman, so his fate rested in her hands. "I'll kill this hoe before you get a shot off." Tamar didn't doubt his words. Cornered animals fought to the death, but they usually ended up dead in the end. "You might, but then you'll die. This ends no other way but with you dead." Cold hard logic and truth. She intended on killing him today, if David didn't first. The girl freed herself from the dead giant who had previously kept her captive. "Sweetie, I need you to take cover because things are going to get nasty shortly, and I don't want you to get hurt." She spoke to the girl without taking her eyes off the clown. Tamar advanced step by step, pursuing her target. He wouldn't get away today. "Last chance. You'll let me go," he said. She had to appreciate the guy's hopeful words. Sorry, buddy. That opportunity is gone. Now we're determining how quickly you'll die. She meant it, even if torture wasn't her specialty. He shoved the naked woman toward Tamar while he fired his pistol. It surprised her, even though Tamar expected him to try something to facilitate his escape. Tamar dove to the left and fired toward the retreating man. She heard David's rifle fire while he ran inside the fenced area. The naked chick survived because she tripped and fell face first on the ground. There would be a new bruise matching the one she already had. She thought she might have hit him, but the man escaped into the forest. Tamar ran the battle back through her mind for the fourth time, wondering if she might have done something differently. They all walked away with their lives, so she celebrated that. Their kind deed got them a barely edible hot meal of mushy canned vegetables and salty canned meat. Not the worst meal Tamar ever ate, but it sat solidly in the top 10. While they feasted on their horrid meal, Tamar learned the girl Anna had been kidnapped by the crew of losers they killed, and escaped to Shirley's, the large-breasted woman's place. Anna wanted to get back to her mother, and without thinking, Tamar agreed to take her. Out of the corner of her eye, Tamar saw the frown on David's face. She ignored the daggers he stared at her, knowing he would eventually realize it was the right move later. David had honor, or he wouldn't have accompanied Tamar this far. Shirley offered an old jeep for their travels, and volunteered to come along. David cringed when Tamar accepted. Tamar suspected Shirley was sweet on David, but either way, they couldn't leave her behind. Her former boyfriend, Nick, ran away during the attack, and he had kept her alive. She didn't seem capable of surviving in this world on her own. Tamar drove, David rode shotgun, while Shirley and Anna rode in the back. Shirley provided directions down the mountain, and Anna took over once she recognized the area. The straight six engine in the old Jeep Wrangler purred, but the ride shocked the fillings out of her teeth on the smooth pavement. Large off-road tires functioned best when off-road. Anna's direction brought them to a house built on stilts with a deck running around it. Tamar thought the architecture odd, especially since they were so far from the shore. With how high the structure stood, and the fact only one set of stairs led to the house, it might be perfect for the apocalypse. You two stay in the Jeep while David and I look around. But only my mom and Perez are inside. Let me go with you. Wait, who is this Perez person? David said. Perez is a soldier who protected us. He barricaded us inside when the horde went through. There wasn't any way he could have stopped Jeremy and his men by himself. It took both of you to stop him, and he still escaped. Ouch, the reminder of her failure punched Tamar in her gut. The kid was right, but she didn't want it rubbed in her face. You said it has been a few days since they kidnapped you. It's possible your mom and Perez left to look for you. So we don't know what's inside the house. Just stay in the Jeep for a few minutes while we check it out. Anna nodded, but the look on her face said she didn't like Tamar's decision. Too bad Tamar had life experience the kid didn't, and Anna needed to listen if she wanted to be an adult someday. Tamar took the pilfered M4 rifle, while David sported his sidearm. He left his sniper rifle slung over his shoulder, even though it would be useless in the close quarters of the house. They mounted the stairs and closed in on the front door. Before going inside, the two split up and checked around the side of the house. Clear, David said. She confirmed the same on her side before they met by the door. David reached for the knob and found the door unlocked. Tamar thought it an ominous sign. Who would leave the door unlocked during the apocalypse? True, zombies didn't open doors, but the other survivors proved worse than the dead. David held up 3 fingers as he silently counted down. At 0, he threw the door open and Tamar entered, moving away from the open side of the door. He joined her the second she cleared the jam, taking the other side of the opening. No gunfire or noise greeted them, but the smell overwhelmed her. Something died in here a few days ago and stewed in the summer heat. From bad to worse. The inside of the house featured wraparound windows, which let murky light into the one large room. Someone thought the place was stylish when they built it, but Tamar knew it became nothing but a coffin. They moved past the entrance, and then Tamar saw into the living area. A woman's body laid on the floor, resting against the sofa. She took a few seconds to confirm the stench came from the woman. "Want to guess who she?" Tamar said. A rustle behind them interrupted her words. She turned to watch Anna jog through the door. "Stop. Go back to the..." "Mom, I'm here." Anna stormed past Tamar toward the body who had been her mother, only a few days earlier. Tamar reached out and grabbed hold of her arm before she reached the corpse. She held on with all her strength as Anna struggled to free herself. None of them could do anything for her at this point. "Wait, is she dead?" Anna said. Before Tamar could respond, Anna broke down. She let out a scream and collapsed to her knees. Tamar tried to comfort the grieving girl, but she wasn't the motherly type. Her mother's eyes popped open and she leapt to her feet. The eyes were glassy, showing no life, and her mouth snapped as she approached the crying girl. Tamar acted by crashing into the waking zombie and pushing it back to the ground. "David!" She yelled, but David had already started to act. He fired 3 times at the prone body before it regained its footing. One of the 3 shots shattered the former woman's skull, and her body went limp. Anna wept on the floor, so Tamar lifted her into her arms and brought her outside this hell house. They reached the deck in time to watch the jeep race away from the house. A group of zombies wandered into view, drawn by the girls' cries and the gunshots. David followed them out, and Tamar watched his face drop as he scanned the horizon. "Looks like things have gotten bad," David said. "Ah, you could say that," Tamar said. Anna stifled the cries and turned to see what they saw. Tamar watched her face turn pale as she realized her dead zombified mother's body laid inside, and death came for them, while Shirley drove off with their only means of escape. Chapter 18. Nick. Nick awoke in a comfortable bed, completely naked. He felt a warm body next to him and reached out to explore it. From the first touch, he knew the woman next to him wasn't Shirley. Her small breasts sagged, and she carried extra weight around her midsection, unlike his love. She moaned with pleasure as Nick touched her, but her breathing let him know she remained asleep. He backed away from the stranger and tried to make sense of where he was. His head throbbed while aches sang out from various parts of his body. The room, bathed in shadows, made it difficult to make anything out. There were no windows, and the walls appeared to be constructed from cement blocks. It felt like a cellar or a prison cell. Once he freed himself from the covers, Nick groped around in the dark for his clothes. Some men might enjoy waking up with a strange naked woman, and he would have liked it more if she was hot, but this situation caused butterflies to flock inside his stomach. His growing panic and throbbing head made everything foggy. He found his pants tossed across a hard chair in the room's corner, and he pulled them on. As he reached for his shirt, the door opened and bright light spilled in through the open doorway. "Oh good. You're awake. How are you feeling?" Her icy blue eyes and gray hair triggered a memory. His fight with Jeremy, and then sneaking into his camp to steal some supplies. He passed out before he had a good look around, and they must have brought him here. It explained the aches and pains, but not the naked chick in his bed. "Where am I? What did you do to me?" "Sorry, I'm Jenny. I figured if I left you with my best woman, Wanda, you'd want to stay and help us." Best woman? The fog cleared a little, and Nick got his first look at both the women. He knew meth addicts from his time in prison, and these women displayed all the signs. Great. If he humored them now, he could grab some supplies and run away from here. Best case, they hadn't killed Shirley and he could escape back to his uncle's place. In case you hadn't noticed, all I've got is the clothes on my back. There ain't much I can do for you. She smiled a toothless smile while he pulled his shirt over his head. His boots sat on the floor next to the chair, but he didn't want to take his eyes off either woman. Who knew how the addled brain of an addict worked? Jeremy and his men all left to get the little bitch back to pick the harvest. They never returned, and people are coming for a delivery. We need someone to deal with the customers. That's your role now. Jenny crossed her frail arms across her body after making this declaration. Her words confirmed Nick's suspicions. Jeremy ran a meth lab here, and these women sampled the product without limits. What type of addict was so addicted that they would continue to poison themselves during the zombie apocalypse? He knew paranoia would be another common symptom, so Nick proceeded with caution. Okay. Where do you cook the meth? She roared with laughter, but Nick didn't know what she found so funny. Must be the drugs. Who's talking about meth? We harvest the shrooms from the cave. It was Nick's turn to be confused. Mushrooms from a cave? He decided the best thing to do would be to humor them until the right opportunity presented itself. Then he would get the hell out of this crazy house. Okay. You two let me be for a bit. I'll finish getting dressed and you can show me around. I'll help you. Nick tried to put on a reassuring smile, but he felt like Alice in Wonderland. Wanda stood up from the bed and let the sheet fall to the floor. His initial assessment from the bed looked much worse in the light. The sight caused him to gag, but he held it together. Sure you don't want some time alone with Wanda? We can spare a few. Not right now. Just let me get dressed. Wanda's eyes dropped to the ground, and he regretted answering so fast. She disgusted him, but he didn't have to be a dick about it. After a brief pause, Wanda staggered out the door, still naked. Her backside proved to be no better a sight than her front. Jenny reached for a switch and turned on a single bare bulb hung from the center of the room. She backed toward the door, not taking her eyes off of Nick. Not that I don't trust you, but I'm going to close the door. I'll return in 15. She pulled the door closed behind her, and the lock clicked. He looked around the room and recognized it for what it was. A prison cell. There weren't bars like the place he spent his time, but solid cement walls, along with a locked metal door. The bed was freestanding and the room larger than average, but the typical prison toilet sat in the corner. An interesting turn of events leading him back to where he started. Under normal circumstances, Nick would overpower the two women and escape, but he didn't know who else he'd have to fight. Fighting a large group of drug addicts, even if they were all female, would not go well for him. He pulled his boots on and noticed they had taken his knife from him. He would buy his time until he found a new weapon and some supplies to hold him over. If he only trusted his gut and turned the little bitch away, he would still be on top of the mountain enjoying a cold beer. Curse you, Shirley. He didn't bother trying the door because it didn't have a handle on this side of the door. A quick survey of the room turned up no weapons suitable to aid his escape. Too bad they hadn't left an automatic rifle and some extra magazines behind. They were junkies, but not complete idiots. Footsteps sounded from outside the door, so Nick turned toward his visitors. If the opportunity presented itself, he'd take it. A click preceded the door opening wide. Jenny stood in the doorway, with two other women and a fat teenage boy. The boy appeared to be the only one of the group who didn't use, but the two newcomers looked the part of meth addicts. One woman stood close to 6 feet tall, but she had the same emaciated frame as the others. Nick's knife hung on her belt. Nick, we don't want any issues here. You're staying here and we'll make it worth your while. Don't try running. We won't take kindly to the slight, Jenny said. He nodded and moved his eyes away from his knife. Before the tour ended, he'd have it back. None of the other three carried a weapon of any kind, which Nick thought odd. Who ran around during the apocalypse without something to defend themselves with? It seemed like suicide to him. They walked down a long hallway with other doors like his. More jail cells. The boy led the way, with Jenny close behind, while the two unknown women took up the rear. At the end of the hall, they encountered a steel door with a small barred window around eye level. Fatso pulled a key out of his pocket and opened the door. He stepped out of the way, and Jenny led him through the door. Beyond the door, a set of steps went up toward a typical hatchway-style door. As Nick ascended the steps, he confirmed the cells were underground, but no structure sat on top of them. Either the above-ground structure had been destroyed, or the place might be a purpose-built storm cellar. A large metal building sat on one side of the property, while a couple of small sheds sat on the other side. Not much to look at. The opening to the cave is up there a piece. Jenny pointed to the far back corner of the property. Nick could just make out a dark outline entering into the side of the mountain. He still didn't understand the significance. The boy and the other two women made a loose ring around him, but they maintained their distance. Smart, because if the woman with the knife got close enough, he'd disarm her and escape. We harvest the shrooms there and bring them into the warehouse to process. We're behind on the quota, so you're going to help us. Jeremy went after that girl to put her to work. You need to be small to get inside the caves, and the work is dangerous. They have an effect similar to meth on humans. No cooking required. Problem is, they end up making the workers look like us, before their bodies and minds completely break down. Understand? He didn't understand a word, but he nodded anyway. Better to humor an addict to keep them calm. If they lost it, who knew what they'd do to him? Nick glanced at the tall woman with his knife, but she stood too far away from him to make a move. What do you want me to do? Nick said. Tommy knows where there's a camp with 3 kids. He'll show you where. Pam will go with you. You grab the kids and bring them back here. We'll put them to work underground and get back on track. Nick did many things he hadn't been proud of, but kidnapping children and making them slaves was worse than any of them. If he could convince them to give him a weapon for this mission, then he would kill Pam and get away from the fat kid. Freedom for him, and then forget about the gang of druggies. Okay, give me a weapon and I'll do it. Jenny laughed. I don't think so. Pam will carry the weapon, not you. How am I supposed to kidnap the kids then? Figure it out, smart guy. You can take a canteen of water and 2 protein bars. You'll need to leave within the hour so you can return before dark. What if I say no? Then Pam plunges your knife into your heart and we're no worse off than before. Nick turned and noticed the tall woman held his knife comfortably. The blade pointed toward his heart, and the look on her face said she would happily murder him without regret. What had he gotten himself into? Put the knife away. There won't be any issues. I'll cooperate. See to it, Nick. Jenny's voice dripped with threat, and he decided not to push it. Once the 3 of them were alone in the woods, he'd find the right opportunity to act. Where had these crazy women come from? A diverse group of abused addicts looking to pass their fate onto Nick. The tortured given the opportunity to torture him. Sure to her word, Nick marched through the woods carrying only a canteen and 2 protein bars. Tommy led the way, while Pam stayed far enough behind him so he couldn't surprise her. The 2 of them were smarter than they looked. They continued in this strange little parade for another 45 minutes, before they reached a worn-down shack in the middle of the woods. Some redneck probably used the place as their hunting cabin, since it sat close to the border of the state park. It amazed Nick to find all this forest so close to the urban sprawl at the base of the mountain. Outside of the rustic structure, 3 preteen children and a woman cooked something over an open fire. Nick guessed the woman to be about 40, but he didn't know if the kids were hers or not. His stomach turned to knots when he remembered they came here to kidnap the 2 girls and the boy. What kind of monsters were these people? Tommy will stay here. You go down there and distract the woman. I'll do the rest. This had been the first time Pam talked, and her rough voice shocked Nick. She still had the knife, so he guessed she was the boss. He didn't like the plan, but what choice did he have? How should I distract her? Pam glared at him and then pointed the blade down the hill at the woman. She still stood just far enough away from him to prevent Nick from grabbing the knife. He shrugged his shoulders and continued on the path toward the cabin. Nick worried that this chick in the camp might have a gun, but Pam scared him more than the unknown. Hi there. Nick held his hands in front of him, palms facing the woman as he approached. He stopped a safe distance away from her, so he could dive to the ground if she shot at him. The kids all ran for cover while the woman brandished a heavy club at Nick. Guess that answered the gun debate, because one wouldn't bring a club to a fight if they had a pistol instead. What do you want? The woman said. I'm lost in the woods and hoped you could help me. I mean no harm. He took a few small steps toward the woman and noticed Pam sneaking up behind her. Nick didn't know who he should root for in this fight, except for himself to come out of it unscathed. Does this look like a soup kitchen to ya? Get lost. Either Nick had lost his touch, or all the women in the world became complete bitches overnight. He guessed the latter to be true, but continued to take a few more small steps toward the woman. Stop where you are. Nick kept his hands up and tried to look non-threatening. His long beard and prison tats assured nobody would confuse him with a Boy Scout. Pam moved in closer and raised his knife, ready to strike. She stepped on a dry branch and it snapped like a shotgun going off. The woman turned and struck with her club, knocking the knife from Pam's hand. She jabbed and swung as she closed in for the kill. Pam dodged the initial attack but then tripped on a root, landing flat on her back. Nick's head swiveled between the 2 women fighting and his knife. He'd have to pass both of the women to reach his knife, and he didn't like the odds. As Nick watched the woman line up a fatal blow on Pam's skull, he felt something snap inside him. He picked up a rock twice the size of his palm and bashed her in the head. Once, twice, thrice. Nick continued the pounding, losing count of the times he clobbered her. Her blood flowed freely, while pieces of her scalp covered his hands. When Nick came back to himself, he found himself straddling the woman's dead body. The side of her skull caved in, exposing her gray brain matter. Instead of feeling repulsed, Nick felt elated. Pam sat on the ground and stared at him with her mouth hung open. Tommy, get your fat ass down here and tie these kids up, Nick said. He wiped his hands on the woman's clothes, stood and approached Pam. Her eyes bulged and she cowered, but he held his hand out to her. She took it, and he helped her to her feet before he retrieved his knife. For the first time, he took a good look at her. Pam stood about a head shorter than him, with a thin build. Not someone he would have considered attractive before the apocalypse, but the pool of potential mates shrunk each day. He took her by the hand and led her to the small cabin. Inside, the place was as bleak as he expected. A single bed, a bunk bed, and a few cabinets with a countertop for a makeshift kitchen. They walked to the single bed together before Nick's hunger overtook him, and he found Pam just as eager. He discovered she still had her teeth, so she hadn't been an addict like the other women. Nick also discovered she thrived on his abuse, so they performed violent sexual acts on each other for the rest of the afternoon. A total release for Nick, and he assumed the same for Pam because she collapsed into his arms. They stayed in each other's arms for another hour before Nick stood up and put his clothes back on. Pam stared for a moment before dressing herself. Nick led the way back outside, where Tommy sat guarding the 3 bound children. "Let's get moving. It will be dark soon," Nick said. He smiled and winked at Pam as he pushed the oldest child ahead of them down the path toward the camp. Nick let all his inhibition out, and he loved how it made him feel. This Nick would be the king of the apocalypse, and if Pam played her cards right, then she'd be his queen. Only the strong survived, and Nick would do whatever it took to make sure he did. Chapter 19. Shirley. Tamar and that cutie David left Shirley and Anna sitting in the backseat of the Jeep. She regretted leaving the safety of Nick's place with these 3 people, because she hadn't been outside the walls since the apocalypse started, and things were worse than she expected. Shirley wasn't a badass, so she felt safer with David than she did alone. Her initial reaction to save Anna faded into the reality she wasn't a mother, and didn't know how to comfort her. Thanks to the gang rape her own father took part in when Shirley had been only 6, Shirley would remain forever childless. Anna reached for the seat release and attempted to climb out of the Jeep. Shirley grabbed her arm, but the girl shrugged her hand off. "Where do you think you're going?" "My mother is in there and I'm going to her." "But they said to wait." Even Shirley heard the whine in her voice, and it disgusted her. She was supposed to be the adult, but she sounded like the child. Anna glared at her before she hurried up the stairs. Panic grew inside of Shirley being left alone, so she climbed out too. If needed, she would run into the house with the 2 armed soldiers. Shirley didn't have the tools to survive in this world. She understood how to satisfy men, not fighting for survival. When Shirley turned 16, she finally blossomed, and every male noticed. She left the trailer park and her abusive, drug-addicted parents behind for the bright lights of her first gentleman's club. The manager knew she was underage, but after receiving a blowjob, he allowed her to dance. Each night she took home $50 from the club and all her tips. It turned out the old men and truck drivers liked underage girls too, so her tips were huge. After her first month, a patron offered an apartment rent-free. He only asked for her time during the 2 weekends a month his wife had the kids. Not an enormous commitment for free rent and board in a decent neighborhood. She imagined herself as part of the National Guard, providing her service to the country while dancing each night in the club and spending 2 weekends a month on her back. One night during a lap dance, a truck driver offered her a ride to a larger club 2 states away. They paid their top girls $500 a night plus tips. The ride wasn't free, and she hoped he wouldn't be able to get it up, because he smelled worse than the load of cattle he pulled behind. Unfortunately, the fat slob got it up 3 times during the ride, and demanded service from her each time. It disgusted her, but the ride brought her to a newer and classier club. Bouncers there would pound any man who touched the merchandise without payment in full first. Shirley performed the same deeds, just made 10 times the money. She relished the freedom and power of her former life, but saw no use for those skills in this post-apocalyptic world. As she looked across the field, the stumbling walk of approaching zombies caught her eye. Not a lot, but one was too many in her eyes. Shirley turned toward the house to give them a warning, but then she heard Anna scream. 3 gunshots rang out from inside the house. She turned and watched as the monsters across the field seemed to pick up their pace after the noise. Her eyes went back inside the Jeep, and something glinted near the steering wheel. The keys. Considering no one but herself, she jumped into the driver's seat, twisted the key, and raced off to safety. "Don't look back," she said to herself as a reminder. If she saw them come out of the house, then her resolve might fade. Most likely they were all dead, but if not, they'd kill her for running away and leaving them behind. Better to die alone while escaping, then wait for death to overtake you. Shirley flew away from the neighborhood and the incoming zombie threat. She didn't think about where to go, just away from the danger. Now she faced her first decision since stealing the Jeep. Did she really steal it? It belonged to Nick, so it was practically hers. A right would send her back up the mountain toward Nick's place, and a left away from this dead town. She debated on which direction to take. There were plenty of supplies on the mountain, but Nick might still be alive, and the other three knew about the house. The other way was a big question mark, but she bit her lip and turned to pursue the unknown. There had to be other places out there she could take for herself. No more men to please, just the blessed quiet of being by herself. The miles rolled by slower than expected. People left vehicles parked all over the road, so Shirley managed a maximum speed of only 30 miles per hour on the 4-lane rural state highway. A large accident required her to cross the median and travel on the opposite side of the road. No need to worry about oncoming traffic, because she hadn't seen another vehicle. As Shirley rounded a blind corner, she came face to face with a caravan headed toward the town she just fled. She jammed on the brakes and came to a stop without hitting them or any of the broken-down vehicles. There were 2 Cadillac Escalades and a large white box truck in the convoy. A man sneered at her from the front seat of one of the Cadillacs. Shirley shifted into reverse, but the second SUV raced around the back of the Jeep to block her in. Now she missed the protection Tamar and David provided, but they wouldn't save her this time. She assured that by taking the Jeep and leaving them stranded. How could she be so stupid? Men climbed out of the SUVs and surrounded the Jeep while pointing rifles at her. Shirley switched off the engine and raised her hands, palms out. Even if she had a weapon, there wouldn't be any way to defend herself against all these armed men. A short man with red hair and freckles more pronounced than hers stepped out of the front seat of the Escalade parked in front of her. The crooked smile hadn't left his face, and she swore he drooled as he checked her out. "Aye, lassie. You're safe now that I've found you. Come out and let me get a good look at ya. Move slowly, because my boys can be a mite restless." What choice did she have? Over 10 armed men surrounded her, and the 2 large trucks boxed the Jeep in. Shirley reached for the door handle with her left hand and eased the door open. "Aye, that's it, sweetie. Let me see you." The look on his face let her know she was far from saved. Another man would own her, and she wouldn't be able to stop the transaction. A constant curse plaguing her entire life, jumping from one bed to another. She stepped out of the vehicle, keeping her hands up because Shirley preferred rape to death. "Aye, aren't you a gorgeous lassie? What's your name?" "Shirley." A beautiful name for a sexy woman. "Apologies, but I have to check for weapons. Please don't do anything stupid, because I'd hate to kill a sexy thing like you." Shirley frowned as the little man approached her and groped her entire body. She experienced worse from paid clients, but not usually with so many witnesses. Part of her wanted to kill him, but she swallowed the feelings, knowing the cost of survival. "She's clear." His men lowered the barrels of their weapons, but didn't put them away. "Put your hands down, Shirley. My name is Nathan Orion, and you're now under the protection of the Orion family. If anyone touches you, you tell me. Understand?" She nodded as he laced his arm through hers and led her toward the Escalade he climbed out of. One of the armed men raced ahead of them and opened the back door. "We need to make one brief stop, and then I'll take you to my family's secure compound. You'll be safe there." Nathan winked as he finished speaking. She shook her head, because going back to town and being with this pig were the last things she wanted from life. "What's the matter, sweetheart?" He stopped and looked into her eyes when he spoke. She could already tell Nathan was smart and ruthless. "The town is full of zombies. It's too dangerous. His smile turned to laughter. You're so cute. Look around you, Shirley. My men are more than capable and will keep you safe. You'll never be in danger again. You're Nathan's girl now. The smile turned to a sneer, and the look made Shirley nauseous. They reached the open door, and he gestured for her to climb in. A man already sat on the far side of the vehicle. As she climbed in, Nathan slapped her ass. She jumped from the violation, but hands shoved her into the center seat. Another armed man took the outside seat, boxing her in. No escape. Let's go get our product and get out of this shithole. Nathan spoke to the driver while climbing into the front seat. He started the truck, and the convoy reordered themselves and headed toward the town. The Jeep sat parked haphazardly on the wrong side of the road, and now Shirley knew where one of the abandoned vehicles left on the highway came from. Shirley disconnected from reality as they rolled back into town. She learned the technique to keep herself sane while entertaining the many slobs who paid her for sex. They would have their way with her, but she wouldn't feel or hear anything. An out-of-body experience in a happy place, rather than facing the truth of her situation. So it felt like only minutes passed when they stopped again. They were inside a fenced-in area, in the middle of the woods, with only a few structures visible. No clue where, but what difference would it have made anyway? Two women stood in front of the only large building on the property. Aye, lassie. Stay in the truck with Ian while we take care of business. I won't be long. All three trucks emptied except for Ian, and the men fanned out. Shirley couldn't figure out what these men wanted, or what threat these two women presented. She watched Nathan approach the two women as a third figure joined them. The third was a man much taller than Nathan, and she didn't recognize him at first. Then it hit her. Nick. Ian turned when she spoke his name. Nick's presence comforted her, even if he wasn't much better than her current captors. She possessed some fondness for him, but she wouldn't go as far as love. He looked her way, and they made eye contact for the first time since he ran off to save his own life. Nick pointed at the SUV and she heard raised voices, but couldn't decipher any of the words. Nathan looked back at her, and then turned toward Nick with a pistol in his hand. She wanted to shout a warning to Nick, but what good would it do? 3 shots rang out and Nick collapsed into a heap. The tallest woman rushed at Nathan, but one of his men raised their rifle and put her down. Only one woman stood, and Nathan turned toward her and struck her in the gut. He bent over and whispered something in her ear, before issuing commands to his men. In seconds, a group of Nathan's men put on full-face respirators and loaded crates into the back of the box truck. Another group watched the first in a defensive perimeter, while a third group rounded up more people from the camp. 4 sick-looking females and a fat teenage boy joined the original woman in front of the building. Nathan addressed the group, and once he finished, they dragged the 2 dead bodies away. The tears surprised Shirley. She wouldn't have called her feelings for Nick love, but the grief overwhelmed her just the same. He had been a jerk, but he cared for her in his own way. Now she really was alone. Nathan returned to the Escalade, while his men continued their work. This time, he opened the back door and sat next to her. He ran his hand up her thigh with the same stupid sneer plastered on his face. Don't cry, lassie. You're safe. Just a slight disagreement about who owns this operation. Once they load the truck, we'll be off and you'll be on your way home. I bet you can't wait. Shirley nodded, because she didn't trust what would come out of her mouth if she spoke to the creep. He couldn't have known about her relationship with Nick, unless he let it slip before Nathan killed him. I wish we had some privacy so I could take you for a ride, but alas, we'll have to wait until we get home. Besides, you could use a shower first before I touch you. Nathan chuckled when Shirley winced from the rebuke. Who did he think he was? No living female would classify him as a prize. He climbed out of the truck and the lock slammed down as soon as the door closed. Trapped again, but she swore she wouldn't stop fighting until she escaped this clown. The men finished loading the box truck, rolled the rear door down, and removed their safety equipment. 3 climbed into the cab of the truck, while 6 accompanied Nathan back to his SUV. She watched the rest of the men spread throughout the camp and manhandle the frail-looking women. Not a pleasant sight. We're off. I'm leaving a few gents behind to assure my investment pays off. Don't you worry, I've still got enough firepower to keep you safe. We'll be home before sundown. I can't wait to spend some time with you. Nathan winked at her, and she turned away from the little monster. Time for her to shut down and move outside of herself. Shirley feared emptying herself would be her new normal, otherwise she would go crazy serving Nathan. Chapter 20. Anna. Anna didn't know if she should scream or destroy something, so she broke down in tears instead. Her mom laid dead inside this strange house, while she watched the Jeep disappear, and a group of zombies headed their way. 2 complete strangers who saved her life 2 times now were her only company. What happened to Perez? Did he run away like a little girl and let Mom die alone? Anna thought she'd never know the answer. If she ever saw him again, she'd kick him in the balls for letting her down. A complete coward. But really, he was a stranger too, and he owed her nothing. The 2 Israeli soldiers stood awkwardly while the tears continued to flow. They understood how to follow orders, but neither could figure out the feelings of a preteen girl. She needed to give them a break, because they were stranded too, and most of their supplies disappeared with the Jeep. Both carried weapons, but how much ammo did they have? Anna suspected she'd be back in her dead mother's arms soon. They were screwed. After what felt like hours, Tamar finally broke the silence. David, go inside and clean up. We're going to have to stay here for a bit. Roger. He headed inside the house. Anna didn't have to be told that cleaning up meant dealing with her mother's rotting corpse. She hoped to bury her properly, but Anna knew she needed to survive first. As she watched the approaching mob of zombies, she knew they'd have to hide inside this death house, and hope they continued on. Her second time this week, waiting inside this place for death to stroll by without claiming her. This time, she wouldn't have the familiar comfort of Mom's arms encircling her. Anna, come here and stand with me. We need to remain out of sight until David lets us know it's clear to go back inside. She nodded in response, because Anna didn't trust herself to talk. Tamar treated her like a kid, but she wouldn't argue with her. Anna wasn't a teenager yet, and who knew if she'd live long enough to become one. They stepped over to the corner of the house just beyond the front door, inside the shadows. This brought back the memories of waiting with her mother for Perez to clear the building. Part of her hoped he survived, while the other part wanted him dead for abandoning her mother. The door cracked open and David waved them inside. She watched him glance toward the incoming horde and watched his face fall. Anna almost cried again when she saw the look of total defeat cross his face. Tamar guided her through the open door and pulled it closed behind them. Anna couldn't help to look at the stains on the floor where her mother's body had been. The tears threatened to return, but she pushed them deep down inside. One day, when she was safe, she'd remember this day and grieve her death. Groans, moans, bumps, and thumps came from the ground below as the zombie horde passed by. Anna collapsed in a chair and found it hard to turn away from the bloodstain on the floor. She hoped Mom hadn't suffered at the end, but she figured it was only wishful thinking. Tamar and David stood near the windows overlooking the field where the streams of dead marched from. They whispered together, but Anna didn't even bother trying to eavesdrop. What would be the point? When the time came, she knew they'd share their plan. The 2 didn't have to save her, and they went out of their way to do so, 2 times now. So Anna didn't expect them to abandon her now. Hours passed, but Anna couldn't tell exactly how long they hid. She tried to avoid looking at the floor the entire time, but didn't know where to rest her gaze. David remained near the windows while Tamar searched the house. There are only a few stragglers left. We could take them out with our knives, David said. Then what? We don't have a vehicle and night is coming. There isn't much useful here. We could have really used the stuff from the Jeep. Well, maybe you shouldn't have left the keys in the ignition, Tamar. Anger laced David's words, and Anna feared the fallout. He was right, but she needed the two to stay together. They couldn't fight the walking dead, the Jeremies of the world, and each other. Tamar said nothing, but she glared at David. Will you two quit it? We can't start fighting with each other and expect to survive. I've got no one except for you two, and I don't want to die here. They both stared at Anna, before turning their backs on her and each other. Oh, brother. She was the 12-year-old, but they acted like middle schoolers. As she waited for the two to say something, the three heard feet trudging up the front steps. Both the warriors snapped to attention and turned their weapons on the front door. Anna, it's me, Perez. Tell your friends not to shoot. His familiar voice came through the closed front door. Before either of them reacted, she jumped up from the chair and raced to the door. Anna, stop, Tamar said. Anna ignored her because she wanted to hear his story. Why did he leave her mother alone? What happened to her? Perez had questions to answer, and Anna wouldn't let him off the hook. She threw open the door and saw Perez standing off to the side with his rifle at the ready, but with the barrel pointed away from her. Are you okay? Perez asked. No, thanks to you. My mom's dead too, you know. Where were you? Anna blurted out the words before the tears started again. She couldn't stop them now that she saw Perez's face. It reminded her of all she lost within the past week. I'm sorry, Anna. Really, I am. Please let me in and I'll explain everything. I've got some food and water in my pack. We don't want to attract any attention. When she looked at his face, she saw his pain and believed him. Perez was a stranger too, but he defended her and Mom from the two men who groped them. If he hadn't killed them, something much worse would have happened to them both. She turned away from him but didn't close the door. He took the hint and followed her inside, only to find two guns pointed at him. I'm not a threat. Put your weapons down. We're on the same side here, Perez said. What side is that? Tamar said. The living. I took care of the last few zombies before I came up, so it's clear now. If I'd wanted to take you out, you'd already be dead. I've got some supplies I'm willing to share with you, but make no mistake, I'm here for Anna. His words gave Anna some comfort, but she still wanted to know why he abandoned Mom. Perez walked to the table, displaying no fear, and put his pack down. David lowered his rifle, but Tamar remained on alert. There's nothing great here, but I found about a dozen bottles of water and MREs. Y'all are welcome to help yourself. I've got a truck too, so we can hit the road when you're ready. David strolled over and grabbed an MRE and a bottle of water. Both Tamar and Anna stayed put. Tamar lowered the barrel of her gun. Anna still wanted her answers. Why did you leave my mother here to die alone? All eyes turned toward Anna. Anger and pain dripped from her words, and she wanted Perez to answer for his crimes. She knew she was being silly, because Perez's training didn't come from a medical school. Anna wouldn't have been able to help her either if she had remained, but she needed a scapegoat. Anna, your mom was a tough woman, but her injuries were severe and she needed a hospital. She insisted I head out and try to find you, so I reluctantly agreed. First, I went to the crash site and grabbed everything useful I could carry. Then I returned to your neighborhood, hoping to find one of the other trucks. They were all gone. I thought about returning to your mother, but then I remembered her insistent demands for me to find you. So I tried to track the vehicles. There are still a bunch of zombies wandering around, so I spent days avoiding them while searching. Gunshots came from somewhere on the mountain. As I headed up, a jeep raced past me, and I saw you sitting in the back seat. Since I was still on foot, I had to find a vehicle if I hoped to catch up. After finding an old pickup truck, I took off after you. I watched from a distance and realized these people were helping you, and not the ones who took you. I would have been back sooner, but I had to wait for the horde to pass by. His words made sense, but Anna wasn't ready to forgive and forget. She looked deep into his eyes, and he never turned away. Perez had nothing to gain by returning to her, so she would trust him, even if she didn't forgive him yet. Okay, let's say I believe you. What do we do next? Anna said. Perez shrugged his shoulders before looking at Tamar and David. None of the adults made a suggestion. What about the government camps? Perez shook his head and frowned. They've all been overrun with zombies. All it takes is one loose in an unarmed crowd and the place is lost. The two scumbags leading our group were planning on escaping to a private compound, but the only people who knew where it was are dead. I don't know of anywhere that's safe. What about you two? Why are two Israeli Shayatit 13 soldiers roaming around the U.S.? We were headed to California to find my mother when we discovered Anna in trouble. We brought her here to find her mother, but someone stole our jeep. What do you know about Shayatit 13? Ma'am, I provided base security all over the world and have seen IDF special forces many times. I know Shayatit 13 is the best of the best, as long as those uniforms are yours. Even being young, Anna could see the tension building between the soldiers. She needed the three of them to behave, so they all survived another day. The dead walked right outside their door, and there would be plenty of men just as evil as Jeremy to fight. You three need to cut the shit. We need to work together if we're going to survive. We're all on the same side, regardless of what country we came from originally. Think the zombies will check your passport before they eat you? All your arguing has wasted time, and the sun is setting. You're the adults. Make a plan. 3 sets of eyes stared daggers at her. They had to know she was right. Tamar diverted her eyes first. Okay, Perez. It's your country. Where should we go? Tamar said. Anna smiled, knowing she reached at least one of the adults. Tamar seemed to be a natural leader, so she'd get the 2 men in line. The men turned toward Tamar and it looked like Perez might speak. Before he could, a bright red fire from a flare went up over the center of town. Chapter 21. Shirley. Blah blah blah. Shirley tired of Nathan's diarrhea of his mouth. A little Irish dictator with a god complex. He went on about himself and how powerful his family was both before the fall and during the apocalypse. She smiled and nodded from time to time, but continued to tune him out. Keep pushing her feelings down and remain an outside observer. This would be her recipe for survival. Shirley tried to survive on her own, and to her credit, she still lived and breathed. When the zombie horde closed in, she panicked and left the others behind to die. She'd shoved the guilt deep down inside, knowing everyone she knew was now dead or worse. Lucky for her, she knew how to live in the world men like Nathan created. For her entire life, she jumped from one bed to the next, so why would the apocalypse be any different? Here's your new home, sweetheart. What do ya think? His words penetrated her tough exterior shell, and she looked at the fenced compound the convoy prepared to enter. The trucks navigated through an opening created by a metal gate and a set of retractable bollards. 3 armed men stood inside a large guard shack, while another group manned 2 large machine guns on either side of the opening, hidden behind sandbags. The fence had to be 12 feet tall, with a ring of razor wire wound around the top. Several buildings backed up to a sheer cliff face, preventing access from the back of the property. A large lighted sign on the top of the largest building read, "Casino." More armed men patrolled the grounds inside of the fenced area. Aye, pretty impressive, ain't it? I can understand your lack of words because of this impressive sight, but you'll show me your thanks later tonight. He winked after he spoke, and Shirley felt her stomach churn while the bile rose in her throat. Good thing she hadn't eaten for a while now, or she might have hurled in the back seat of the Escalade all over the armed men surrounding her. Push it all deep down inside. She was alive and breathing after all. The box truck took a hard left and headed out of sight around the back of the large casino building, while the caddy turned right and headed toward one of the smaller buildings ringing the property. They stopped in front of a structure Shirley would guess to be around 3,000 square feet in size. "Aye, lassie. This is our home. You can get comfortable while I talk with father. Don't get any funny ideas because the men here ain't friendly, like I am." Nathan had an evil-looking smile on his face when he spoke. It conveyed the unspoken threat his words glossed over. Make no mistake, she was his prisoner, and would continue living as long as she conformed to his will. Shirley turned away from his stare and swallowed back the bile. It burned her throat as it returned to her stomach. "Anything you say, Nathan. Thanks for your hospitality." "Aye, lassie. That's what I like to hear. Please, no need to call me Nathan. We're going to be close. Call me Daddy instead." He smiled and winked as he talked. Call him Daddy? What the hell? She forced a smile on her lips in response to his insanity. Okay, Daddy. Thank you for your generosity. Aye, lassie. Hank, show her around but make sure nothing happens to her. She is mine. Sir, yes sir. The man next to her responded, so she guessed him to be Hank. He took her gently by the arm as he opened the door of the SUV. Ma'am, please come with me. Shirley watched Nathan nod and then turn his focus back through the windshield. She let Hank lead her out of the truck and toward the front of the house. The SUV eased away from the curb and out of sight as it drove around the casino building. Hank pushed the front door in and directed her inside the house. From the outside, the place looked plain, but it was a different story on the inside. They walked into a 2-story foyer with a white stone floor and white walls. 2 sets of stairs rose to the second floor from each side of the entryway, with a large open living area visible beyond. The place was spotless inside and constructed with high-end materials. Make yourself at home. The kitchen is back that way, and the bedroom is at the top of the stairs. You'll find a shower in the master bedroom, and there should be some clothing for you to change into. I can get you anything you need. Please don't try to escape. You won't get far, and I'd hate to kill a gorgeous woman like yourself. Understand? Hank said. Yes, sir. I understand. I think I'll use the bathroom first. Hank pointed up the stairs, and she followed his direction. As she climbed the stairs, she noticed Hank taking a position in the open living room. He didn't stare at her or make her feel uncomfortable, but he obviously would not leave her alone either. Great. Where would she run to if she escaped this place? The white motif continued into the master bedroom. White walls, white stone on the floor, softened by some big fluffy fake fur rug in front of the king-sized bed. Shirley continued into the bathroom and found a shower big enough for 4 people, with 6 different shower heads. She stripped and stood beneath the scorching water. It ran down her body, turning her skin a bright red. Salty tears ran down her face, washed away by the scalding water. Steam fogged the glass surround, enclosing the shower. The pain she tried to exorcise didn't come from the hot water, but from her rough past and fears of this new future. Shirley kept getting herself into these dangerous situations with no way out. Would she ever learn her lesson? Shirley stood under the water until her skin felt like it was on fire, and the bathroom filled with steam. After drying herself off with a fluffy white towel, nicer than any she used recently, she wrapped herself in a fleecy white robe. A glance in the mirror revealed a woman Shirley didn't recognize anymore, and the realization scared her. A wonderful smell wafted up from the first floor, and she decided to investigate. She found Hank sitting on the sofa reading a book, and a man in a chef's jacket laboring away in the kitchen. The chef stopped his preparations and leered at Shirley as she approached. His stare made her uncomfortable, and then she remembered that only a flimsy robe covered her body. "Focus on your cooking before I cut your eyes out." The chef turned away from Shirley's body and concentrated on the food before him. Shirley retreated from the pervert, even though the food smelled so good and her stomach complained about being empty. "It's okay. He won't hurt you, Shirley. You don't have to leave." She appreciated Hank's concern, but Shirley knew kindness from men always came at a cost. The price she would have to pay to Nathan would be too much, so she didn't need to owe anyone else. Before she could escape the kitchen, Nathan burst in through the front door. Gordon, is that food of yours done yet?" Nathan said. "Almost, sir." "His name isn't Gordon, but shouldn't all chefs be named Gordon?" Nathan laughed at his own little joke, but Shirley noticed the other men didn't even smile. What a jackass. "Once the chef is done, you can escort him back to his kitchen, Hank. I won't need either of you tonight." "I take my orders from the colonel," Hank said. "Aye, and the colonel takes his orders from the Orions. So be a good little soldier boy and do what you're told." Hank glared at Nathan, but he didn't respond. Nathan appeared clueless about the threat Hank projected. The chef set the table while Nathan put the stereo on. 80s rock blasted through the speakers, and Nathan danced like a drunk with no rhythm. Shirley swallowed back a laugh because she didn't want to provoke him. "Dinner is served, sir." Get the hell out, Gordon." Hank stood and grabbed the chef by the arm and dragged him through the door. His eyes shot daggers at Nathan as he pulled the chef across the room. Let's eat, beautiful." Shirley followed him to the table and took the seat across from him. She found a thick, juicy steak, a baked potato, and steamed broccoli on her plate. Nathan poured a glass of red wine and placed it in front of her. The music continued to blast from the speakers, a Bon Jovi tune she remembered. It played from the club's speakers many times when she danced naked for money in front of men she didn't know. Nathan didn't speak a word to her the entire time they ate. He stuffed his face like a starving animal and stared at her cleavage. Shirley had to admit that the food tasted good. She savored every bite. Even the wine went down easy, even if she preferred hard liquor. After only her third glass, the room spun. Shirley wondered how she got buzzed so quickly. Didn't wine have a low alcohol content? Darkness closed in at the sides of her vision, and she felt her body slide out of the chair. Before her body hit the floor, Shirley's world turned black. Chapter 22. Tamar. Tamar didn't like this situation one bit, but she couldn't abandon Anna. She saved Anna from kidnappers and kept her from being eaten by her zombified mother. Perez appeared to be a legitimate American soldier, but something seemed off about him. With the rise of the dead, something was off inside all of them. Perez told them that zombies overran all the government survival camps, and nowhere would be safe anymore. He claimed to want to protect Anna, but lacked a plan. Tamar wanted to head west to find her family and would have gladly watched Anna along the way. But when that flare went up, Anna became focused on investigating. They stood hidden in the shadows at one end of the town's green and watched a group of zombies surrounding the public library. Vehicles, park benches, tables from the library, and other detritus made up a makeshift barricade in front of the stone building. David used his rifle scope to confirm a few survivors roamed inside the library. Their presence drove the zombie mob into a frenzy. "Any ideas?" Tamar said. "Why don't you shoot the zombies?" Anna said. "Unlike the movies, our guns require ammo, and we don't have an unlimited supply. Shirley took most of our stuff when she drove off with the Jeep," Tamar said. David glared at her when she spoke these words. She knew he blamed her for the predicament they were in. He might actually be right this time, because she left the keys in the Jeep. Tamar never suspected that Shirley would run off, and wanted the keys in the ignition if they needed to make a quick getaway. A speedy escape turned out to be the correct solution, except Shirley exercised it on her own. "How about a distraction?" Perez said. He pulled 2 fragmentation grenades out of the pockets of his tactical vest. Contrary to a Hollywood movie, a grenade won't blow up a city block, nor would it be an effective weapon against a zombie. Explosives kill from the shrapnel and the pressure wave. Unless you got really lucky, neither would kill a zombie, since you needed to destroy their brains. But they would make one heck of a racket. It might distract the horde long enough for them to pull off this crazy rescue mission. "Perez, take your grenades and slip down the far side of the green. When you're 50 yards out, throw the first grenade. Retreat once the monsters move away from the library. Use the second only if you absolutely need to. David, stay back here with Anna and provide cover fire." "You know I only have 30 rounds left," David said. "Then you'd better practice fire discipline. I'll move in and get the people out of the building. We'll meet back at the truck. Everyone clear?" The 2 men nodded, but Anna stared at her. "I can help. Let me do something." "Anna, you'll be watching David's back. He can't look in both directions at the same time." Anna frowned and continued to stare at Tamar. After a few moments, she nodded too. "Okay, Perez, you're on." For a big man, he moved with an amazing amount of speed. She didn't hear him make a sound, and even the zombies didn't notice his approach. Perez was an effective soldier. Tamar would remember this if they all lived long enough. She used the shadows to her advantage as she moved down the opposite side of the town's green. After running 10 miles a day for most of her adult life, Tamar didn't even break a sweat. Would the people inside the library be able to escape so easily? Who knew what condition they were in? Tamar jumped when the explosion shattered the silent night. She cursed herself for the unprofessional reaction, because she knew it was coming. Perez threw the grenade into a parked car, and the confined space amplified the sound. The gas left in the tank caught fire, so it made quite the spectacle. Anyone within a couple of clicks would have heard it, so it drove Tamar into action before any new threats arrived. They didn't need anyone or anything else to fight. She sprinted for the makeshift barrier and the glass door beyond it. A few zombies stayed behind, trying to find a way inside, content with the meal hiding in the library. David fired twice and 2 monsters collapsed into heaps. A third was too close to Tamar for David to get off a shot, so she plunged her knife through its skull. Tamar leapt over the prone body, and then slid across the hood of an older Buick as she closed in on the library. She flung the door open and stepped into the foyer. They had filled the foyer with shelves and desks, but gave no thought to creating an effective barricade. 5 sets of eyes stared back at her as she entered the building. Come on, we need to move before the zombies return. No thanks. We is all fine here. A dirty fat man with a shaggy beard spoke to Tamar. He wore a wife-beater, had tattoos covering his bare arms with shoulder-length greasy hair. His arms showed little definition, and it appeared drinking beer and eating chips had been his exercise routine. A second male stood a head shorter, dressed in filthy jeans and his own wife-beater. He appeared to be the beta male in this case, but Tamar would consider him no less dangerous than his friend. Tamar noticed 3 females cowered in the corner, who refused to make eye contact with her. 2 were in their 20s and would have been attractive if they had showered within the last week and wore clean clothes. The third was a young girl that Tamar would have guessed to be about 5. None of the 3 would have kept company with these 2 losers before the zombie apocalypse. If you're fine, then why did you send up a flare? That's usually a cry for help. Tamar addressed the group but kept her eyes on the 2 men. She had dealt with hostage situations before, so she recognized this as one. That be Sally. She finds the flare gun here and panicked when the zombies come. We build wall so they not get in. Having a kid makes you weak. The fat hillbilly spoke again, so he considered himself the alpha. Tamar didn't want to kill the man, but saw no other option. Sally, do you want to go with me? She watched the woman who held the little girl start at the sound of her name. Tamar thought Sally might ignore her, but then she saw the woman's head nod. This slight movement sealed the fate of these 2 men. Wait. They's are women. You ain't taking them. In the blink of an eye, Tamar drew her sidearm and fired 3 times. The first shot caught Alpha Dude in the gut, the second in his right leg, and the third missed as his body dropped. Beta Boy turned and ran farther into the darkness of the building, so Tamar decided not to waste any additional time or ammo on pursuing him. No. One of the previously silent women yelled as she charged Tamar. She hadn't expected this reaction, so Tamar cursed herself for not considering Stockholm Syndrome. Before Tamar could react, the woman hit her like an American football player, and her pistol flew from her hand. Tamar staggered under the attack before collapsing under the woman's weight. Being a trained fighter, it didn't take Tamar long to subdue her attacker. After retrieving her weapon and regaining her feet, she saw Sally and her daughter shaking in the corner. Neither had budged during the melee. Sally, if you still want to go, then we need to get moving right now. Tamar finished her plea as another explosion rang out. She knew their time was up because Perez used the second grenade. A quick look found the 2 standing up on shaking legs and staggering toward her. No pressure, but we need to move. Time's up. A growl came from behind her, and she turned to see the reanimated Alpha Dude tear into the throat of the woman Tamar, just incapacitated. She raced to the 2 refugees and dragged them out the door and through a small opening in the makeshift wall. Both moved on shaky legs, and Tamar didn't know if fear affected them or if they were malnourished. Tamar kept her small group to the shadows, moving up the same side of the town green as before. The group of zombies scattered between the 2 burning vehicles, with several corpses scattered across the open area. She hadn't heard any more gunshots after entering the library, so she assumed Perez took them out silently. David and Anna were still in position, and neither moved until Tamar reached them. Then the group ran for the truck. The 2 survivors moved slower than Tamar would have liked, but all 5 of them made it to the pickup unharmed. Perez sat in the driver's seat, and he waited until they all climbed into the bed. Then he twisted the key, and the engine roared to life. He spun the tires as they exited the war zone they just created, and they raced away from the carnage. She did not know where they were off to, because nowhere was safe. Tamar hoped Perez had a plan, because she didn't. Her eyes swept over her crew, and Tamar cringed. She didn't want to be a bitch, but the reality of her situation sucked. They numbered 6, but only 3 were capable soldiers. Their supplies had dwindled to almost nothing, and the remaining 3 members of the group consisted of 2 children and a woman in severe shock. Not the recipe one wanted to survive in a post-apocalyptic world. Chapter 23. Tommy. Tommy longed for his old life, filled with nothing but video games and non-stop snacks. A few thousand empty calories would do him some good right now. Instead, he lived a life of want and need, being watched over by a series of cruel lunatics. Jeremy started this mess, and after his death, Nick took over. Nobody would confuse either man with a saint, but their rule paled compared to this new group of mobsters. They killed both Nick and Pam and then forced Tommy to bury both bodies by himself. Like his previous cruel masters, they saw no value in Tommy because he was too fat to fit inside of the caves. If this lack of food continued, he would fit before too long, and he feared going inside the caves more than death. Everyone who went down into the earth returned changed, and not in a good way. Most died within a few months after they went insane. His only solace was the 3 new children he brought back after raiding a camp with Nick and Pam. They would be the new workers, supervised by the veteran women, who still had some of their sanity remaining. He hoped to run away, but didn't know how to survive on his own or even where to go. Life in the apocalypse was hopeless for Tommy. Their 5 captors dragged them outside on the first day of the new regime. Fewer guards than the remaining workers, but 4 of the prisoners were kids, and the other 2 used up women. Besides the knives required for harvesting, none carried a weapon. All 5 men carried automatic weapons, so a fight between the 2 groups would only end one way. Listen up. We won't take any shit from you. You give us trouble and you die. Do you understand? Their leader said. Tommy and the 2 women nodded, but the 3 kids hugged each other and shook. Good. You're going to take the 3 newcomers into the cave and get them started on the harvest. The man pointed to Linda as he spoke. She was the youngest of the 2 women, but looked to be twice her actual age because of the time she had already spent working in the cave. Fat Boy and the old bat will stay up top and haul the harvest into the warehouse. If you meet your quota, then you'll get something to eat later. You don't, then someone will die. Now get your asses moving. Linda and Karen dragged the 3 kids toward the opening in the ground. This would start their nightmare, that would only end with their painful death. Tommy felt guilty for helping to capture them, but he did whatever it took to survive. He would continue to do the same. They must have made their quota, because the mobsters fed them at sunset. The food tasted gross and barely covered the plate, but they all ate everything, so they had the strength to keep going. Even the 3 kids seemed to understand the hopelessness of their current situation. Overnight, Tommy heard the men raping Karen and Linda. It grossed him out because both women were disgusting. He was just grateful that none of the men visited him during the night. Not a nice thought, but he hoped the 2 women continued to satisfy the men's urges. The next day became a carbon copy of the day before. One day blended into another, until 2.5 weeks passed. Tommy noticed that children's reactions changed from fear of going into the dark cave to withdrawal from the drug. He knew the insanity would come soon, and then they'd need more workers or they might force him down the hole. Then one morning, things went differently from all the others. The boy was the biggest of the 3 kids, and Tommy assumed the oldest. While the leader gave his typical morning message of work hard or don't get fed, the boy stood away from the 2 girls and fidgeted. Halfway through the message, the boy charged at the closest soldier, brandishing his harvest knife. Tommy heard the gunshots, but all the bullets either missed the boy or couldn't stop him in his crazed, drugged state. He leapt onto the unsuspecting man and thrust his knife into his throat. Blood erupted like a geyser until his body emptied of fluids. The boy jumped off and ran at a second man, but his rifle fired 4 times and the young boy collapsed. Their leader pulled his knife and plunged it through the skulls of the dead soldier and the boy. This left only 4 soldiers to guard them, but Tommy knew the advantage still favored the men with the automatic weapons. "We won't tolerate this behavior from anyone. The quota has doubled for the next 2 weeks, and we'll cut your food rations in half. Best not try this shit again or we'll kill you all and start over." Shoulders sagged and all eyes stared at the ground. They barely made the current quota, and they were all slowly starving to death. Tommy didn't know how they would survive much longer. The lead soldier spoke again, but this time, he addressed Tommy directly. "Hey Fatso. Clean up this mess and take care of these bodies. Then report back to me. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir." Tommy dragged the smaller boy's corpse to the back corner of the camp, where they buried the other bodies. He knew he would struggle to move the soldier's body, but he wouldn't ask anyone for help. Punishment would result from his request, and he needed no more abuse. It took most of the morning for Tommy to move the 2 corpses and commit them to the earth. The lack of proper nutrition caused him to lose some of his baby fat, but it made him dizzy and weak too. He didn't want to, but Tommy set out to find the lead soldier as he requested. A good old-fashioned beating would be his only reward if he didn't follow through. None of the men revealed their names to him, so he only knew them as Sir. "I finished disposing of the bodies, sir." "It's about time, Fatso. You need to learn to move faster. Since you've been here a while now, I'm sending you out with 2 of my men. You need to show them where survivors are hiding, so we can refresh the workforce. Clearly, we need more workers after today's display." "When should we leave, sir?" "No time like the present. Smith Johnson. Fatso will show you where the other survivors are hiding. Bring back some new workers or don't come back. Do you understand?" "Sir, yes, sir." Both men responded in unison. The 3 armed men stared at Tommy, and he felt the bile from his stomach as it burned his throat. True, he originally came from the area, and Nick took him out on a previous raid. But he had no clue where any other groups were staying. If he had, he would have run away long before now. His best hope was to wander around on the mountain and hope they found someone. Anyone for these men to capture. Tommy turned and headed toward the gate, while the 2 thugs followed close behind him. He needed to prove himself useful, or they'd kill him. With no idea where to turn, Tommy headed up the mountain. All the past raids he went on turned down the hill, so he felt traveling upward might lead to his salvation. His freedom meant dooming someone else to a living hell. The dirt road, not much more than a path, curved through the woods as it led higher up the mountain. They strolled uphill for what felt like hours, before the path dead-ended into another. This route appeared to head either straight up the mountain or down to the town below. It looked well-worn and twice as wide as the previous path. Tommy still didn't know which way to turn, but he gambled and chose upward again. The 3 continued on, finding nothing and nobody except for more trees. Tommy noticed the sun heading down past its zenith, and guessed it to be around 3 in the afternoon. He didn't want to spend the night on the hill with these 2 men, so he hoped they'd come across something soon. Guilt and hunger made his stomach ache, but this is how someone like him survived the apocalypse. About the time Tommy despaired, a tall chain-link fence came into view. The 2 soldiers went into high alert and took over the point position of their little parade. Neither spoke, only making hand signals to each other. Tommy couldn't decipher their code, but curiosity pushed him forward. When he reached the fence line, he found the 2 men whispering together. They ignored him, and Tommy thought about running off. Where would he run to? This thought squashed his escape plans before they even started. Inside the grounds, he saw an older pickup truck parked in front of a large but ugly house. Tommy didn't even know how to describe the dump. In the yard, two young girls played while a skinny woman watched. Something looked familiar about one of the girls, but he couldn't place it. "Hey, Fatso. You stay right here while we capture this group. Don't move and don't think about running away." Tommy gulped but nodded. He didn't know if Smith or Johnson spoke, and he didn't care who was who. Fear kept him in place as the two men crept past the gate and split up as they approached the three female targets. He felt sorry for them, but knew this would keep him safe for a while. Part of him wanted to shout a warning, but he swallowed the guilt down. It caused his stomach to boil. Then recognition hit him. The girl who looked familiar was Anna. The same chick who kicked him in the balls, locked him in a cell, and caused him to get beaten by Jeremy. These facts would make the guilt manageable after all the pain she caused him. Tommy couldn't help the smile as it broke out on his face while he watched the two men advance. "Sorry, Anna, but you deserve it this time." Chapter 24. Shirley. A sharp prick to her upper arm caused Shirley to return to the world of the living. Her stomach churned and her head pounded. As she took inventory, Shirley laid on the floor, naked except for a sheet draped over her body. Soreness engulfed her breasts and throbbed between her legs. Nausea overwhelmed her, and she turned onto her side and puked. Only bile came out of her shaking body. Motion from the corner of her eye told her she wasn't alone, and she crab-walked away from the figure. The sheet slipped, exposing her breasts, but she didn't care because many people saw her naked body over the years. All she thought about was escaping the person who did this to her. As she moved these few feet, Shirley felt the room spin and puked again. This time blood mixed with the bile. "It's okay. You're safe now. Sorry about the shot, but your breathing became shallow, and I didn't know how much of a dose he gave you." Shirley heard the words clearly and they were English, but the fog inside her head kept the meaning from her. She stared at the man who talked. He looked familiar and friendly, but her physical condition told a different story. The man kneeled down next to her and smiled. He was tall and well-built, with a scar on one side of his face. Short dark hair and dark eyes gave him a dangerous appearance. His look conveyed more of a threat than the pistol holstered on his belt. His cargo pants and shirt were a camouflaged design, giving him the look of a soldier rather than a doctor. "Wow, looks like he gave you a large dose. I'd like to kill the little punk for this." "It's okay, Shirley, my name's Hank. We met 3 days ago. I won't hurt you. Nathan drugged and defiled you. Once you're feeling up to it, you can get cleaned up and have something to eat." As the fog parted, his words registered. 3 days? Hadn't they kidnapped her yesterday? That's when she watched Nick die and ate with her murdering captor. The food had been good, but she remembered feeling lightheaded after only her third glass of wine. Shirley preferred vodka and could drink most men under the table. A skill she learned early in her career, allowing her to rob her client blind without having to perform. So the thought of 3 glasses of wine doing her in seemed odd. She frowned and let the fog fade from her brain. "Sorry, I know this is a lot. I'd like to get you out of here, but I have to wait for the right opportunity to act. Being out for almost 3 days will make it difficult to think. Nathan can't have it any other way because the little punk is into necrophilia." "Necrophilia?" Shirley said. "Yeah, he enjoys having sex with dead people. Of course, that's a dangerous kink to have during the zombie apocalypse, so he drugs women instead. Nate can't stand to face anyone. Conscious women intimidate him since they can scream and fight. Sex with the dead. That's gross." Little Nate ran the funeral business for the Orion clan before the world ended. They needed some legit business dealings to launder their money. Things were grand until a surprise inspection during one of Nate's parties. Hank chuckled before continuing. I would have liked to see the look on the state inspector's face that day. The old man had to pay off a bunch of people to undo his little boy's mess. Since then, the old man hasn't known what to do with him. But lucky for Nate, civilization ended, and now anything goes. So, he's going to drug me every time he gets the urge for sex? I'm afraid so. You aren't the first, but you'll be the last if I have any say. He's gone through 3 women since they assigned me to him, and I won't let you be the 4th. I didn't sign up for this, and it's all pretty much pointless now. Shirley saw the pain in his eyes and knew there was more to his story. One day he might tell her, but he turned away from her, ending the conversation. She didn't know if pinning her survival on Hank would be wise, but it seemed to be her best option. Either way, she knew there would be a cost. To solidify her choice, she stood and let the sheet fall to the floor as she walked toward Hank. He turned at her approach. No. Cover yourself up. His reaction confused her, because men never passed up a willing tryst. Had she gotten so old that he didn't want to have sex with her? These were the skills she possessed for survival, so she hoped they hadn't faded. She picked up the sheet and covered herself with it. Sorry. I just thought. Wait, are you gay? Hank roared with laughter. No, I'm not gay, and yes, you're very tempting. But it's time for me to step up and live with honor again. You're a prisoner here, and I won't force you or anyone else to have sex with me. Once we escape, if you're willing, we can have this discussion again. Get yourself cleaned up and dressed. I'll be waiting in the other room. With these words, he turned and walked away. Shirley couldn't figure him out, but she'd trust he would be true to his word. She should have stayed in the cabin after Nick left. Life outside of Nick's house proved tougher than expected. After a long scalding shower, Shirley found a pair of white shorts and a tank top that left little to the imagination. The selection of clothing lacked any modest options. She found Hank in the kitchen, putting together a plate with a sandwich and a salad. He passed it across the large island, along with a glass of iced tea. I made this for you since I thought you'd be hungry by now. Thank you. She smiled at Hank and noticed his cheeks turning pink, because she caught him checking out her cleavage. Hank was a man, after all, and she enjoyed the reaction. It let her know she hadn't lost it. The sandwich had chunks of pulled chicken covered in barbecue sauce. A salad featured fresh tomatoes, cucumbers, and lettuce dressed in an Italian dressing. Not a fancy meal, but she ate heartily. How did she get so hungry? Then she remembered Hank's words when she first came to, telling her she had been unconscious for 3 days. As she finished her meal, the door flew open, and the little pervert stormed into the house. "Aye, lassie. Don't you look good? Too bad, I don't have any time to sample the wares today." Nathan winked as he stared at her chest. His eyes never left her cleavage. What a scumbag. After a minute of leering, Nathan turned to Hank. Hank. I need you to watch over my possessions, including my girl. The old man has a mission for me at my uncle's place. I'll return within a month. Keep your hands off of her." Nathan chuckled. "There's no worry there. I hear you don't touch any of the free women, so why would you touch my lassie? You're either a fruit or a eunuch. Doesn't matter which, just keep my stuff safe until I return." Again he laughed, but Nathan didn't see the look in Hank's eyes. A look of murder. Nathan continued up the stairs, and he banged around in the master bedroom. After 10 minutes, he returned with a tattered suitcase. Lassie. Stay inside this house with Hank. He'll take care of you while I'm gone. You're safe as long as you stay with him. I'll be back before you know it." Nathan turned and headed out the door without looking back. Shirley didn't know if she should feel elated or frightened. He drugged and raped her, but she could think of worse things men might do to her in a place like this. Hank owed her nothing, so she didn't expect him to protect her. As she saw it, a big fat screw job. A door slammed out front and she heard an engine roar to life. Shirley watched the large SUV pull away from the house and head toward the gate. This would be her best opportunity to escape this place and forget about this creep. She started when Hank spoke. "I've got a hunting cabin about 3 miles from here, where I've been hiding supplies. When the time's right, I'll take you there, and this place will be an unpleasant memory for us both. Be ready to go when I return." He looked earnest, but men had lied to Shirley all her life. At one time, she thought she was an excellent judge of character, but a lifetime of broken promises and inappropriate relationships told a different story. She hoped this time might be different, but knew she only lied to herself. Shirley nodded to acknowledge his words, because she didn't trust herself to speak. No sense showing weakness in front of a man she didn't know. "Great, stay here, and don't let anyone in until I return. I'll be back for you soon, and then we'll both be free." She returned his smile, even though the doubts plagued her. No man ever did anything kind for her, and she didn't expect this to change during the apocalypse. By running away from the protection of the 2 soldiers, she sealed her fate, and she would find the key to freedom herself. Hank turned and strolled out the same door Nathan just used. Shirley locked the door behind him and leaned against it, lost in thought. Chapter 25. Anna. Anna felt like a kid again as she played with Jess outside of Shirley's cabin. As the only child of a single mother, she couldn't remember the last time she had fun with another kid. The 2 girls played tag and ran around the yard while Sally watched over them. Sally hadn't spoken more than 10 words since Tamar saved the 2 of them from the zombie horde surrounding the town's public library. She sat, leaning on the trunk of a tree while staring out into space, and not paying attention to the girls. Anna didn't mind because she found herself unsupervised when her mother worked late. Plus, Tamar, Perez, and David were inside the house planning their next move. They wouldn't allow anything bad to happen to them. At first, they had disappointed Anna by not including her in the conversation with the adults, but now she didn't mind. She trusted both Tamar and Perez with her life, and knew they would continue to watch over her and keep them all safe. They were practically superheroes in her mind. She slowed down so Jess could catch her and tag Anna. Jess was only 6 years old, so Anna could easily outrun her. What fun would the game be if Anna didn't give Jess a chance? Jess laughed as she tagged Anna on her back. "You it, Anna. You it." Anna smiled, but pretended to be disappointed about being tagged, and called it. All part of their game. She moved to the timeout spot at the far end of the clearing, to give Jess a head start. "You better watch out, Jess, because I'm gonna get you." Both girls giggled at Anna's pretend threat. Unlike the world around them, being tagged resulted in no injury nor death. As she watched Jess run away, a branch snapped in the woods behind her. Anna turned toward the noise and rough hands grabbed her. She threw an elbow over her shoulder as she bit down on the hand closing over her mouth. Pain shot up her arm as her elbow connected with a solid object. A gruff man's voice swore and the meaty paws released her. Fueled by pure terror, Anna ran for her life. She watched Sally finally wake up and tackle a man trying to grab Jess. The man threw her to the ground and shot her in the head for her efforts. Then he grabbed Jess. Anna's heart felt like it might tear out of her chest from the running and the fear. "Help! Help! Help!" Anna gasped for breath like an asthmatic with a missing inhaler, while trying to raise the alarm. Nothing mattered except her escape from this man. In her fear and confusion, Anna ran out of the camp instead of to the house where her protectors were. When she realized her mistake, Anna skidded to a stop. Her head pivoted as she looked for a clear path back to the house. Before taking 2 steps, someone blindsided her. It felt like a truck colliding with her midsection, and she found it impossible to breathe. Blackness settled in from her peripheral vision, until the darkness completely overtook her. Anna didn't know if seconds, minutes, hours, or days had passed. 2 years ago, Anna's mother took her horseback riding, and the same bouncing ride replaced the darkness. She tried to move her hands and feet to get into a comfortable position, but found them bound together. With a view of the ground, Anna realized someone had slung her over their shoulder. They tied her hands and legs in such a way that she couldn't move one without moving the other. Hogtied. As she shifted her weight, the man spoke. "Settle down. I don't want to hurt you but will if I'm forced to." The tone in his voice told her he meant business. She could barely move, so Anna conserved her energy. An opportunity to escape would come if she waited and watched for it. Sounds of movement came from behind them, and she bent her neck at an uncomfortable angle to see who pursued them. With any luck, Tamar or Perez would be right behind him, ready to deal some apocalyptic justice. About 50 yards back, the fat teenage boy who she kicked in the balls ran after them with Jess over his shoulders. The sight made Anna want to cry, but she pushed the feelings down deep. She needed her wits if she wanted to stay alive long enough to escape. He staggered under the weight of the little girl, and Anna hoped he ended up getting a hernia with the effort. An evil thought, but who would blame her? They traveled like this for another 15 minutes. Then they reached a gate in a tall wire fence, and she immediately knew where she was. Jeremy's camp. The same place they had taken her to earlier, and she had escaped from. Did she have the desire in her to get away from them again? Before she could answer her own question, the man threw her on the ground. The hard earth slapped her back, and she found it hard to catch her breath. Darkness threatened at the edges of her vision, but she willed it away before it overcame her. Easy, with the product, Johnson. Where's Smith? The man who flung her onto the ground shook his head. He reached down, grabbed her shoulder, and pulled her onto shaky feet. 2 men faced her, and one leered at every inch of her body. Well, not an enormous loss. Smith was an ass. All 3 men chuckled. The fat teenage boy arrived and collapsed, depositing Jess next to Anna. She noticed the young girl didn't move after falling to the ground. A streak of blood ran down his back, and Anna didn't like what she saw. "Hey, fatso. Did you kill the girl?" He huffed and puffed, trying to catch his breath after the run. Anna figured he never ran anywhere in his life, except down the snack aisle. The man who spoke pulled him to his feet and yelled into his face. "I'm talking to you, dumbass. You killed her. How are we supposed to get our work done now?" He punched the boy in the face and his head snapped back. His legs turned to jelly, and he collapsed in a heap. Anna felt bad for him, but then remembered he had been part of the crew who kidnapped her twice. "I can't believe the incompetence of you losers. Do I have to do everything myself?" His head swiveled between the two as he chewed them out. For a second, Anna thought she saw Jess move, but her eyes must have played tricks on her. "Johnson, clean up this mess." After he barked out his command, the man stepped toward Anna. He ran his hand up her arm and caressed her face. She cringed at his touch and tried to back away. It only made him grab her harder, and he leaned over to whisper in her ear. "You're a sweet one. We'll have some alone time later, and then you'll work for me tomorrow." His breath tickled her ear as he spoke. She hated this pervert and wished him dead. As he backed away, he yelled at the other man. "Roberts, lock her up. Keep your hands to yourself though. She's all mine." Roberts grabbed her upper arm hard enough to cause a mark and dragged her away. Johnson bent down to pick up Jess, and Anna heard a snarl. She turned in time to watch Jess tear flaps of skin off of Johnson's neck. He screamed and reached for the wound. The man who spoke turned at the noise, and Roberts released her arm. Jess didn't stop her attack and continued to rip pieces of flesh from Johnson's neck. Roberts stood still, watching the attack play out in front of him. "What the?" As the man spoke these words, Anna watched his head explode in a pink mist. Chapter 26. Perez. Perez smiled as he watched Anna and Jess playing tag. They ran around the yard, laughing like neither had a care in the world. Their reality was much different since Anna recently lost her mother, and Jess's mother suffered from a serious case of PTSD. If Sandy received therapy, she might return to normal, but Perez knew there would be none available to her during the apocalypse. He turned back toward his immediate problem, the two IDF soldiers. Tamar and David whispered to each other, and neither would make eye contact with him from the other side of the room. Perez wanted to do the right thing, but he doubted the resolve of the two Special Forces soldiers. "So, what do you think we should do next?" They stopped their hushed conversation and both stared at Perez. Tamar's expression was unreadable, but David sneered at him. Perez waited, even though his patience wore thin, waiting for these two prima donnas to make up their minds. "What, no ideas from either of you?" "I think the time for we is over, and we need to go our separate ways," David said. Tamar glared at her comrade, but the unreadable look clung to her face. Perez flexed his fists and tried to slow his breathing. An uncontrolled outburst wouldn't help the situation. He had been here before and made the wrong choice when dealing with disagreements. "You're willing to turn your back on a couple of kids? Are all IDF soldiers pussies, or is it just you two?" His heart pounded and Perez couldn't stop his hands from forming fists, even if he wanted to. Without a mirror in the room, he didn't know how crazy he looked. Tamar turned toward him and he thought she might have smiled. Anger turned his vision red, so minor details washed out. Tension filled the room, but David burst out laughing. "You don't understand, mate. They're dead already. The kindest thing to do would be to put bullets in their heads right now. End it for them, because their death later on will be painful. They won't bring you anything but complications. Tamar has already." Perez cut David's sentence short with a fist to David's face. He wasn't a giant, but he outweighed David by 35 pounds, and Perez knew how to throw a punch. The momentum knocked the smaller man off his feet. Before Perez could move in for the kill, Tamar stepped in front of him. She didn't threaten him or attack, but she simply stood in his way so Perez couldn't kill David. His chest heaved and he thought about shoving her out of his way, but sanity returned before he did. He turned his back on the two and stormed off to a neutral corner of the room. Perez shook his hands until they relaxed and concentrated on slowing his breathing. They might be ready to give up and run away, but he still wanted to protect others. The two whispered on the other side of the room, but he couldn't decipher the words. As he tried to calm himself and decide what to do about the two Israeli soldiers, he heard a scream come from the yard. "Help! Help! Help!" The three protectors forgot about their charges while they fought with each other. Perez grabbed his M4 as he sprinted for the door. He threw it open and found Sally's corpse face down on the ground, and both girls missing. One man ran with Jess over his shoulder, while a second sprinted toward the gate just behind him. Perez didn't want to hit Jess, so he put a 3-round burst into the unencumbered man. The man's lifeless body fell with a thump. He knew the man was dead before he hit the ground, because he did nothing to arrest his fall. Before his impulsive nature kicked in, Perez stopped his pursuit. They wouldn't get far, and he wouldn't do Anna any good if he ran blindly into an ambush. Perez took the dozen steps back to the house to see if Tamar or David would help. He found David still sitting on the floor, holding his jaw, while Tamar stood over him. Some men took the girls. I need your help to get them back. Forget it. You want them so bad, then you can get them yourself, David said. With no time to waste, Perez walked to the table where David's M4 sat, slid the magazine out, and turned toward the door. You better hope we don't meet again, pussy. Calling David a name was a childish thing to do, but he needed the extra ammo to save the girls. If the IDF soldiers were going to be cowards, then they could provide for themselves. Besides, they stole the M4 rifles from the US base they left when the shit hit the fan. The first time the cowards ran away. Perez checked Sally for a pulse and found none. He didn't bother putting a knife through her skull. The two deserters could deal with her if she came back. A quick scan of the yard confirmed a second dead body, the intruder, but no other clues. Nothing left for him to do but head toward the gate and hope to not find the dead bodies of the two girls. If he discovered their corpses, then he might lose it. His parents died at the hands of terrorists when Perez was only 10 years old. Dad served in the military and was assigned to a base in Germany. Mom went with him because she always wanted to see the Nuremberg Christmas market. They left Perez behind in the care of his grandparents. 3 gunmen opened fire and killed his parents, along with 78 other shoppers, before the German police responded and gunned the terrorists down. Like Anna, Perez became an orphan at an early age. His grandparents raised him in the mountains of Tennessee. They had a small farm where his grandpa taught him how to grow vegetables, fish, and hunt game. He had a great childhood, even if he missed his parents for the second half of it. Perez wanted to give Anna the same chance at a new life as his grandparents had. His M4 led the way as Perez walked past the prone body of the dead man. If luck went his way, Perez would add to his body count until he got Anna and Jess back. May God have mercy on the souls of those who took them, because Perez wouldn't give them any. He reached the gate marking the end of the property, and found no bodies or anyone waiting to attack him. Perez used the tracking skills Grandpa taught him many years before and picked up their trail. 2 men carrying heavy weights, which he assumed to be Anna and Jess. There were 2 men in the camp and he killed one, so he wondered how many men remained. As he double-timed it down the mountain, Perez took inventory. He loaded one of the 2 full magazines he had left into the M4. That left 1 full and 2 partial magazines for the M4, his sidearm with 1 extra magazine, and his K-bar knife. If he ran into a couple of men, he'd be fine. Much more than that, and it would mean trouble. Hope for the best and plan for the worst. His daydreaming almost made him miss the turnoff. A small spur road split off the main road leading down the mountain, and Perez could tell someone passed by recently. This route was narrow and rutted dirt, so most would miss it. Thanks, Grandpa. Perez knew vengeance would be his because his grandfather watched over him. He turned down the narrow path and continued his sprint through the woods. Every noise and shadow put him on full alert. Those girls only had him between them and some unknown hell those kidnappers had in mind. Time passed and Perez ran on, not knowing how far he had gone or had left to go. Did he miss another turnoff? The question plagued him, and he didn't want to fail the girls. His heart rattled his rib cage and he struggled to catch his breath. He was getting too old for this action. Just when Perez's doubts threatened to overcome him, a large chain-link fence stood before him. He slowed his pace so he could figure out the threat he faced inside. Would he be strong enough to prevail? For Anna's sake, he needed to be. Perez peeked around a large boulder on his side of the fence. Observe, plan, and then execute would be his key to victory. He found 3 men and a fat teenage boy standing in a clearing. One man stood over Anna, and Perez didn't like the way he touched her. A pedophile for sure. Jess laid on the ground near one of the men, but he saw no movement from the girl. The sight in front of him made his blood boil, and all his training went out of the window. The third man grabbed Anna by the arm and dragged her away from the group. Perez broke cover and stormed into the camp. No thought of a plan or worry about having backup. His only thought was to murder the people in front of him. For some reason, the man dragging Anna let go of her arm and turned around. Did he hear Perez's approach? Didn't matter, because there was enough distance between Anna and him now for Perez to shoot. A single round through the man's head took out the first target. Target number 2 ran, and Perez fired 2 3-round bursts after him. Neither hit the man, and he kept running. No sense wasting any more ammo on him. He turned toward the third target and prepared to fire, but the sight froze him in his tracks. Jess sat on top of the third man, like a cowboy on top of their horse. A large shred of skin hung from her mouth and blood ran down her face. No. The barrel of the rifle dropped as Perez realized he failed Jess. His scream alerted the reanimated zombie girl, and she charged him. He thought about letting her have his way and ending his pain. What more did he have to offer anyone? Perez, look out, Anna said. Anna's words awoke the warrior within, and he brought his M4 to bear on the small body. He couldn't die today, because Anna needed him. Bang, bang, bang. Another 3-round burst from his gun. Perez found it hard to aim because his eyes filled with tears. It brought back the memory of firing into the crowd of civilians on that bridge, but this time he did it for Anna. There would be time to hate himself later. Her small body fell to the ground and Jess returned to the dead. Anna survived, so Perez would focus on her. Anna stared at him before running to him and wrapping him in her arms. He cried like a baby because of what he did, and the fact Anna was alive. They stood together, both crying, for what felt like hours. A voice brought him back to the present. Thank you for killing them. Please stay here and protect us. We need your help. 2 older women and a young girl stood 10 yards away from them. The woman who spoke had a husky voice Perez guessed came from a lifetime of smoking. Both older women sported emaciated bodies. When they came closer, Perez saw the signs of drug addicts. Thinning hair, missing teeth, gray baggy skin. Upon closer inspection, neither was as old as he thought. Their drug habit did them in. Sorry, I'm going to take Anna and we're leaving. Anna gave him a look, but he shook his head to cut off her questions. Once they escaped this place, he'd explain his reluctance to help them. He thought about taking the girl, but then he saw the same signs of use on her young face too. What kind of place was this? He pulled Anna close and backed away from the 3. They continued to protest, but he ignored their words. Get Anna out of here. Perez thought they were home free, and then he heard the snarl come from behind them. The third man, who Jess attacked, stood between them and the exit. His head sat at an odd angle because of the damage to his neck. He gained his feet slowly, trying to figure out this zombie thing. But all zombies wanted living flesh, so it wouldn't take long before he charged. Perez reached blindly for the M4 slung over his shoulder, while he attempted to watch the threats coming at them from both directions. His hand found the familiar weapon, but before he could bring it to bear, the zombie's head exploded. 4 more shots rang out, placed behind them, but in front of the advancing druggies. Not knowing if they were next, he grabbed Anna's arm and sprinted for the front gate. Even an average sniper could take them out, so he hoped the shooter was friendly. Perez wished he would wake up from this nightmare. Chapter 27. Tamar. Tamar felt torn because of the men's argument, but she couldn't let Perez kill David. The look in his eyes told her all she needed to know. The crippling punch to David's face wouldn't be his last, and she didn't blame Perez after David's cruel words. His proclaimed cowardice was out of character. Their relationship went back years to their initial training in the IDF, and he never claimed the role of coward before. Had the zombie apocalypse broken him? She stepped in front of Perez and he stopped his advance. Perez's eyes turned from fire to ice in an instant. Her presence disarmed him, but she didn't know for how long. After his breathing slowed, Perez turned his back and stomped to the other side of the room. As she turned toward David, she pictured herself as the official in a boxing match, sending the two heavyweights to opposite sides of the ring after a knockdown. Did one ever win after collapsing on the canvas? David sat on the floor with a darkening eye, and an odd smile twisting his face. Tamar never saw him in such a state, even when under fire. He looked like a madman who she didn't recognize. She tried to figure out what to say to help diffuse the situation. "What the hell is the matter with you?" Tamar whispered to David to calm his craziness, but second-guessed her words. David responded in Hebrew, even though he knew she wasn't comfortable speaking the language since she learned it as an adult. Her father honored the wishes of her Gentile mother by only speaking English in their home. "He's mad. We'll all die if we keep taking in these incompetent losers. Human life has no value. Where's your honor?" Tamar said in English. David turned to her with that strange sneer on his face, and he cackled until a coughing jag took over. This behavior went past anything Tamar knew how to deal with. Even soldiers with PTSD didn't act this insane. Before she could compose a response, a scream came from outside the building. "Help! Help! Help!" Tamar heard the terror in Anna's words. Perez wasted no time charging through the door while brandishing his M4 rifle. She heard the 3-round burst and it caused her stomach to churn. David remained on the floor and sniggered. Before she could act, Perez stormed back into the house. "Some men took the girls. I need your help to get them back." Perez had the same look of murder in his eyes Tamar saw earlier. She felt the desire to fight growing inside of her, and she mentally prepared for battle. Her mouth was too slow, and David responded first. "Forget it. You want them so bad, then you can get them yourself." Tamar couldn't believe the words spewing from David's mouth. They fought together for years to protecting the civilians of Israel from all enemies, but now David wanted to turn his back on 2 kids and a civilian woman? She didn't know David anymore. Perez stormed to the table where David's M4 sat. He slid the magazine out and turned toward the door. He didn't touch her equipment, even though he walked right past it. "You better hope we don't meet again, pussy," Perez said as he crossed through the doorway. "What the hell, David? They're all weak and they deserve to die. Good riddance. Death is a mercy for them." Trying to convince David to help the group was a lost cause. Something broke inside the man and she couldn't fix it, nor did she have the time to do so. Tamar needed to grab her gear and watch Perez's back. Israeli culture taught them Americans were weak, but she saw the inner strength Perez possessed. Tamar grabbed her gear and walked away from David. He spoke to her back. "Where do you think you're going?" "To do the right thing. The same thing they trained you to do." "Bye, David." "Don't walk away from me, Tamar. You'll regret." His words faded as she passed into the yard. Thanks to Perez, David had only 1 bullet left. She felt a surge of guilt, but pushed it back down deep inside. If he remained at the cabin after this rescue mission, she'd try to reason with him. Deal with the most pressing problem at the moment, and maybe they'd all survive. Sally laid face down in the dirt, dashing her hope of everyone surviving this mess. No need to check for a pulse, because nobody took a nap with their face in the dirt. Both girls were missing, and an unknown man lay dead halfway between the house and the road. Now she knew what Perez had fired at. Tamar didn't know if the fence surrounded the entire property, but guessed the man had been running toward their escape route when Perez ended his life. With both girls gone, she figured there had to be 2 or more men left alive. She double-timed it to the gate, using caution in case a trap awaited her. It didn't seem likely, since she heard no further gunfire, but one couldn't be too careful. She stopped on her side of the gate and peeked around the corner. Clear. As a child, her father taught her some outdoor skills, but she didn't need a tracker to know they traveled down the mountain. This place sat at the top, and the trail only went down. There were signs confirming this, including drops of blood. Did she dare to hope the blood came from one of the attackers? With no targets in view, she strode down the road while attempting to scan all directions simultaneously. Each creak or snap from the woods put her on high alert. Perez might consider her to be an enemy, since she didn't stand up for him or the civilians during David's rant. Whoever kidnapped the girls and killed Sally would shoot at her too, so Tamar felt like she wore a giant target on her back. Her training and intuition should have alerted her to David's problem before it blew up. How could he turn his back on everyone and threaten their safety? A snap of a branch pulled Tamar out of her head and back to the threat of the present. She paused and took aim. The leaves rustled, and a buck leapt out of the woods less than 25 feet away from her. It would feed them for days, but Tamar had no time to pursue the meal. He cleared the other side of the road in one jump and disappeared from view. The pause made Tamar discover a smaller dirt path leading away from the road, deeper into the woods. Signs of recent activity lit up the path like a bright neon sign on a moonless night. Tamar noticed the splotches of blood became larger and more sporadic. She still hoped they came from an attacker, but dreaded to find out who was bleeding out. Hearing nothing, she took the path and increased her speed. Only minutes had passed between the time she left and Perez stormed out, but many times seconds separated life from death. Her breathing quickened and her heart pounded as she moved. Fear threatened to overpower her, but she pushed the feelings away. She needed to be 100% once the battle started, not hesitating and second-guessing every move. No sense being stupid either, because emotions and recklessness would get her killed. The pounding of her feet became hypnotic the faster she moved. Time passed by, but she lost track of it and the distance she traveled. Tamar intended on returning to the cabin after saving the girls, because she needed to talk to David. He was wrong, and she needed to make sure he understood that fact. Up ahead, a tall chain-link fence came into view, and Tamar stepped off the road. Perez crouched behind a large boulder, just outside the opening leading into the camp. She could see movement inside the fence and could hear raised voices, but nothing was clear from her hiding spot. Tamar needed to get closer, without startling Perez, to plan their next move. The girls must be inside, and the 2 soldiers could free them if they worked together. She crept toward Perez's location. As she took her third step, Perez leapt up from behind his rock and stormed into the camp. Panic and anger filled her because of a lack of a plan. To be fair, she remembered Perez thought he was alone. With no intelligence on the threats awaiting her, she sprinted after Perez. She needed to remember she only had 1 full magazine left for her rifle. Thankfully, she loaded it when she headed out from the cabin. Shots rang out and she added a burst of speed. A single round, then 2 3-round bursts from Perez's weapon. What she didn't hear was any return fire. She breached the gate and found Anna and Perez standing hand in hand. Bodies laid scattered on the ground. Tamar took inventory of the dead and found a small body shredding the throat of one of the unknown men. Before she identified the zombie, Perez took it down with another 3-round burst. With horror, she recognized the monster as Jess. Grief threatened to overcome her, but she pushed it deep down inside. That's how she survived so long as a soldier. Bury the emotions until later. As she prepared to call out to Perez, the attacker got its feet underneath him. Jess turned the man into a zombie, and he sauntered toward Perez and Anna. Tamar fired a single round through its head, and the zombie dropped. A group of emaciated women advanced on the two, while Perez had his back turned. Tamar didn't know who they were, but she recognized a threat. She provided cover fire to push them back. "Come on, Perez. This way." His head snapped around at her words, and he wasted no time scooping up Anna and running toward her. The sickly women scampered off, so Tamar wasted no more ammo on them. "What are you doing here?" Tamar heard the anger in his words, and she couldn't blame him. She should have said something back at the cabin when David first acted up. "I'm sorry. You were right and David was wrong." He glared at her but kept his mouth shut. She ran alongside him for 15 minutes, marveling at his fitness level. Perez didn't even seem to breathe hard while he carried Anna. True, she weighed little, but he didn't look like a jogger. When they reached the turnoff, Perez stopped and put Anna on the ground. "Are you okay, Anna?" Perez said. "Yes." A short, quick response, during which Anna made no eye contact. Tamar couldn't blame the girl after all the trauma she endured. "What do we do next?" Tamar said. "We go back to the cabin and grab some supplies and the truck. Too many people know where the cabin is now, so we can't stay. If that little prick is still there, I'll kill him. Please, leave David to me. I've known him for years, and I can reason with him. There's no need for any more bloodshed." Perez didn't treat her like an enemy, so she'd take it as a good sign. She only hoped she could break through David's shell and figure out what was bothering him. The stress had been unreal, but he faced combat before and didn't break down. They walked in silence the rest of the way up the mountain. Time passed by quickly and they reached the gate which led into the yard. As they strolled through the opening, Tamar noticed the empty parking spot before Perez said anything. She heard the sigh and watched his head shake. "Tamar, watch Anna." He sprinted the rest of the way to the open door. Tamar expected him to find the place empty. She took Anna by the hand and guided her further into the property. 2 single shots went off and she jumped at the sound. Perez ambled out of the cabin with his rifle by his side. His complexion took on an odd combination of pale and red. He flexed his fist and bit his lower lip as he stood outside of the door. "Everything okay?" Tamar said. "Just peachy. He took the truck and left us stranded." "What's with the gunshots?" Jackass left the door open and 2 zombies wandered in. "They've been dispatched. Good news is, he didn't take all the supplies. You already know the bad news. We're stuck without transport." Tamar needed no further explanation. The sun edged toward the horizon, and the cabin's location had been exposed. They couldn't stay, but they had no other place to go. Could their situation get any more dangerous? Chapter 28. Shirley. A week passed and Hank hadn't returned. It might surprise some people, but Shirley chalked it up to another man letting her down. His promise to help her escape and keep her safe proved empty. When she danced in the upscale gentlemen's club, men made her offers every night, but then they would sober up and return to their wives. Shirley expected nothing less from Hank. Things weren't all bad for her since he left. She had an expensive roof over her head with all the pre-apocalyptic comforts one desired, security to keep the zombies and human raiders out, and food delivered each day. Shirley worried she might run out of supplies, but each day at noon, a new basket of food magically appeared on her doorstep. What more could she ask for? On day 8 or 9, she lost count, Gordon, the chef from her first night with Nathan, delivered the food himself. He peeked through the window next to the front door, but ran off once Shirley made eye contact with him. She remembered his odd behavior that night, and how she felt safe when Hank interceded on her behalf. Too bad Hank's word meant nothing, and he abandoned her. 2 days later, at the time food normally came, Shirley heard a knock at the front door. The sudden noise caused her to jump, because they had left her alone since Nathan left for his mission down south. She remained quiet and hoped they would tire and go away. "Just leave me alone." Another sharp rap on the door shattered any hope of continued solitude. Raised voices came from the other side of the door, but Shirley couldn't decipher what they said. It might have been the door muffling their voices, or the pounding of the blood in her ears, preventing her from hearing clearly. A jingle of keys preceded the click of the lock before the door opened, revealing the 2 men who stood outside on the front stoop. A virtual carbon copy of Nate, except for the 30 extra years of wear on his face, and a muscular man armed with a rifle limped in behind him. The old man strolled in like he owned the place. He stopped within 5 feet of Shirley with a sneer, twisting his wrinkled face. "So you're Junior's latest obsession. With him gone, you're going to need to work to pay your way. Take your clothes off." "Excuse me? Are you hard of hearing? Strip so I can see the goods." Shirley had been in worse situations before, but never from an evil senior citizen. She stalled, hoping for a miracle, but none came. The second man pulled his sidearm from its holster and aimed it at her head. "You heard the man, bitch. Get your clothes off." Nate's father burst out laughing at the look on Shirley's face. "Easy, Colonel." She was just getting ready to comply. "Don't let me catch you damaging the goods, or you're a dead man." The Colonel's eyes drifted away from Shirley and turned toward the older man. With the look in his eyes, she thought he might turn the weapon on him, but the murder in his eyes faded quickly. Since no miracle appeared, Shirley shed her clothes and stood naked before the 2 men. Nate's father leered at her. "I'll say one thing for Junior. He's got good taste. I'd say grade A number 1. What do you think, Colonel?" His eyes never left her body, but the Colonel looked like he wanted to be anywhere else than here with the 2 of them. Shirley had danced naked for years in front of tens of thousands of men, but she never felt as dirty as she did now with this drooling senior citizen staring at her. "Get on your knees, sweetheart." She knew where this was going, but didn't like it. Shirley performed the act thousands of times, even before she worked in the club. Each time it bought her something, and she hoped this time it would buy her another day of life. He stepped forward and dropped his pants. "Colonel, you keep your gun on her. Don't try anything stupid, sweetheart." He moaned and squirmed as Shirley serviced him. Some would call her a whore, and they might be right. But this was the only skill she possessed, and she needed to perform to keep breathing another day. Thankfully, he didn't last long with her skillful prodding. "Yes. You have some talent. Colonel, take her to the 5th floor, and get her in the rotation in the VIP room at the casino. No one touches her without my permission. Understand?" "Yes, sir. Put something on, bitch." Shirley scooped up her clothing and dressed as fast as she could. What the 5th floor and the rotation meant, she didn't know. If she had to guess, Shirley would say nothing good for her. Where was Hank? He promised to take her away from this. The old man turned and left without another word, leaving her alone with the Colonel. She didn't like it, but she would do whatever she had to do to survive. He grabbed her arm at her bicep and dragged her toward the door. "What about my stuff?" "Don't worry, they'll take care of you in the cat house." He chuckled as he led her outside. An SUV with another armed man sat idling by the curb. "Private, take her to the madam. Orion says to put her on the top floor. Keep your hands off." "Sir, yes, sir." The private saluted as the Colonel limped away from the 2 of them. Shirley noticed the black raven patch on their uniforms and wondered who they were. "Ma'am, please get in the vehicle." He pointed to the back door of the SUV parked next to them. "Maybe I can sit up front with you?" "Look, lady, I'm just as much a prisoner as you are. I don't have time to indulge you or help you. I would get my sister out long before you. Just get in the back and keep your mouth shut." His response felt like a punch to her gut. Shirley thought she might seduce him and gain her freedom. Things were worse than she hoped. She climbed into the back seat and the private drove away from Nate's house. It had been an oasis even with the mistreatment at his hands, but she still hated leaving. They drove to the far end of the camp, and he parked in front of a multi-story building that looked like an apartment building from a communist country. No flash. Everything served a function and showed years of wear. The private opened her door and pointed at the building. He wouldn't even make eye contact with her as he pushed her to her doom. Shirley felt like a prisoner, heading down the hallway to the execution chamber. Her last mile. A buzz sounded when they reached the door, and the private pulled it open while pointing inside. She thought about running, but he grabbed her arm as he ushered her inside. Worn carpet, peeling paint, and a broken desk greeted her inside the lobby. The private rang a bell on the desk before stepping behind Shirley. Did he do it to assure she wouldn't run, or because he feared who he summoned with a metallic clank? In walked a short woman wearing a skimpy bikini. Her wrinkles and 20 extra pounds were on display for all to see. She smiled at the private, revealing her missing front teeth. Shirley guessed her to be over 70 years old, but her haggard looks might be because of hard living instead of advanced age. "Have you come for some fun, soldier?" The private took a step back as she addressed him. She cackled like an evil witch from a fairy tale at his reaction. "No, ma'am. The colonel wanted me to bring a new resident for the top floor. If you're done with me, then I have to report back for the rest of my shift." Without waiting for a reply, the young private rushed to the door. Shirley didn't blame him, because this woman disgusted her and scared her at the same time. Wrinkled flesh jiggled as the old woman waddled over to Shirley. It was a sight no one wanted to see. "Top floor, eh?" She took a slow lap around her, and the gravitational pull threatened to suck Shirley in. "Not sure I'd put you up top, but who am I to argue with the boss? Follow me." The woman led her to a door on the far side of the lobby. Inside were bare concrete steps leading upward into a murky darkness. "Sorry, the elevator is broken." She snorted as they started their climb. "There isn't an elevator, at least not one for us working girls. You'll be staying in room 518. Each day, you'll spend 12 hours dancing in the club. The other 12 hours are for entertaining and rest. Being on the 5th floor, you'll have a maximum of 1 VIP guest a day. Treat them right and you'll remain on the top floor. Trust me, you don't want to get demoted. You have it easy with only 1 guest per night. Ah, here's your room." Shirley noticed her apartment's door lacked a lock, but none they passed had one either. They walked into a room that could pass for a rent-by-the-hour motel, complete with a round bed with a mirror mounted on the ceiling. The front room is for entertaining, and the back room is your private area. While dancing, you get a 10-minute break each hour. Use it wisely. Don't worry about a costume, our dancers are all nude. The important men here at the casino don't have time to wait for a show. If you make quick work of your nightly guest, then they might leave early. Sam guards this floor and the VIP area, so he'll take care of you. Any questions? What's your name? You can call me Mom, because I'll be the only thing between you and being cast out of the camp. Frankly, I don't want to know your name. Most of my girls don't last too long, and I'd expect the same fate for you. Be ready to go at 8 tomorrow morning. Take a left out your door, and you'll find the bridge to the VIP area. Don't be late. Mom spun around and strolled out of room 518. Shirley spent her life working in men's clubs, but the work had always been her choice. Now she found herself a prisoner, forced to work in the sex trade. At least she didn't have to face any zombies, only horny old men. Chapter 29. David. David couldn't believe how foolish Tamar was acting. He understood the dumb American being soft, but not Tamar. She stormed away from him and after the reckless cowboy, without hearing him out. Goodbye, bitch. He laughed because David knew Tamar hated it when he spoke Hebrew. She had been born only half Jewish, but he didn't hold it against her, even if she was unclean. No sense giving any further thought to any of them, because they'd all be dead soon enough, trying to save the world. His face throbbed, and he suspected a fractured cheekbone. The stupid American knew how to throw a punch. He pushed himself to his feet and felt the room sway. David grabbed onto the table to steady himself until the feeling subsided. After regaining his equilibrium, David noticed the missing magazine on his stolen M4 rifle. The weapon certainly wasn't the IWI Dan rifle he left back in Israel, but no other weapons were currently available. He grabbed a sniper rifle from the American base, but the whore drove away with it while he dealt with the kid's zombie mother. How far he had fallen since leaving his homeland. A quick check of the dump revealed a decent supply of food and water, but no other weapons worth a damn. The morons left the rusty pickup truck behind, so a plan fell into place. Take the truck and return to the military base to resupply himself before they returned. Then find some other soldiers worthy of his company. He thought about burning the place to the ground as he left, but decided against attracting any unwanted attention. The road up the mountain had been narrow, and he didn't want to share it with a horde of zombies investigating the flames. David left the door open on his way out, hoping the house would fill with zombies. Let Tamar and the stupid cowboy deal with the dead if they survived their suicide mission rescuing the children. The truck rattled and shook as it hit every imperfection in the road. He dodged abandoned vehicles and pockets of zombies as he drove to the base. With the camp only 3 towns away, David reached the main gates after an hour of driving. Chaos had emerged when they fled, but now anarchy moved in and took over. Both barriers previously blocking the in and out lanes had been destroyed. No one stood guard, and only the dead remained roaming inside the fences. David stopped outside the former barriers and considered the wisdom of continuing on, before he remembered he only had 1 round left in his weapon. The building they grabbed their weapons from sat close to this broken gate. He could dodge the dead, rearm himself, and be gone within a few minutes. What could possibly go wrong? Zombies dressed in trashed fatigues roamed the grounds without purpose until the roar of the pickup truck passed by. David felt like the Pied Piper with the growing crowd following him deeper into the base. With worried eyes focused on the rearview mirror, he almost smashed into the 3 vehicles parked in front of the armory. A 50 cal machine gun, mounted on top of the nearest Humvee, mowed down the horde following David. It chewed through the zombies, dropping them in their tracks. David appreciated the hand, but he hoped they wouldn't turn the weapon on him. The flimsy sheet metal of this truck offered no protection from the 3,000 foot per second velocity of the incoming rounds. When the cacophony stopped, a voice shouted, "Hey pickup dude. Are you fucking stupid? Get out of the damn truck and keep your hands up or the next volley is through you." David thought about driving away, but then he remembered witnessing the damage a 50 cal machine gun could do. With only 1 round left in his weapon, there was only one viable option. He stepped out of the truck with his hands held palms out. As he stepped around the front of the vehicle, the same voice called to him again. "That's far enough, buddy. Is that an IDF uniform you're wearing? You're a long way from home, soldier. What brings you here? He noticed the man behind the 50 cal had turned the gun on David. The men wore fatigues with black birds over their chest. David wasn't familiar with the U.S. military, but he could tell something was off with this crew. The IDF sent me to America for a joint training exercise. While I was here, the shit hit the fan, and I had to leave the base. I had some issues on the outside and returned for supplies. What unit are you with? Bad timing for a training exercise. We're part of Black Raven. Times are bad and we all need allies. Since you're a trained soldier, we could use your skills. What do you say? David looked at the barrel of the 50 cal machine gun pointed at him, and decided he had little choice. If he said no, they wouldn't be eager to let him go on his way. But if he went along with them, he could always run away from them later, when their guard was down. Okay, my name is David. I was a sniper for Shayatit 13, and I'll gladly serve your unit. Stand down, soldier. The man spoke these words to the soldier behind the machine gun. David watched the barrel of the rifle turn away from him and point back toward the gate. You can call me LT, David. I'm in charge of this group. We'll finish our supply run here, make one quick stop, and then we'll return to our base. Trust me, the rewards of working for Black Raven will outweigh anything your government ever paid you. LT turned back to his soldiers. Let's get a move on it, men. David, you can leave that piece of shit behind and ride in the second Humvee. We'll set you up with an M40. He climbed in the back of the Humvee, exchanging nods with the two men in front. Neither said a word as the big diesel engine roared, and they drove back the way he had come. The small caravan headed back to the same mountain David had just escaped from. Tamar and Perez mistreated him, but he didn't want to kill them. At least not yet. They turned off the mountain road, driving further into the woods. After a short drive, they reached an open gate and stopped in a clearing. Several dead bodies laid scattered on the ground. One was small, and David recognized her as the kid Tamar saved from the library. The others wore fatigues, matching his new Black Raven companions. David grabbed his new sniper rifle and took a position behind the cover of the Humvee. What the fuck happened here? LT said. He stood over the bodies and scanned the area. David knew what happened. Tamar. She was a one-person killing machine, and he could recognize her handiwork anywhere. Zombie. The soldier behind the 50 cal machine gun yelled, before opening fire on a figure staggering out of the woods. David saw two thin women limping toward them from the other side of the camp. He opened fire, dropping the incoming threats. Everyone, stop shooting. LT waved his hands over his head while he shouted. David lowered the barrel of his M40, at the same time the machine gun stopped firing. 3 new corpses laid on the ground. He heard LT swear again as he walked toward the bodies. After investigating the recent kills, LT returned to the crew. You 3 back up the transport to the warehouse and load it with whatever you find inside. Don't forget your PPE. The 3 men turned away and executed his orders. David didn't know what they were collecting from this place. James, David, get over here. You 2 are going to take the transport back to base. This entire mission has gone foobar. You 2 killed the last surviving Black Raven soldier, and the women who ran this place. Be ready to go once they're done. I've got to fix this mess. Dismissed. James made eye contact with David and shrugged. David would wait until they were alone, and pump him for information. He had no clue what was happening here. If David needed to, he would overpower the other man during their drive and escape. It took the 3 men half an hour to load the transport truck with a bunch of crates taken from the steel building. They all wore hazmat suits while they worked, and David wondered what could be in those boxes. Once they finished, LT walked over to them. "You both fucked this up big time. You're lucky we need you, or you'd both be dead. James, stick to the main roads and you'll reach the base before nightfall. Tell the colonel that things are foobar here, and LT will secure the property. He can send you back with new orders." "Yes, boss," James said. David saw the sneer on James's face, and he worried LT might shoot him for his insubordination. Either LT didn't notice or didn't care, because he strolled away from them. "Saddle up, David. Time to go. I guess I'll be driving, since I know the way." They climbed inside of the truck and headed down the mountain and out of the town. Neither man spoke for the first half hour of the drive. David tried to decide if he should kill James or accompany him back to their base. "Where are we headed to?" "The casino." "A casino. During the zombie apocalypse. Hey, if you got money and power, then you can afford sin whenever you want it. Some crime boss fortified the place and hired Black Raven to secure it. Turned out to be the perfect spot to spend the end of the world. Even us soldiers have access to booze, women, and drugs. Well, the hall looked a little light, so the drugs might be harder to come by. You'll love it. Only in America would there be a camp with gambling, sex, booze, and drugs when money meant nothing anymore. How foolish these people were. He decided to continue their trip and would decide later what to do. If they had supplies, then he would steal some before he escaped. David didn't know what type of drugs they carried, but he saw little value in bothering with them. They drove on for another few hours before David saw the flashing lights on the horizon. As they got closer, the tall fence came into view, along with a steep cliff behind the camp. The grounds held many buildings, with the largest having a flashing sign on top spelling out "Casino" in capital letters. What the hell? Chapter 30. Tommy. When the crazed man started shooting, Tommy ran. He didn't even wait for the soldier's body to hit the ground, after the man ventilated his skull. Adrenaline kept him sprinting even while his out-of-shape body complained. It prevented him from noticing the river of piss as it flowed down the inside of his leg. No time for embarrassment if he wanted to remain among the living. Tommy wanted nothing more than a long life of ease, but the prospects of that looked bleak. Time and distance muted the gunshots, or the shooter ran out of people to kill. Tommy gasped for breath as he realized how lost he had become by his aimless running. He stopped and spun around, trying to get his bearings while his racing heart shook his ribcage. Everywhere he looked, nothing but a wall of solid green foliage stared back. Crap. Where the hell was he? Strong twisted hands wrapped themselves around his body, and a solid hit knocked the wind out of his lungs as he tried to figure out his next move. Tommy found himself in a death match with a little old lady with cloudy eyes. She snarled as she tried to take a chunk of flesh out of his neck. He would have been dead if Grandma hadn't lost her false teeth after her zombie transition. The attempted bite hurt, but his skin remained unbroken. With no fighting skills beyond those learned in video games, he pushed and shoved, trying to break free from her iron grip. She fought like an angry rabid wolverine, attempting to gum him to death. Somehow, Tommy kicked free from the woman's relentless attack, and he regained his feet. Tommy took a step away from the prone monster, and a deformed hand snagged his ankle. He fell face first on the hard ground with no time to break his fall. The jolt caused darkness to float at the edge of his eyesight, but he willed himself to remain conscious. Her groans were sure to attract more zombies, and chances were good not all of them would be toothless. As she lunged at his prone body with snapping jaws, Tommy kicked out. His foot caught Grandma in the face, breaking her jaw. He almost chuckled at the poor old woman with her lower jaw dislocated from one side of her face. Zombies felt no pain, so the massive damage to her face didn't even pause her attack. Tommy scrambled backward, his hand finding a loose rock. The rock fit perfectly in the palm of his hand, and he swung it toward his attacker. His first swing connected with the side of her head, and Tommy heard a terrible cracking sound. Momentum pushed her frail body to the side. He struck her skull again and again. Each time resulted in another snap even louder than the last. After the fourth strike, she laid motionless on the ground. He thought of his grandmother, because this woman looked like her. About his height, gray hair wrinkled and wearing a large shapeless dress. Grandma had died 3 years before, but she didn't have a chunk ripped out of her neck and her side. This lady now had a broken jaw and a caved-in skull. Tommy grieved the memory of losing his grandmother, while he stared at the twisted body of the doppelganger at his feet. Sadness turned to elation as Tommy realized he killed his first zombie outside of a video game. She had no teeth, severe damage, and wasn't much bigger than him, but a kill was a kill. Sweet victory. Reality crashed down when he noticed the new puddle of urine under his feet. What a mess he must be between the little girl's blood, his piss, and now the dirt he gathered while wrestling with someone's granny? He had to get it together if he wanted to survive. Tommy gained his bearings, at least he thought so, and continued on his way. No destination in mind except to escape the madness at the camp, where he had been held prisoner. He didn't know who survived the battle at the drug lab, nor did he care. There was no going back to that life. After hiking for another 2 hours, Tommy came to a large house with an in-ground pool and a pool house in the backyard. The water had a slight green tinge to it, but he could still see the pebble finish on the bottom. He looked through the dirty windows on the garden shed and found no one inside. With a 6-foot privacy fence surrounding the pool, Tommy thought it might be a safe location to spend the night. He picked up a decorative rock and broke the small window in the locked door. Inside, he found a changing area with a fridge, along with a bathroom. Tommy changed into a pair of swim trunks and jumped into the pool, ignoring the green tint of the stilled water. The warm water felt nice against his skin as he washed away the day's grime. Inside the changing room, he found several bathing suits, cover-ups, and a few robes, but no clothes. Tommy put on a robe after he attempted to launder his own soiled clothes in the pool. He thought about going inside the house to look for other options, but the fight with the single old lady zombie had been too much for him. No sense taking a chance on the unknown. Tommy hung the wet clothes over patio chairs he pulled around a fire pit. Thankfully, this fire pit burned propane from a grill-style tank and had an automatic push-button ignition. If it had been wood, he wouldn't have known how to start the fire. He should have spent more time learning about surviving in real life rather than in the fictional worlds created by video game developers. As the sun disappeared behind the horizon, the warmth of the fire provided welcome relief to the cool night. He wished for some marshmallows and hot dogs, but he settled for the stale chips and bottled water he found in the pool house. The salt and grease tasted good, but he longed for more, so he tore into the beer inside the dark fridge. Tommy remembered reading about sailors using beer for nourishment long ago, and he hoped it would serve him the same way. After 2 cans, Tommy was drunk, and he passed out by the fire. "Wake up, kid. What a dumbass, lighting a fire. Might as well send up a flare. Maybe we should just leave him. They're getting close. No way. Look at him, he's perfect for the colony. Come on, kid. Wake up." A strange conversation interrupted his dreamless sleep. His eyes popped open, and he found 2 tall women standing over him. With a pounding head, he wondered if he was still dreaming. "That's it, kid. Get your ass up. We've got to get moving." He blinked, willing his eyes to focus and the fog to clear from his mind, so he could understand. Both women stood over 6 feet tall, dwarfing his 5-foot frame. Tommy hoped to have a growth spurt soon, but he stood around the same height as his father. His father knew how to make money, providing for Tommy and his mother, but he never knew how to be a dad. "Hello, kid. There's a horde of zombies heading this way, and the fire from your little campsite is drawing them here. We saw your fire from 2 miles away. If you don't get off your ass now, you're going to die here. Let's just leave him. He is obviously stupid, or mentally incompetent. No sense getting ripped apart with him. Janice, look at the beer cans. He's young and stupid. Aren't you?" Tommy's head swung between the two women as they talked like he watched a tennis match. His head swam and throbbed, but their message broke the spell. He swore to never drink alcohol again if he survived the rest of the night. 2 sets of eyes bore into him, so he nodded as he rose to his feet. The ground swayed, almost knocking him back onto his ass. "Are you sure about this? He doesn't look capable of escaping, and I'm not carrying him," Janice said. "He's fine. Aren't you?" He noticed the unnamed woman had kind eyes, unlike Janice. She might be pretty, or this might be a dream. The jury was still out. Tommy's face flushed as he remembered he only wore a robe. Janice walked away from him as he gathered his drying clothes. "Sorry, there's no time for you to get dressed. We wasted too much time already. Let's move." The woman with the kind eyes grabbed his arm and pulled him away from the pool house. He was glad he had put his sneakers back on, or the run across the yard would have been painful on bare feet. As his head cleared, he could hear the snarls of the approaching horde. An engine started, and they shoved Tommy into the backseat of an SUV. Tommy looked back and watched zombies break through the fence and swarm his fire while he raced away with 2 strangers. Chapter 31. Shirley. If Shirley closed her eyes, she could picture herself dancing in the dirty and dark club before her 18th birthday. Over 20 years passed since then, but she still danced naked to survive. Back then, she only worried about the cost of rent, food, and utilities. Now she feared being torn apart by a zombie, or worse. Shirley survived those early days with no one's help, and planned on coming out on top again. She just needed to figure out how to continue on. Hope faded quickly after dancing 12 hours a day, every day, and being forced to entertain a string of smelly, gray-haired men with oozing rolls of blubber. Each hour of her shift earned her a 10-minute break, where she downed a water glass full of rot-gut whiskey. By the end of her shift, her dancing became an awkward, staggering shimmy. Nobody noticed or cared. She continued the party into her room with her nightly VIP guest. Her tolerance to alcohol was high, so she would ply the Johns with drink and drugs until they lost consciousness. Shirley would strip them naked before passing out herself. After each encounter, she'd wake alone with a pounding headache before starting the cycle all over again. Underage Shirley would have been able to go on like this forever, but the years had caught up to her. One night while dancing, the world went black, and she awoke in her room with Mom standing over her. Her head felt worse than normal, and a large knot grew out of the back of her skull. "Welcome back to the land of the living, sugar." A crooked smile showed the holes her front teeth used to occupy. Her remaining choppers had taken on a black color Shirley hadn't remembered seeing before. She blinked, trying to clear the rest of the fog from her head. The spinning room slowed but didn't stop swaying. "Cut back on the alcohol and drugs, dear. You're lucky to have a supporter in Mr. Orion, or you'd find yourself demoted to a lower floor. Trust me, you don't want that. Life is hard on the lower floors and the girls don't last long." "Yes, Mom." Shirley didn't know what else to say, because she wouldn't give up the booze. If she had a bottle, she'd drink it here in front of the old woman. Nothing else muted her feelings and allowed her to cope with this life they forced her into. "Girls on the lower floors work harder than you do." Mom continued on, and Shirley wished she would stop talking. She heard the rumors of what had happened to the girl on the second floor. Poor thing just celebrated her 15th birthday before they killed her. Nobody should die like that at the hands of those cruel men. Shirley nodded to acknowledge Mom's words. Get some rest tonight, sugar, and the boss will see you tomorrow. Her fat jiggled as she turned for the door without waiting for Shirley's response. When the door clicked shut, Shirley closed her eyes and drifted off into a deep, dreamless sleep. A knock roused her from her rest. Shirley had enough time to wrap her robe around her before the door burst open, and the old man strolled in. He stared at her with hungry eyes, even though she hadn't showered for days. She must look like one of the zombies outside the wall. The stench was the only thing she could control, as revenge at all the self-important old farts who pawed at her each night after her 12-hour performance. Shirley, you need to take better care of yourself. Because you make me feel good, I'm going to give you 1 day off each week. I'll return each 6th day and then you're free to enjoy the next. Sound good? His crooked smile displayed his yellowing teeth. They must all use the same dentist in this place, because everyone had rotting teeth. Yes, sir. Good. Then it's settled. Rest today and tomorrow you're off. He took a step closer and dropped his pants to his ankles, exposing his withered member. Shirley's stomach turned, and she was grateful to not have eaten during the last 24 hours. She removed her robe, letting it slide down her body to the floor. Like the first time, the old man finished in under 5 minutes in her expert hands. Without a word, he stepped back, yanked up his pants and stomped out the door without another word. Shirley hated this life, but figured things could be worse. After a hearty meal and a long shower, Shirley headed outside to enjoy her limited freedom. Even though she danced in the VIP room of the casino, she couldn't go inside the building on her day off. The casino only admitted the elite. People like her went to the area behind the large casino building. Here, the workers and the soldiers partied without interference. Second-floor girls danced at the club, while people traded their goods in the open-air market. She had nothing tangible to give, so Shirley walked around taking in the sights. It reminded her of a movie set from a medieval fantasy, only missing the mythical creatures. The sights, sounds, and smells overloaded her senses after being locked inside the casino's VIP room for so long. She felt like a tourist lost in a foreign land who couldn't speak the language. A magical feeling. Shirley thought about turning back, but then she recognized a familiar face. David staggered out of a bar, along with 3 other men dressed in the familiar black uniforms all the soldiers wore here. She rushed toward him, hoping for a joyful reunion. David, you're okay. I'm so glad to see you again. His head snapped around at her words, but he showed no recognition. The 3 men with him wolf whistled at her while making rude comments like middle school boys. After staring at her for a moment, his posture stiffened as he stepped closer. Damn whore. Leave me for dead, will ya? David's hands sprung up and shoved Shirley hard before she could defend herself. She flew backward, tripping on her own feet and falling on her ass. Gibberish spewed from his mouth as he advanced on her, preparing to continue his attack. Shirley thought she was down for the count, and she figured she deserved death for what she did to them. What happened to Tamar and the girl? Tears filled her eyes as she prepared for his corporal punishment. Shirley watched David pull back his leg and prepared for the pain of his kick. As he attempted to deliver the blow, his legs came off the ground, and he flew backward into his 3 companions. Raised voices surrounded her as she looked up and saw Sam standing in front of her. Sam towered over the 4 men and outweighed them by 100 pounds of solid muscle. Who the hell do you think you are, boy? You're all alone. One of the 4 soldiers taunted Sam, since they outnumbered him 4-1. Like magic, 2 men appeared at Sam's side. Both stood over 6 feet tall with solid builds, but looked small standing next to Sam. They designated the village a no-weapon zone, which made the large knives strapped to Sam's buddy's legs stand out even more. As Sam and his friends advanced on the soldiers, the big mouth pulled a pistol from his belt. Without pausing, the man to Sam's right pulled his knife and let it fly toward the gunman. The knife buried itself to its hilt in his neck, and the man's blood pulsed out in time with his heart as he dropped. David stood and ran, as the two other men fell from the rain of blows from the fists of the man on Sam's left. People screamed at the bloody scene. Sam turned back to Shirley and helped her to her feet like she weighed nothing. "Shirley, you must go. I'll clean up the mess, but you can't be here. Too many questions." It was self-defense. "I saw what happened. This isn't the America you once knew anymore, child. Go now." Sam pointed away from the mayhem while his large hands pressed against her back, directing her toward the apartment building. As she staggered away, the tears flowed down her cheeks. Not from physical pain, but from the agony her life had become. She regretted leaving David, Tamar, and Anna behind, especially not knowing the fate of the two females. Shirley hoped they weren't suffering like her. At the same time, she hated Hank for promising her freedom and leaving her behind. What could she expect from another useless man? Every one of them let her down and turned her into the monster she was now. Chapter 32. Tommy. Tommy struggled to pull on his pants as he bounced around in the backseat of the SUV. The pretty woman sat next to him, and this complicated the procedure. She was older than him and way out of his league, but Tommy had hormones racing through him that didn't question reality. He slithered into his pants with little grace, but felt more relaxed being mostly dressed. "Where are we going?" "To our home. You'll be safe there. No worries," the pretty woman said. "Thanks for saving me. You'll be saving us soon enough." He watched Janice smile and heard her chuckle, but Tommy had no clue what was so funny. Her change of attitude puzzled him, because she voted to leave him behind for the zombies. A large fence appeared ahead of them before Tommy figured out how to respond. "Welcome to tranquility. We thought about calling it Nirvana, or the happiest place on earth, but worried about the lawyers. There isn't much difference between those sharks and the zombies." This time Janice roared with laughter. Tommy liked her even less and knew he'd have to watch his back around her. The gate parted and they drove through, revealing a school campus of some sort. A large brick building dominated the foreground, with a bunch of smaller buildings surrounding it on three sides. They drove around the back, parking in front of a loading dock. "Wait until number 1 sees you, Tommy. She's going to love you. Now up the stairs." Janice became the de facto leader after they climbed inside the vehicle. The pretty woman smirked at him before turning away. He didn't like the feel of the atmosphere after reaching their camp. Tommy stepped out and plodded up the stairs. He stopped at the closed door, not knowing what to do next. "Open the door and go inside, dummy." Janice cackled after insulting him. Her face reflected nothing but pure hatred toward him, and he wondered what he did to offend her. His hand shook as it reached for the knob, and he secretly hoped the doorknob wouldn't turn. No such luck. The door swung open, revealing a 10-by-10 room, with metal walls and a concrete floor. A rough shove to his back propelled him inside as the door slammed shut behind him. He turned and found no handle on this side of the door. Another door, lacking a handle, occupied the far wall. What the hell? Time passed and he shivered while his stomach churned. A click preceded the opening of the other door. In walked 3 women, all with severe looks on their faces. Each wore hospital scrubs with a white lab coat over top. "I'm number 1, this is 2 and 3. What do you like to be called?" "My name's Tommy." "Okay, Tommy. We have a few questions for you, and a quick exam before you can enter tranquility. Is that okay? Sure, I guess. Good. How old are you? 13. Have you ever had sex with a female before? Ah. How's that important? Just answer the question. One snapped at him after he questioned her. The three women made him uncomfortable. He could understand them making sure he hadn't been bitten or scratched, but what did his sexual history, or lack of one, have to do with anything? No, I've never had sex with a female. You do like females, don't you? This line of questioning drove him way beyond discomfort. What were they after? Yes, I like females. Just haven't found the right one yet. Good, good. Has a zombie bitten or scratched you? No. Excellent. Now strip. Excuse me? Tommy must have misunderstood the woman. No doctor he ever went to asked him to strip. Take your clothes off. He removed the robe and stood before them shirtless, thankful he put his pants back on as they drove to this strange place. Remove the pants. Tommy panicked because those hormones caused him to get hard. He never dreamed of taking his clothes off while three women stared at him, but his libido had other ideas. Drop the underwear. How long could this go on? Fear and desire went to war in his brain, with lust winning out in his groin as he stood completely naked in front of the three women. 2 and 3 approached him, examining each inch of his body. When they reached his groin, 3 pointed, and the women broke out in laughter. His member retreated as quickly as if he jumped into a pool of ice water. Once they finished their inspection, the 2 women stepped back by one and nodded. Tommy longed for the security of his clothing, but dared not move. Everything checks out, Tommy. There's a warm bath in the next room. Please clean yourself and we'll talk more later on. They turned and walked back through the door, leaving it open behind them. He bent over to pick up his clothes as Janice's familiar voice rang out. Leave the clothes there, little man. You won't need them anymore. Get in the tub and clean up. She smirked as he walked past her in his birthday suit toward the large metal tub. He climbed in and found the steaming water, a special treat. Janice gave him a bar of soap and watched while he washed up. Tommy felt self-conscious washing in front of Janice because she was attractive, but had been cruel to him. The soap and warm water felt refreshing, and he quickly forgot about her presence. Okay, that should be good enough. Grab the towel and I'll get you something clean to wear. Janice handed him a fluffy white towel one might find in an expensive hotel room. After he dried, she presented him with a white fleece robe. Where are my clothes? That's what you'll wear from now on. Now follow me. She led him to a room full of tables and directed him to a seat. It looked like his school cafeteria, but he decided not to mention it. Once he got some food, clothing, and a little rest, he would figure out his next move. A girl, not much older than him, walked in and placed a tray of food in front of him. She had blonde hair and blue eyes. Beautiful, but her eyes radiated sadness. Thank you. With a glare, she turned and strolled away from him. Tommy watched her hips sway as she walked away, ignoring the cheeseburger, fries, and sugary cola on the tray. He dug into the food after she left the room, hoping he would meet her again. The food tasted fantastic after the crap he survived on for so long. Maybe this place wasn't so bad? Tommy finished eating, and the pretty girl with the sad eyes returned. He smiled when she stopped at his table, but she didn't respond. She picked up his empty tray as she turned away from him. Follow me, she said. I'm Tommy. What's your name? He almost collided with her when she stopped short. A chilly silence filled the air, and he thought she wouldn't answer him. Tiffany. As quickly as she stopped, she continued on. Tommy struggled to keep pace with her. She led him back outside, past 2 other buildings, before stopping in front of the 3rd. This is the men's barracks, and I'm not allowed inside. You're in room 17 on the 1st floor. Tiffany turned and strolled away from him. Her swaying hips hypnotized him again. Wait. Will I see you again? What am I supposed to do? She spun around and glared at him. Tommy wondered how he had wronged her because they just met. Without another word, she turned and sprinted in the opposite direction. He desired her, even if she was crazy. The zombie apocalypse drove them all insane, so why should she be different? Instead of going inside to see his room, Tommy took a tour of the grounds. Besides the large main building, there were 5 buildings, like the one Tiffany had led him to. Women patrolled the perimeter fence and strolled the grounds. The few men in the camp busied themselves with menial tasks and averted their eyes as he passed. He wondered why everyone avoided him and why they dressed him in a robe. No one else dressed this way. A week passed, and each day was a carbon copy of the last. Tiffany would bring him to the cafeteria 3 times a day and serve him a high-calorie meal. He tried to connect with her since nobody else interacted with him, but he couldn't break through her tough shell. Tommy had always been an out-of-shape geek, so her continued rejection shouldn't surprise him. When she walked away from him, Tommy often saw a tall man wearing a black robe walking behind her. No one else reacted to the man, and Tommy thought it strange since he stood about 7 feet tall. Time for your bath, little man. Janice's shrill voice caused him to jump. He hated everything about her, including the way she spoke. Don't even think about her. Come. This way. Tommy's stomach churned with her words, and the look in her eyes gave him no peace. He followed her across the camp, to the place where he started this little adventure. People parted as they approached, while averting their eyes from him. Their reaction increased the butterflies circling inside his gut. They reached the room with a tub. Strip and get in the tub. Give me some privacy. Janice laughed as she undid his robe, pulling it from his body. He felt her eyes on his flesh along with a smirk on her face. Tommy broke away from the mean girl and leapt into the tub. She handed him a bar of soap as she cackled with laughter. Make sure you wash your tiny private parts so you don't get a rash, little man. If he ever got his hands on a weapon, Janice would be the first to die. Her eyes never left his body while he washed the week's grime off. He needed to be done and get away from Janice. When he thought he couldn't take her presence anymore, Janice spoke. All right, you're done. She handed him a fluffy white towel as he stepped out of the tub. Once he had dried, Janice presented him with another clean white robe. He wanted to ask about his clothes again, because everyone except for the tall man wore normal clothing, but he wanted to get away from this woman. Tommy's days continued this way, and he longed for the time where he served one of the crazy despots at the drug factory. The food was better here, but something felt off in this place. Chapter 33. Anna. Anna wished they would settle down somewhere, but Perez and Tamar insisted they keep moving. Movement means life, Tamar would say, but Anna disagreed. She longed for a safe place with kids her age. Zombies destroyed that life, and Anna wondered if it would ever return. Tamar and Perez whispered to each other, always with concerned looks on their faces. They stood away from her when they spoke together, so Anna never heard the conversation. When she questioned them, they'd smile and say, "We're telling soldier stories. Nothing for a young lady to worry about." Anna would pout and sulk, but neither would divulge their discussion. She liked to think of Tamar and Perez as superheroes, but both became timid after losing Jess and her mother to the kidnappers. They found a fenced compound the second day, after leaving Shirley's cabin on the mountain. Anna hoped their running would end there, but the two soldiers watched the camp for 2 days, declaring it unsafe. Neither of them would clue her in on the reason for their decision. Perez said to Tamar, "That's a dystopian novel playing out there." The year before, Anna had read The Hunger Games, but couldn't understand how it applied to the people behind the fence. They traveled for another week without seeing another living soul, before they discovered this encampment in the mountains. Anna read the "Welcome to West Virginia" sign the previous day. Perez questioned where all the broken-down cars were about an hour before they reached the compound. How many people lived in West Virginia before the zombies? The expanse of the property reminded Anna of Disney World, except for the casino sitting in the center of the property, rather than a castle. Groups of armed men in black uniforms wandered between the buildings, along with barely dressed women. Anna didn't need her 2 guardians to tell her this wasn't a safe place for them. She wondered if there were any secure places left, or if they would be nomads for the rest of their lives. With all the dangers in the world, they might not live long. All 3 of them focused on the camp in front of them, while Perez and Tamar did their normal whisper thing. She tried hard to understand their words, so they all missed the footsteps as they approached from behind them. A snap of a branch, like a shotgun report in the peace of the woods, grabbed their attention. Too late. "What do we have here?" a smoker's voice said from behind them. She heard Perez and Tamar as they reached for their rifles. "Stop. Don't even try it or your little girl dies." 2 men, including the one who spoke, pointed weapons at them, while 2 other men propped up a third man between them. This third man had a scraggly beard, a black eye, a broken nose, and torn clothing, explaining why the other 2 held him upright. Anna knew nothing about guns, even though Tamar had taught her how to shoot, but guessed they were screwed. Perez held his hands up with his palms facing out, while Tamar glared at the men. If looks could kill. The other 2 men dropped the damaged man and pointed their weapons at them too. "Come on, sweetheart. Raise those pretty little hands of yours. There's no escape, and I'd hate to kill you. There's a place at the casino for you and your girl." Cigarette Man displayed a nasty grin, and Anna didn't like the look. Tamar slowly raised her hands. Anna kept her hands by her side. None of the men seemed to care. What kind of threat could this child be? "Good choice, honey. I hope they let you dance in the club, because I'd love to see you naked." The other men laughed at the cigarette man's words. Anna felt the bile rise in her throat, because she could imagine what these ruthless men would do to her. Muscles in Perez's neck flexed, but only Anna seemed to notice. "Wilcox. Disarm these 2. We'll kill the traitor, have a little fun, and then bring the prisoners back to the camp." "Yes, sir." One of the 2 men who held up the beaten man advanced on Perez. If they took his weapon, then they'd all be dead or wishing for death. Anna always wondered why people who faced certain death didn't fight back. Did they hope for a lucky break, or were a few more minutes of life worth doing nothing? She decided not to die without a fight. At the same time, she remembered the gun Tamar had taught her to shoot with. Without Tamar knowing, Anna tucked it into the back of her jeans after her last lesson. Anna reached back, drew the weapon, and fired into the cigarette man's face. A pink mist erupted from the back of his skull, covering the man standing closest to him. She swung the pistol at the second man, pulling the trigger until the slide locked back. Bullets struck him in the shoulder, chest, and his leg, with the rest missing wide. Next thing Anna knew, Tamar stood over her and slid the empty pistol from her shaking hands. Perez stood over the dead body of Wilcox. The beat-up man stood over the corpse of the last intruder. "Are you all okay?" He took deep, labored breaths while grasping his side. Perez held his weapon in a ready position, not pointed at the man, but prepared to leave another body on the side of the mountain if he had to. Tamar, we need to get moving. I'm sure they heard the gunfire down in the camp. This place will be crawling with soldiers shortly. I have a safe place not far from here. Good for you. You should head there now. We'll be leaving. Perez glared at the man after speaking. A radio squealed from the cigarette man's belt. Don, come in. What's with all the shooting? Is the traitor dead? Over. I told you. They'll mobilize soon. Flooding the mountain. Please, help me get to my cabin. There are supplies. We'll be safe. Why should we trust you? We don't know you. Name's Hank. You can see. They don't love me. They'll rape the women and the girl before they kill you. I think we should trust Hank. All three sets of eyes turned to Anna. She didn't know Hank, but something told her to trust him. Tamar stood and searched the bodies, grabbing extra ammo and taking the weapon away from Hank. Hank pointed away from the camp and staggered in that direction. Anna stood, took a sidearm off the closest body, and accompanied the stranger. Shit. Perez swore before pursuing them. She knew Tamar would follow, because what other option did she have? They hiked through the woods for an hour before Hank stopped and pointed at a field ahead of them. A rustic log cabin sat at the back of the clearing. The well-worn logs provided camouflage against the backdrop of forest. That's it. I've been gathering supplies. For months. This better not be a trap because I'll kill you. The look on Tamar's face let Hank know she wasn't joking. Hank's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed. No tricks, ma'am. Once they find the bodies, they'll search for days. We'll be okay here. He turned away from Tamar and marched toward the house. Tamar looked at Perez, he shrugged and started after Hank. Anna understood Tamar's reluctance because everybody was out for themselves in the apocalypse. It seemed unlikely Hank's motives would prove pure. They strolled together behind the two men. Hank punched a combination into a modern-looking lock on the ancient door. It opened and he went inside. Lights bolted to the ceiling illuminated the dusty interior of the cabin, revealing an interior as rustic as the outside. A tour wouldn't have taken long because it consisted of one large room with one door in the back corner. Two torn recliners and a ratty sofa, which any self-respecting second-hand shop would have refused, sat in the center. Kitchen cabinets lined one wall, while three sets of bunk beds lined the other. Crates overfilling with supplies filled each corner, along with most of the remaining floor space. Make yourself at home. Hank crashed down into one of the recliners and seemed to breathe easier. Tamar and Perez scanned the room. Anna remained standing because the furniture looked gross. We won't be staying long. Traveling at night isn't a good idea, and we need to get moving. Perez said. Suit yourself. Like I said before, the soldiers from the casino will scour the woods once they find their dead comrades. You're safe here. What makes you such an expert on what they'll do? Tamar said. Bad life choices. His eyes took on a distant look after his comment. Hank paused for so long that Anna didn't think he'd continue. Wrong place, wrong time. No choice left but to join Black Raven. Once I figured out what they were doing, I started stealing from them to furnish this cabin. I thought about running, but then discovered a plan to bring the mobsters and Black Raven down. I tried to get someone out and got caught. They tortured me to give up the plan, but I didn't break. When we met, they were preparing to kill me. Black Raven and the mob? What are you talking about? Perez said. The Irish mob runs the casino. Before the zombies, they built the place to keep law enforcement out. At least the ones they couldn't buy. The family tired of inflicting violence themselves, so they hired Black Raven to do their dirty work. Black Raven employs dishonorably discharged veterans. Like I said, bad choices made me one of them. They were evil before the apocalypse, but anything goes now. Drugs, sex trafficking, murder, you name it. Well, it's a good thing you got out then. Perez said. Yeah, I suppose. But if you two will help me, we could put an end to them. An Israeli Special Forces soldier and a Marine MP could make a big difference in the fight. 3 against an army? I don't think so. Tamar said. It wouldn't be just us. Sam provides security for the girls, and he has a dozen ex-Special Forces soldiers on his side. That place is a fortress and could be used for good instead of evil. Tamar shook her head, and Anna knew it would be her final answer. Anna wanted to settle down somewhere where they would be safe, but having to fight to take it seemed foolish even to her. Seems like too much risk. Thanks for your hospitality, but I think it's time for us to go, Perez said. He reached for the door and pulled it open. Before they stepped outside, gunfire rang out. Chapter 34. Tommy. Tommy stormed out of the room after another bathtub humiliation at Janice's hands. He didn't know how much longer he could take her abuse. The pointing, the laughing, and calling him little man. They continued to provide him with only a white bathrobe to wear. Everyone else in the camp had a job, but they required nothing from him. Why? He sprinted across the camp, finding it difficult to take a breath. All those meals of burgers, fries, and cola caused him to put some of his pre-apocalyptic weight back on. Food on the outside became hard to find, at least that's what he had been told while slaving at the drug camp. With fewer people in the world, Tommy wondered how true those words had been. A lack of proper footwear and poor conditioning caused him to stumble, so he looked for a place to rest. Tiffany sat on a fallen log ahead of him and wondered if he should approach her. Tommy tried to connect with the pretty girl, but she rebuked all of his attempts at conversation. He slowed his pace to catch his breath before he reached her, so she wouldn't think of him as fat, lazy, and out of shape. Even if he was all of the above. As he approached, Tiffany's shoulders hitched and her head dropped into her hands. Tommy might be a clueless teenage boy, but even he knew something wasn't right. She always seemed moody when dropping off his food, but Tommy never saw her cry. He paused, questioning if he should come closer, because he knew nothing about girls. Especially pretty, moody ones. Would he make things worse? Before he could chicken out, Tommy pushed himself forward. Tiffany, are you okay? She started at his words and he cringed, thinking he screwed up again. Tiffany stared at him with those deep blue eyes until Tommy's knees quivered. Her silence made him want to turn and run away as fast as his legs could manage. Tears continued to flow down both her cheeks, and she made no move to hide her pain. Tommy. Life sucks. Her words dripped with desperation. He wanted to comfort her, but he didn't know what to say or do. His first year of high school had been rough, but fighting for your life each day during the apocalypse was worse. Tommy sat down on the log, leaving plenty of space between them. Do you know what I've done to survive? Tommy didn't, but he remembered the people he tore away from their families and sent to their death, working inside the cave, harvesting mushrooms. He hadn't done these things to be cruel, but to preserve his life for one more day. This beautiful girl sitting next to him couldn't have done worse things than he had. No, but you would run away from me if you knew what I've done. Things changed when the zombies rose and we all did what we needed to survive. This place seems okay. The tears continued to streak down her beautiful cheeks, but she started laughing. Her reaction puzzled him. You're so naive, Tommy. It will get you killed. Sooner than you realize. Tiffany turned her back to him, sending him the message that he blew any chance with her. Not a surprise, because Tommy always said the wrong things when his nerves took over, and pretty girls turned his stomach into knots. There had to be a way for him to slink away without being rude. As he attempted his escape, Tiffany sprung on top of him. Before his brain registered what had happened, he found himself flat on his back, while Tiffany ground away on his groin. The excitement of his first time caused him to finish way too fast. Tiffany leapt off him once he came, grabbed her clothes, and ran deeper into the woods naked. Tiffany, wait. I'm sorry. He sat on the ground while a mix of emotions rippled through him. The best day of his young life, and the utter disappointment Tiffany hadn't stayed with him to enjoy it. What went wrong? The worst thing was, he didn't know what had gone right to precipitate her moves on him. Movement to his right caught his eye. When he turned, he found the tall robed man standing over him. The man with the fire in his eyes roared with laughter. Tommy had never seen anyone like him before, and he found himself both repulsed and attracted to him at the same time. Who are you? Your guardian angel, boy. His laughter racked his body, but Tommy didn't understand what was so funny. The fire in his eyes grew with his merriment. Tommy prepared to ask the man why he was laughing, but then he disappeared. 1 second he stood there and the next, poof, gone. Tommy blinked rapidly and found the same result. Nobody stood there anymore. Tommy thought he imagined the whole thing, first Tiffany and then the man. Then the breeze blew across his bare skin, reminding him he sat on the ground with his robe wide open. He'd see Tiffany at his next meal, and would talk with her then. He showed up early for dinner, sat in his normal seat, and waited for Tiffany to deliver his meal. Tommy prepared a monologue of what to say when she came to his table. Should he pledge his love or ask to have sex again? Girls were like alien beings to Tommy, and the apocalypse didn't help his nerves. A tray slamming on the table interrupted his daydreams of the wonderful afternoon in the woods. Where's Tiffany? You miss your normal waitress, little man? She's feeling under the weather. Probably didn't want to see your pathetic face. Janice cackled as she walked away from the table. The burger, fries and sugary cola couldn't tempt Tommy to eat after hearing the news. His stomach roiled, so he stood, dumped the food in the trash and stormed out of the cafeteria. He wandered around the camp until dark, but couldn't find Tiffany anywhere. Tommy woke early the next morning with butterflies flocking inside his gut. He knew Tiffany would deliver his breakfast. The thought thrilled him as he launched himself out of bed. Most days, he lounged in bed, only dragging himself out at the last minute. Today would be different, and he'd make Tiffany his girl. He sprinted to the cafeteria full of hope and excited to start the day. A tray slammed down in front of him, shattered his thoughts of rolling around naked with Tiffany. Tommy looked up with wanting eyes, only to see Janice staring back at him. Good morning, little man. Her patented cackle followed her backhanded insult. She strolled away from the table while Tommy's stomach sunk. With no appetite left, he dumped the greasy food into the trash and staggered out into the yard. With no clear destination in mind, Tommy ended up back in the woods. He searched the area before sitting on top of the log. No Tiffany or the tall man with the red eyes. Even his strange face would have comforted him. Tommy sat and cried while the sun passed through its zenith and headed back over the horizon. Loneliness filled him to the brim, threatening to break him for good. How could he fall so low after yesterday's high? There you are, little man. Janice's shrill voice caused him to jump as it interrupted his thoughts. He hated the woman and would kill her given the chance. You missed lunch and didn't eat your breakfast. You need to come and eat your dinner now. I'm not hungry. Listen, fatso. You're going to get off your ass and come eat dinner. If you don't, I'll get in trouble. Any problems for me will become triple for you. Understand, little man? When he looked into her eyes, Tommy saw death. He may hate her, but the feeling reflected from her face was mutual. With no weapon at hand, he obeyed. One day he would have his revenge, and it would be sweet. He dragged his feet all the way to the cafeteria. Hostility seeped from her pores as they walked together. This would have been the time for a wise-ass remark if it happened before the apocalypse, but Tommy knew to swallow the comment. Janice was bigger than him, and he assumed battle-hardened based upon how she carried herself. When they reached the cafeteria, Tommy took his normal seat. Janice slammed a tray in front of him containing a greasy cheeseburger, fries, and a chocolate milkshake. He wolfed down every bite while Janice sat across from him, staring at him the entire time. Once he finished, Tommy stormed out of the room, leaving the tray behind for Janice to deal with. He sprinted around the corner of the building and puked the entire meal behind a bush. Tommy jogged to his room and crashed on the bed, where the tears flowed. Screw Janice and all the crazy women in this place. The rest of the week went the same way. Janice threatened him he'd eat and then puke. Tommy was becoming a mess without Tiffany. Where was she? Did they find out about their tryst and do something to her? He thought it odd not seeing the tall man with the burning eyes either. Had the whole thing been a dream? Time for your bath, little man. Today's a big day. Janice had a big smile on her face as she announced his weekly bath time. He puzzled what this reaction might be about, as she reached for his arm and yanked him along behind her. Tommy tried to shrug her off, but her grip remained like a vice around his arm. She cackled at his lame attempt to escape. Instead of throwing up all those fattening meals, he should have eaten to keep his strength up. She dragged him all the way back to the exam room from his first day at camp. 2 and 3 were waiting at the front of the room. Janice released his arm and ripped the robe from his body. He stood naked in front of the 3 women, feeling their eyes on his bare skin. His member came to attention, against his wishes. Why couldn't he control his libido? 2 and 3 whispered to each other, and then nodded to Janice. Neither said a word as they turned and left the room. Janice grabbed his arm and dragged him into the next room. You passed. Lucky you. Get in the tub and clean yourself up. Tommy wanted to defy her, but standing naked and erect in front of a woman you loathed didn't feel like rebellion. When he entered the bath, Tommy noticed the scent of the water. His previous baths took place in water that smelled like dish detergent. Today, the water had a strong perfume scent to it. The smell relaxed him, and he felt like taking a nap by the time he finished cleaning. Janice brought the big fluffy towel in, and Tommy didn't want to get out of the bath. His eyes felt heavy, while the scented water relaxed his fatigued body. How had he gotten so tired? He pried his eyes open as he took the towel. The doctor wants you to drink this tea, little man. He wanted to say no or spit it in her face, but all the fight drained out of him in the bath. Tommy drank the warm, sweet liquid. It went down easy, and he felt more sleepy after each sip. The room spun before he even finished the drink. He made a note to keep his food down today, because he became weak from all this nonsense. Tommy tried to form the words to express this odd feeling, but they wouldn't come. His eyes closed and stayed closed longer each time he blinked. He lost his balance, falling into Janice's arms. Her warm arms felt nice. Before he could question this complete reversal of opinion about the cruel woman, his world went black. Chapter 35. Perez. Perez spent his time in the Marines, hunting down men like Hank. They took advantage of others, and felt the rules didn't apply to them. Once caught in their transgressions, they'd make excuses justifying their sins. A total scumbag who acted civilized. Bottom line, Perez didn't like Hank, nor did he trust the man. Hank might not think of himself as a bad guy, because nobody made themselves the villain in their own story. The best strategy would have been leaving Hank to fend for himself, but they hadn't lost their humanity yet. He might have died on his own if they hadn't helped him back to his cabin. Either way, they were stuck together, waiting for the enemy to pass them by, hoping nobody discovered their hiding place. The gunfire didn't faze Hank as he snored away on one of the bunk beds. Anna needed sleep, so Perez and Tamar provided their own watch through the night. No sense heading out into the dark woods with rogue soldiers and zombies standing between them and their escape vehicle. He hoped no one discovered their SUV, or they would lose their supplies and the means to continue their journey. Perez took the first guard shift of the night, while Tamar and Anna slept on the second bunk bed. As the sky darkened, the gunfire faded away. He didn't know if the men chasing them had given up or been overrun. Hope made him wish for the latter, but he knew the former was the most likely choice. They probably wrote Hank off, because what more trouble could he cause to their fortified camp? Besides Hank's snoring, the night remained quiet during his watch. At 2 a.m., he woke Tamar for her shift. Perez thought about letting her sleep longer because she looked peaceful, but he needed some rest himself. Tamar smiled once she recognized his face, and he wondered how she maintained her spirits in this depressing world. As a Special Forces soldier, Tamar witnessed more combat than him, so this must have prepared her for the apocalypse. They switched places, remaining silent, to not awaken Anna. He prayed for the strength and endurance to protect Anna, before he drifted off into a deep sleep. Tamar would wake him soon, and he needed all the rest he could manage in the limited time he had. Slurp. Chomp. Crunch. Perez never suffered from misophonia, but the loud noises of people eating startled him awake from his deep sleep. He struggled to open his eyes while noticing his dry mouth and pounding headache. It brought him back to his early days in the service when he drank too much and stayed up too late. Before maturity took over. He turned toward the noise, and the room responded like a tilt-a-whirl. When he regained his equilibrium, Perez noticed the three figures sitting on the floor, creating a racket while they ate. His first instinct made him want to call out to the three slobs, telling them to be quiet while he nursed this hangover. Then the scene before him became clear. The three slobs were actually zombies, chowing down on a prone body. Clarity of mind didn't translate into dexterity of body. Perez tried to launch himself into action, but ended up tripping over his own feet, falling face first onto the hard wooden floor. The crashing noise altered one of the eating zombies to fresh meat, and it launched itself at him. Perez managed to lift his feet to deflect the headfirst attack. When a human gets kicked in the face, they usually think twice about their life choices. Not so with a zombie, as it renewed its advance before Perez could stand. As it lunged for a second time, Perez pulled his K-bar knife from its sheath, holding it between him and his attacker. Momentum worked in his favor as the zombie impaled itself on the sharp blade. The body fell to the ground with a loud crash as it ripped the knife from his hand. Two remaining monsters snapped to attention at the noise generated by their fallen comrade. Perez looked longingly at the handle of his blade, sticking out of the corpse's skull as the second zombie charged. He kicked hard at its knee and heard a snap as the leg twisted at an odd angle. It continued to snap its teeth as it crawled toward him, oblivious to the damage Perez did to its body. Perez brought his foot down on its skull until he heard the crack, and the body stopped squirming. The third zombie tackled him, knocking him and a small table to the floor. His back ached from breaking the table and from the fall of the dead weight on top of him. He pushed the monster's neck away with one hand as he searched the floor with his other for a weapon or anything he might use as one. The foul stench of rotting death washed over him from the zombie's mouth as his strength faltered. Broken yellowed teeth closed in on the soft flesh of his neck. His hope faded as his right hand touched a cold, solid object. With slacking muscles, Perez swung the object around, striking the monster on the side of its head. The pointed end punctured the zombie's skull, and the body turned into pure dead weight. Putrid black liquid dripped on Perez from the wound as he shoved the two-time dead body off of his. He laid on the floor, trying to get his breathing under control. His heart pounded in his chest. As his vitals returned to normal, he remembered the prone body the zombies were chowing down on. Perez didn't want to look, but he needed to know who the fourth corpse belonged to. Deep down inside, he knew the answer already, but didn't want to face it. Delaying the inevitable, Perez retrieved his K-bar knife from the skull it had become lodged in, and retrieved his M4 rifle. The few steps made his legs feel limp, like he had finished running a half-marathon. He wanted to scream and run away rather than look, but he had to man up. Muscles spasmed, and a deep snarl resonated from the broken body. Tears filled his eyes, threatening his aim, but he plunged the knife into Tamar's skull right as she reanimated. Her body collapsed in a heap. He knew she hadn't been alive anymore, but it didn't make the act of mercy any easier. Perez allowed himself a moment to grieve before he went to work. It provided an opportunity for the fog to dissipate from his brain. His tears ceased as his mind cleared. He scanned the room to reconstruct the story from the clues left behind. Tamar left for dead. Anna and Hank missing. The brain fog, cottonmouth, and spinning room could only mean one thing. Somebody drugged him while he slept. No, not just anyone, Hank. Why would Hank drug him? Why would he kill Tamar? More importantly, where was Anna? Hank took her because she wouldn't wander away without him. Why would he take Anna? Perez didn't want to imagine the motive, because he thought of many reasons for kidnapping a young girl. None of them any good. Time for Perez to get it together, set the beast free, and get her back. It was the second time he lost her, and he wondered if Anna might be better off without him. Maybe or maybe not, who could tell anymore in this broken world? He didn't know for sure, but he knew Anna was better off with him than with Hank. Perez geared up and headed out with murder on his mind. Hank had better hope he hadn't hurt Anna, because he would pay double for any pain he caused her, and for Tamar's death. Chapter 36. Tommy. Cold water shocked Tommy to consciousness, tearing him away from a happy dream he couldn't recall. He gagged on the liquid forced into his mouth, and struggled against something holding him down. Shadows crept around him, backlit by large tiki torches. The water had felt like ice, but then Tommy noticed the cold washing all over his body. Then everything became clear. Tommy laid naked, tied to a table, while 1, 2, 3 and Janice stood over him. They were on a raised platform, and he could hear others gathered around them. The glare from the fire, along with the darkness surrounding him, blinded him to everything beyond the 4 women. Our sacrifice has awoken, one said. Cheers rose from the crowd shrouded in darkness. Tommy didn't like the sound of the word sacrifice, or the way she spoke because she sounded giddy. He pulled on his bonds but found no slack. This situation wasn't good. Ladies, you know the prophecy. If we cut the beating heart out of a male virgin, and feast upon it, then our master will provide for us during the coming year. Once we consume his heart, then we'll feast on the rest of his body. We will prosper. One brandished a large, ugly knife while she addressed the crowd. After hearing her words and seeing the knife, Tommy peed himself. He couldn't stop it from happening. Tommy pulled at the ropes holding him down, trying in vain to escape this bunch of Looney Tunes. Janice cackled at his efforts, while the people who looked on cheered. Ladies, join me in the prayer too. He's not a virgin, you stupid cow. A voice from the crowd screamed, interrupting one as she lifted a prayer to her demon. She held the knife above Tommy, waiting to plunge it into his chest, but her hands dropped to her side. Excuse me. What did you say? Who was that? One's voice cracked as she spoke. Whispers passed around the crowd, but Tommy couldn't make out the meaning of the words. I had sex with Tommy last week. Over there, in the woods. He's not a virgin, so you can't kill him. Let him go. Tommy recognized the voice. Tiffany was alive, and she came here to save him. Maybe she loved him? He turned his head and saw the large man with the burning eyes standing behind Tiffany. His eyes lit the darkness surrounding him. Where had they been hiding all this time? Janice, is this true? You were supposed to watch him and keep him from temptation. Come on. Look at his little wiener. No woman would want that inside them. You fool. You've ruined everything. Our virgin male sacrifice had to occur during the new moon. Now, what are we going to do? Your two minions examined him and said everything was okay. Blame them, not me. The four women stood like statues and stared at each other. One's face turned red as she stood in a silent snarl. He watched Janice's muscles tense, wondering what would happen next. 2 and 3 took a step back from the other two women, with their eyes bouncing between 1 and Janice. Tommy wiggled and discovered some slack in the ropes holding him down. If the women stayed focused on each other, maybe he could escape. He hoped for a miracle, because he didn't want to die naked in front of a crowd. What a nightmare. Screams surrounded Tommy as he watched Janice pull a knife from behind her back and launch herself at one. One brought the sacrificial knife to bear as Janice charged. They locked themselves in a deadly hug as 2 and 3 ran toward the melee. Sounds of struggle came at Tommy from every direction as he pulled on his bonds with all his strength. He jumped as a shadow fell across him, but the fear faded when he recognized Tiffany's face. She produced her own blade, cutting the ropes and freeing him. Tommy, we have to run or they're going to kill you. As he jumped to his feet, Tommy watched one trying to shove her intestines back inside her body. Blood spurted from 3's neck, which flowed through the fingers of her hand clamped over the wound. 2 and Janice were locked in a mortal struggle and didn't notice the 3 escaping figures. The rest of the camp erupted into a riot so violent the creators of the purge would cringe. Blood flowed from open wounds as frenzied women fought each other. Displays of violence threatened to distract Tommy, so he focused on Tiffany as she skirted around the brawlers, fighting to the death. He even forgot the fact he ran naked until someone's blood splashed onto his bare back. If there had been time, Tommy would have been embarrassed, but he chalked it up as another task needed to be completed to survive. They reached the perimeter fence, and he lost sight of Tiffany. She popped up on the far side of the chain link and gestured at the barrier. Tommy climbed through the hole. Hurry! After she spoke, Tommy saw the opening cut into the fence. He ducked and crawled through, catching his back on a sharp link. No time to stop or they might capture him again. Tommy pushed himself back onto his feet and raced after Tiffany. A stitch in his side threatened to derail him, but Tommy pushed on, wishing he had eaten during this past week instead of puking up all those meals. Tommy sprinted through the woods for what felt like hours. In reality, 10 or 15 minutes passed. His leg muscles and bare feet throbbed with each step. It felt like an elephant sat on his chest as he gulped mouthfuls of air. He thought they made it to safety, but then he stepped on something sharp. Pain radiated through his foot and up his leg, causing him to tumble before catching a face full of earth. The big man in the robe stood over his prone body. He reached for Tommy with hands somehow as cold as ice and burning like fire at the same time. The man righted Tommy while pointing at a path leading deeper into the woods. His touch gave Tommy strength and comfort, but the feeling disgusted him at the same time. Tommy strolled onward with the large man keeping pace behind him. He should feel embarrassed walking with this stranger while naked. Somehow, the odd man's presence put him at ease. They walked together in a two-person parade until they reached a small clearing. He picked up the pace once he saw Tiffany sitting on a rock at the far side. She sat, turned to the side, facing away from Tommy, but he saw her lips moving. "That's far enough, fatso." A male voice called out to him, before breaking down in laughter. Tiffany sat next to a boy not much older than them, who pointed a gun straight at Tommy's chest. He recognized the privileged nature of the larger, more muscular guy, and had flashbacks of being tortured by the jocks in school. "What kind of freak is this naked little dweeb, Tiffany?" He chuckled anew, while continuing to point the pistol at Tommy's chest. They stood 25 feet from each other, and the boy had muscles where Tommy only had flab. Even if they were closer, Tommy wouldn't be able to take him in a fair fight. "Please. Let him go. He won't do anything. Just take me." "Oh, sweetheart. Of course I'm taking you with me. I've missed you too much and have waited for the day you left those female freaks. What I can't have is any lovesick puppy chasing after us." Tommy turned to look at the robed man behind him. He smirked, but his eyes burned with red flames. "Aren't you going to stop him?" Tommy spoke to the man who towered over them all. Both Tiffany and the jock turned at Tommy's words and stared behind him. "Isn't that cute? Your little lover has an imaginary friend. You gonna send the boogeyman after me, fatty?" Jackboy roared with laughter. Tiffany looked confused, and Tommy remembered she never reacted to the presence of the robed man. Maybe he had lost his mind and only imagined him. Who had eyes of fire and stood over 7 feet tall. That would explain why only Tommy saw him. He doubted his sanity, but he would trust in himself. Nobody would take Tiffany away from him again. Tommy loved her, and they would grow old together. While the jock continued laughing, Tommy charged him. He watched Tiffany shake her head, and he even thought he saw a tear, but that wouldn't stop him. He pictured himself as the defensive lineman with a quarterback in his sights and the championship game on the line. Jockboy turned toward him as Tommy closed in for the tackle. Tommy expected to hear a gunshot before it struck his body, but neither the noise nor the impact happened. His target was so close, and he'd saved Tiffany from this creep. A blur of movement preceded the crack to the side of his head. Pain flooded his skull as he ate dirt again, and his world went black for the second time that day. Chapter 37. Shirley. A week passed since Shirley ran into David in the village, and Sam interceded to preserve her life. She danced and satisfied obese old men like nothing had happened, even though she recalled nothing from the week. It hadn't been the effects of the alcohol because she abstained, deciding to keep a clear head. What worried her was how Sam had acted toward her since. He ignored her, not even making eye contact after cleaning up her mess. Shirley waited for the visit from the elderly Orion to signal her day of freedom. When the usual time came, Shirley found herself alone. Nerves fueled her fear of what would happen. Would David and his soldier friends come for her? If they did, would Sam stand up for her again and stop them? Her stomach churned as she sat by herself, waiting for the next violation of her body. She worried the continued silence would crush her worse than any man could. Then the door to her apartment burst open. Her heart thudded in her chest as she jumped from the chair, expecting the worst. Shirley's vitals calmed when she recognized Sam's face. "Shirley, we need to go. There's no time to waste." The peaceful feeling evaporated when she heard the desperation in his voice. Shirley looked around the apartment for what she might need to take. It was midnight, and she didn't know what Sam had in mind. "No, leave everything behind. We have a bug-out bag for you and the others. It's time to run." His words were simple, and she understood the English language, but her brain couldn't comprehend what was happening. Sam stepped closer and guided her through the door. His hand felt firm but gentle on her bare arm. When she reached the hallway, Shirley found a crowd. Half the girls from this floor, along with 4 other large, muscular men, filled the corridor. She recognized 2 of the men from the fight in the village. They came to Sam's side after the soldiers taunted him. At that time, they only had knives strapped to their belts. Now they had the same knives, along with rifles, hung over their shoulders. What's going on? There's no time for an explanation. You need to follow me. Sam led the group down the hall to the stairwell at the far end. Once they reached the lobby, Mother stepped in front of the group with a snarl on her face. Where do you think you're going? Get these men out of here, and get these girls back to their rooms. You're going. Sam pulled his knife and jammed the blade through Mother's eye, interrupting her rant. Her body collapsed onto the dirty floor. A woman screamed, but Shirley smiled at her demise. As they walked past her corpse, 2 of the women kicked the body, which produced another smirk on Shirley's lips. Better for Mother to die than her. The group left through a back entrance and marched toward the fence encircling the camp. Sam picked the night of the new moon, so they raced through the shadows undetected. They slipped through a hidden opening in the fence. Shirley took one last look back at the camp before following. After 10 minutes of climbing, Shirley gasped for breath, and her heart pounded. She had never been an athlete, and dancing for a bunch of horny old men didn't raise her heart rate like this. Her pace kept her at the back of the pack, within sight of the group. They stopped ahead of her, which allowed her to catch up with the leaders. I don't like it, Sam. I understand, Clark, but there's no other way. These women aren't soldiers like the rest of us. We'll take a breather, and then double time it across the field. Clark shook his head, but Shirley couldn't help thinking the man looked uneasy. This made her nervous because Clark looked as tough as Sam did. She was glad these capable men were on her side, regardless of who they faced. Life would be better out here than on her back at the casino. Ladies, we're going to take 5, then we're going to run across this field. It's dangerous, but my men will surround you and keep you safe. I just need you to move as fast as you can. Do you all understand? Shirley and the 5 other women from the top floor nodded. She didn't like the plan, but she trusted Sam and his men. It felt like only a minute passed before Sam spoke again. It's time to go. Let's roll. They jumped to their feet, and the men herded the women out into the open field. Shirley guessed the field to be the length of a football field. When was the last time she ran that far? Probably never. She thought her heart would leap out of her chest after taking the first 50 steps. Sam kept pace next to her, and she took comfort in the big man's presence. As they reached the halfway point, Shirley thought they might actually make it. That's when her foot caught on a root, causing her ankle to twist as she face-planted on the hard ground. Packed dirt and stone ripped at her exposed skin. Sam stopped after 2 more large strides. From the far side of the clearing, blinding lights turned the pitch-black night into daytime. Then the gunfire rained down on them. She saw the fear register in Sam's eyes before bullets tore through his body. Between the wind being knocked out of her lungs from the fall and her own dread, Shirley laid still in the tall grass. Gunfire faded after a minute or 2, along with the screams. Somehow, the bullets missed Shirley, but she suspected the rest of her group didn't fare as well. Shirley lost track of the time she laid on the ground, shaking. She crossed her arms in front of her, but she couldn't quench the tremors. The lights shut off, plunging her back into the black of night. Did they give up? Maybe she could escape. As the thought faded, she heard 2 men talking, followed by a single gunshot. The voices and gunfire got closer to her hiding place, and she thought about running. Where would she go? Going back to the camp would be death, as would trying to outrun bullets. Best to stay hidden and hope the men gave up before they found her. Sweat poured off her face. Her back ached from the cold hard ground. All the heat from the day disappeared with the sun. Then he stepped right next to her. At first, neither of them recognized each other, but then a smile broke out on David's face. "You little bitch. I guess I get to win." His head erupted with a pink mist just before his body collapsed. 3 more shots rang out. Shirley heard a second body drop. She finally dared to take a breath as she peeked over the overgrown grass. A single soldier strolled into the clearing with his rifle held at the ready. He wore a dirty camouflaged uniform rather than the all-black uniform the Black Ravens wore. Shirley had no clue who this man was, but she knew he saved her life. She sat up while holding her hands above her head. "Help me." He spun, pointing his weapon at her. "Who are you?" "Some men helped me escape from a camp where they held me prisoner. These Black Raven soldiers ambushed us. They would have killed me too if not for you." He frowned, but he pointed his weapon away from her as he strolled closer. She noticed a name tag on his chest that read Perez. "Perez? Is that your name?" He stopped and stared at her. Shirley wondered if he would say anything, or if he had already lost his mind, like everyone else she met. "Yes, but it doesn't matter. I'm sorry, but I don't have time to help you. Besides, you'd be better without me. My name is Shirley. We can help each other. There's strength in numbers." Perez looked at her and laughed. He shook his head before searching David's pockets. "What's so funny?" "No offense, but you're obviously not a soldier. I'm looking for a girl, so I don't have time to help you." "Why look for a girl when you could have a woman?" Perez laughed again, but this time it sounded cruel. Shirley felt hurt. "Am I not good enough for you? Wait, are you gay? Don't tell me you're a pedophile?" "You're something else, Shirley." "No. Some guy kidnapped a young girl, and I have to get her back or die trying." Perez stood so close that Shirley could see the pain in his eyes. She regretted being such an ass toward him. There was one righteous man left in the post-apocalyptic world. "Sorry. What's her name?" "Anna. Her mother died on my watch, so she's my responsibility now. Some guy named Hank killed the soldier traveling with me and took her." Anna. Hank. Neither was an uncommon name, but could they be the girl she left for dead, and the man she hoped would save her from this hell? Shirley knew then that she had to help Perez, even if it meant her death too. "Look, you need someone to watch your back. I can do that. We'll get Anna back together." Perez stared at her again. His dark eyes bored into her soul, trying to read her essence. She thought he might turn and walk away, but then he spoke. "Okay, I accept your offer. Don't expect me to slow down or wait for you. You need to keep up, or I'll leave you behind to fend for yourself." He extended his hand, Shirley took it, and he helped her to her feet. She smiled, but he didn't return the gesture. Shirley wrestled her pack back on, walked over to Sam's corpse, and took his pistol. "Okay, soldier. Let's rescue Anna."